Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Health Committee meeting for Wednesday, March 31st. Has the roll been called, Ms. Chaput?
Yes.
It has. Thank you very much. I would invite, if there are any disclosure of pecuniary interest at this time and the general nature thereof. I recognize none. Thank you. With that, then, we will go directly into the emergency services report. So I will give the floor, presumably, to Chief Nolan, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's my pleasure to be with you here today. And, you know, we've tried to make a habit of not having addendums to reports at Paul's direction over the years. And unfortunately, this one has a couple of components to it, but I think, in fact, they're all good news. Certainly from my perspective, and that is that, as you know, March 31st is the end of the provincial fiscal year, and we've been working very diligently on 3 different pieces of business, 2 predominant themes. The first is related to item 14 for information in today's addendum, and that is related to an agreement with the Renfrew County District Health Unit for the participation of paramedics and paramedic services related to the vaccination efforts in the county. And there is a background and a resolution within your package today. Really, this is about setting out the expectations between the 2 organizations and also empowering the paramedic service in terms of its role and addressing issues such as personal health information and disclosure and so on. So this is an important document in terms of setting out a collaborative agreement. What's different between this document and the previous document with Empire Regional Health for our participation in the COVID swabbing is that this document doesn't set out a fee structure from our CDHU to the paramedic service, but it does address issues related to how much we're charging for our services, and we will be billing the province for our services. The province does not have a established mechanism for paramedic services to bill them for this. However, you will recall at the end of last calendar year, they did provide us a significant sum of funds for our participation in COVID-related activities. We do anticipate that funding again this year, however, not confirmed. And I have also addressed this with Ontario Health, and the direction that I had received from Ontario Health was track all of your costs, and we will absolutely ensure that you're reimbursed for any efforts towards COVID-related activities in the community. So to be clear, the MOU is not our CDHU paying the County of Renfrew for paramedic participation, but it sets out the terms and conditions by which the paramedics will be collaborating with our CDHU and our health system partners for vaccination of our population. So as you can imagine, this is a very moving issue in terms of it's moving very quickly. It's difficult actually to track exactly where in government direction is coming from between swabbing and vaccinating, but I think that this clarifies what our local obligations are. The second item on today's addendum, Mr. Chair, would you like me to go through all 3?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, no, I'm going to pause there. Since they are 3 resolutions, since they are not information items, I think it's appropriate perhaps to deal with each separately, and then we will accept the report as a whole. So on item 14, can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Grill, seconded by Councillor Bennett. Any discussion, comment? I viewed this when I read it that it is similar to the service accountability agreements that we have.
We lost him.
Questions.
Chair, you may want to shut your video off. Your audio is breaking up a little bit, sir.
There we are. Face made for radio, I think. In any
Sorry,
event,
I just joined. I was a little late.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, comment? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. The floor is once again yours, Chief Nolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 15 on today's addendum and 16 are both related to the community paramedic and long-term care funding that we had received. As you may recall, we'll receive funding in 4 allocations. The first funding allocation was up to March 31st of this year. The second funding allocation was for each of the provincial fiscal years for the next 3 years, with specific allocations in terms of operating our community paramedic and long-term care program. The reason that we bring this forward to you today is there are 2 key components to the community paramedic and long-term care program, and the first being that of item number 15, agreement to purchase remote patient monitoring equipment and services. The detail is certainly within the addendum for committee today, but the brief snapshot, given that you got this document late, was that there is an allocation within the community paramedic and long-term care funding specifically for remote patient monitoring. And that's in addition to the global amounts that we had received through our funding applications. So what I put before you today is a contract with Philips Canada to purchase the services of remote patient monitoring. And this is slightly different than what we'd been using previously for CPRPM or remote monitoring, which was predominantly devices and connectivity to a dashboard. This offering, which is consistent with many other paramedic services in the province, as really what's become the standard, if you will, is that it also has video devices associated with it and allows us to be able to push questionnaires, messaging, and be able to do telephone and video consultation through this medium, which is 100% built into the cost of this contract with Philips. So this is a fiscal amount of the $154,080 as 100% funded for the Ministry of Long-Term Care, which we have a commitment for 3 years and change, and the change was this last quarter. And in doing that, we're able to allocate 1 year's funding towards this amount so that I'm not binding the corporation in a multi-year contract. And from a fiscal liability perspective, we'll do this on an annual basis to be able to cover it off. Within the contract itself, it delineates the types of services and how much of each service we're purchasing, because some of our patients may have their own devices at home. So it has a bring your own device option within it. It has the option where we would provide the devices, but not the tablet, for example. And then we also have a number of patients in a cohort which will receive both devices and the tablet as part of the program. And one of our learnings on this was some people want to use their own devices. Some people have their own tablets. So we did a population split to serve approximately 160 people on the wait list for long-term care using this modality. This modality has been overwhelmingly successful. We actually started with Philips back in 2015 by using their devices and providing them feedback, and we've continued to use them as well as some other vendors within the workplace. But certainly the most robust and the most flexible program is the one that I put before you here today. And it's important that we're doing this to maintain consistency with technology that we currently have, but also to live up to the requirements within the CPA long-term care contract with the province, which you have already approved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Nolan. I can't recall these, by the way, Mr. Morrow. What I have in front of me, of course, is the addendum to County Council. But what we are doing today is committee is making recommendation that these be adopted at County Council, of course, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I just to read to this then the recommendation that County Council adopt a bylaw at the next session authorizing the warden and chief administrative officer to sign an agreement between the County of Renfrew and Philips Canada for the purchase of remote patient monitoring equipment in the amount of $154,080, funded 100% by the Ministry of Long-Term Care through Community Paramedic for Long-Term Care funding. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by the warden, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Questions, comments? The only thing I wish to add, I was very grateful for my mother to have participated in the remote monitoring. And what I can suggest also to committee and to Chief Nolan is there is perhaps an unintended benefit as well. The mental health of my mother, who suffered from COPD, of being each morning able to take her blood pressure, get her blood oxygen saturation levels, to see numbers right in front of her that demonstrated the particular issues that she was battling on an underlying basis, provided her a great deal of support for her condition. And on any one of those, if there was an issue, she was hearing from the paramedics. So I think it's an outstanding means of adapting technology, and certainly is consistent, Mr. Morrow, again, with the strategic plan. And I can't remember the particular item number, but it is certainly bringing technology to our community. So with that, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And Chief Nolan, once again, back to you.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I recall the warden asking me in previous meetings, when we would be ready to go. So I'm happy to say that we are ready to go, and we have boots on the ground already in this program. One of the considerations as part of being fully robust in the program, of course, involves vehicles and equipment and doodads, not dissimilar to the remote monitoring program. So with the addition of staff, as you know, we are deploying those staff in emergency response vehicles so that they maintain response capability and, in fact, add to our surge capacity within the county, again, at 100% provincial dollars. So in doing that, we are working through a number of different elements of the logistics components. The first being that of vehicles, and how do we take a vehicle and in record time deploy it as an emergency response vehicle, as well as having the ability to service the community paramedic clients in this process. So one of the key capital items related to that program are the monitor defibrillators that we have. And of course, we have a monitor defibrillator, a LifePack 15, as it's described in today's document, in every one of our emergency response vehicles and ambulances. So this is the standard that allows us to not only defibrillate, otherwise I'd just grab an AED off the wall and put it in the back of the truck, but it allows us to pace, synchronize cardiovert, do 12-lead ECG diagnostics, end-tidal CO2, SpO2, and the full gambit. So essentially, as a result of the increase in staffing and vehicle requirement for this program with 100% funding, I put before you a resolution for purchase of the additional defibrillators, monitors, to a total of $216,268. Once again, 100% ministry funded, and by having it approved from council today, because we have these units already in our possession as loaners, effectively they would become our units today after county council. That allows us to live within the purchasing bylaw and the requirement for the province to cover it in the $1 million that we received to establish the program before we get into the $2 million a year to operate the program. So we want to be able to cover that off and be able to move forward on April 1st as per our commitment.
All right, thank you once again, Chief Nolan. I'll read once again the resolution. Recommended that County Council adopt a bylaw at this session authorizing the purchase of 6 additional Stryker LifePack 15 defibrillators as part of the legislated equipment requirement to equip the 6 additional community paramedic for long-term care vehicles for a cost of $216,268, inclusive of HST, funded 100% by the Ministry of Long-Term Care through Community Paramedic for Long-Term Care funding. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded. Seconded by Councillor Grills. Further discussion, comment? Just at the purchase cost of these, do these meet the thresholds to be included now into the asset management plan? Do you know, Chief Nolan, or perhaps Mr. Morrow?
So actually, Mr. Foss is online. He may certainly have.
You bet. There's the expert I just saw.
He would be our expert on this in terms of what our long-term recapitalization is related to these items. Jeff, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wonder if could you repeat the question, please? Thank you.
Certainly, yes. So 15 of these are costing $216,000, and I'm wondering if they are above or below that threshold for the asset management plan.
Yeah, these. Thank you, Chair, for the question. So these assets individually qualify for our capitalization, and for specifically these LifePak defibrillators, medical equipment is $5,000 and above would be capitalized. So we would have to capitalize these and amortize them over their useful life. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, anything further, committee? Then I will call the vote. All in favor? Once again, that is carried. Thank you. And just allow me to return to my agenda. I believe there is no closed meeting. There was none at time of mailing. That has not changed, Mr. Morrow. I see the shaking of the head. The date of the next meeting shall be Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. I will at this point invite an adjournment, please. Moved by Councillor Doncaster, seconded by Councillor Bennett. All in favor? We are adjourned. I guess I did forget. We'll make up for it at the next committee meeting. I'm pretty sure I didn't have a motion to accept the report as a whole. I'm not sure this is a report as a whole. It's an addendum. In any event, that's my story, and I'm sticking with it. We will see you all in 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Renfrew County Council for Wednesday, March the 31st. I'm going to call the meeting officially to order. Before we begin, I would like to say a few words. It is clear that the COVID-19 virus continues to threaten our community and our way of life. While we have begun the vaccination process, we have a long way to go. I'm acutely aware that this pandemic is taking its toll on you, personally and professionally. But as leaders in our community, we need to continue to encourage our residents to be vigilant. We have seen the impact of this virus on our long-term care homes and our greater population. We have lost 4 people in the county of Renfrew as a result of COVID-19. They are among the 7,000 people lost in Ontario and the nearly 23,000 people lost in Canada. Today, as we reflect during our moment of silence, I would ask that you think not only of the members of our community that we have lost, but all the lives cut short by COVID-19. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Please be seated. Roll call, Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett?
Here.
Councillor Bros?
Here.
Councillor Doncaster?
Present.
Councillor Donahue?
Here.
Councillor Emo?
Present.
Councillor Gross?
Present.
Councillor Hunt?
Here.
Councillor Keller?
Here.
Councillor Love? Councillor Lynch?
Here.
Councillor Murphy?
Here.
Councillor Peckett?
Present.
Councillor Rigger?
Present.
Councillor Reinwald? Warden Robinson?
Present.
Councillor Sweet?
Present.
Councillor TJ?
Here.
Thank you, Warden. Roll call taken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, there is going to be an adjustment to our agenda this morning. The delegation from the Renfrew County District Board of School Board will be at 10 a.m. The first delegation will be Dr. Robert Cushman, followed by Director of Long-Term Care, Shelley Shady. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Members of County Council, during the month of March, I attended 37 meetings on county business, not including the frequent phone calls I've had with our MPP, John Yakubuski. On March 11th, I, along with Operations Committee Chair, Councillor Tom Peckett, CAO Paul Morrow, and Directors Craig Kelly and Lee Perkins, met with Colonel John Vass, Chief Warrant Officer Jack Dunford, and civilian staff members Joan Banky, Realty Asset Manager, and Jennifer Corveal, Realty Asset Development Officer, to discuss a number of issues common to the County of Renfrew and Garrison Petawawa. The meeting was initiated following a meeting of our Operations Committee, as members wanted to know the status of the Brindle Road access and the traffic circle planned for the entrance to the garrison. You will hear more about this in the Operations Committee report. What I do want to add, however, is my thanks to Councillor Peckett for his support during that meeting. He has been an ardent advocate for improvements to County Road 51, and I think it is appropriate that I publicly recognize his efforts in this regard. On March 12th, I chaired a meeting of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. On the agenda was the election of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network Board of Directors. Congratulations to Councillor Jennifer Murphy on her 2-year appointment. The EOWC has held its priority session, and has chosen as its top 4 priorities for 2021, EORN's gig project, affordable and attainable housing, long-term care reform, and health services transformation. The priorities align very well with the interests of the County of Renfrew and will add to our voice in advocating for issues that we have identified as part of our own strategic plan. The EOWC continues to have electronic meetings and will review this process again at their main meeting. While the business of the EOWC is moving forward, the members are missing out on a valuable opportunity to network with each other. In spite of these challenges, we continue to advocate on behalf of the residents of Eastern Ontario. On March 19th, I participated in a live-streamed announcement as chair of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus regarding cellular connectivity through the Eastern Ontario Regional Network. The Honourable Miriam Monsef, Canada's Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development, the Honourable Laurie Scott, Ontario's Minister of Infrastructure, and Warden J. Murray Jones, Chair of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, also participated in the announcement. Improving connectivity has been one of our top priorities here in the County of Renfrew, and this past year has shown us just how crucial reliable mobile connectivity is to our success and our well-being. The EOWC was pleased to join EORN in launching the partnership with Rogers Communication to improve cell service throughout Eastern Ontario. On March 24th, I had the opportunity to participate in the confidential technical briefing for the province's budget. When I heard about the $2.8 billion for broadband, I was very excited. While the details of the rollout are still not known, I am hopeful that EORN's broadband gig project, which would bring massive improvements to broadband access to residents of Eastern Ontario, will be the recipient of some of those funds. The County of Renfrew continues to be a proponent of regional approach to broadband access. Every municipal council representative here wants their residents to have reliable and affordable internet service, including those living in our rural areas. This is crucial for recovery, for economic recovery and growth, as well as the education of our children. On March 26, I attended an AMO Board of Directors meeting along with Councillor Peter Emo. I honestly don't remember how I managed to bring up VTAC and family physician shortage, considering none of the topics had anything to do with primary care, but I did. And I now have a meeting with AMO President Graydon Smith tomorrow at 11:30. My goal is to have AMO assist our advocacy in the continuation of VTAC as a virtual primary care clinic. We have just celebrated 1 year of Renfrew County VTAC. While it was created as a result of a worldwide pandemic, it has evolved into an essential tool in dealing with our chronic family physician shortage. There were casts of hundreds involved in the development of VTAC. However, I want to recognize some of the key players: Karen Simpson, Eric Hanna, Dr. Robert Cushman, Dr. Jonathan Fitzsimon, Deputy Chief Matthew Grenier, and of course, our Chief of Paramedic Service, Mike Nolan. And finally, kudos to Councillor Peter Emo, Chair of the Ontario Youth Winter Games, for the extraordinary work he, along with Director Craig Kelly and Manager of Economic Development Alistair Baird, have done to date. I know everyone will be impressed when you hear from him later on in the agenda. Sadly, this month, we lost 2 former members of council. On behalf of all members of County Council, I extend my condolences to the family of Mrs. Isabel Christian, who passed away on March 2nd. Mrs. Christian was Reeve of the Township of Greater Madawaska and a member of Renfrew County Council from 2002 to 2006. Also, on behalf of members of County Council, I extend condolences to the family of Mr. Milton Stevenson, who passed away on March 20th. Mr. Stevenson was Reeve of Horton Township and a member of Renfrew County Council from 1986 to 1992, and again from 1998 to 2000. And he was County of Renfrew warden in 1992. I will remind those assembling here today, the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Has Dr. Cush? Yes, he has. It is my pleasure to have Dr. Cushman with us today, and I've asked the chair of our health committee, Councillor Donahue, to please introduce our medical officer of health.
Thank you, Warden, and perhaps underscoring the importance of the EORN initiative. I do apologize to council and anyone that is watching the live stream. My internet is unstable, so as to have good audio, I must remove my video. Anyway, thank you, Madam Warden, and yes, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Robert Cushman, the Medical Officer of Health for Renfrew County and District Health Unit, back once again to County Council. I also will keep the remarks brief, but I certainly wish to commend Dr. Cushman all throughout. We're now a year into this pandemic, and he has been done tremendous reach outs with our community to us. But if there was such a thing as being possible, that has even increased over the course of the last month. And I think that it is essential to be as open and transparent as possible with our community. Unfortunately, we find ourselves right now with coronavirus very aggressive once again with the variants of concern. So very pleased this morning to introduce and welcome to County Council once again, Dr. Robert Cushman. And Dr. Cushman, the floor is yours, please.
Well, thank you, Michael, sorry. Crazy world I live in. Thank you, Mike. And thank you, Debbie. It's a pleasure to be here. I must say I'm very concerned right now. I just got off the phone with John Yakubuski, and I was been having a few calls with him daily, or having daily calls with him. I've also was on with Dr. Williams last night. Now, interesting enough, this shifts on a dime. I'm going to show you some data which was compiled as of Monday. And the key message is that we went from, for some reason, we had 2 weeks of yellow, which was sort of what we anticipated. And then we sort of fell sort of graciously into green. But then all of a sudden we were back in, a week later, last week, we were back in orange. And what really bothered me was the rate of change. I mean, to go from so few cases to so many. And also the presence of the variants. We had 3 separate variants appear in Renfrew County last, actually, I didn't check. Can you hear me? Sorry, folks. Is everything working? Okay. Minor detail. Okay.
Absolutely, just fine.
I'm not on mute. You probably want me on mute. Anyway, because as I tell you this bad news, at the end of last week, we had 3 separate variants, one of which went quite wild with as expected, with transmission and further cases. I think we're up pushing, I think we're around 12 cases of variants when I last look. I apologize, I look and I forget and I look again. One of the reasons I forget is because it always changes. You can sort of rely on short-term memory loss. But anyway, interesting enough, we are Wednesday morning, and as of last night, we only had 5 cases this week. So again, it's sort of, these peaks and valleys. So I was, I think with, as Michael will know, and as I think Peter Eamon and a few others will know who are around here. I'm sorry, I'm not to think twice about who's around the table. But as those of you who are on the health committee, the public health board, RCDHU board will know, yesterday morning I was pretty gloomy because I hadn't seen the additional information. Anyway, the long and the short of it is, I think it looks like we're going to go into orange today. I was actually pushing for possibly for red because I had such concerns, but I think it looks like we settled on orange. Cabinet will make the ultimate decision, but there has to be some very austere warnings. Ottawa is going into gray. And with this holiday weekend coming up, we do border on Ottawa. There's activities in Renfrew County. There are cottages in Renfrew County. And we had some trouble over the Valentine's Day, Ontario, long weekend in the middle of February, and we don't really want to repeat. And yet, this is sort of more gracious weather, if I can use that word, than what we saw in February. So long story short, I'm very concerned. You will be hearing as soon as that judgment is made. I think Cabinet meets this afternoon at 2. You will hear most probably that we're going from yellow to orange, but I will be out on the airwaves, and I would hope you would do the same. And John and Yakubuski's articulated this in spades, is that you don't blow it. This is in your hands, people. I've always said that you're the offense, and be very careful. All our neighbors are in red, and it's even worse in Ottawa. Our major neighbor is in gray. So don't travel is what really causes trouble, and also the extended sizes of groups. So I'll just swing back to this at the end, but I thought I'd share the presentation with you that I sent, that I presented to our board yesterday. So Paul, can you bring that up, or your staff? Great. Oh, great. And it's real big. It's terrific. I actually was squinting yesterday at our committee. Okay, so here you go. This is, as you notice, actually back up a little. I just want to say one thing, sorry. It was presented on March 30th, but really it was noon. The data was compiled at noon on March 29th. So we're almost 48 hours later. And that's why I say to you, the situation's changed, albeit for the better, how long it lasts. So anyway, next slide, please. Now, this is the good news. This is, as you see, we've down below from the text, we're delivering about 2,500 doses a week. And we're now, as of today, I'm sure we're well over 15. We're well over 15,000 doses. At the end of last week, we were a little bit over 14,000 doses. I think what's incredible, and is really an achievement, is we have 81.3% of those over the age of 80. Ontario has a lowly 55%. And that's the average. So imagine there are health units that don't even meet 50%. So we can be proud. And I'm proud of our teams. As you know, they're multi-sectorial. You're involved with the health unit and with EMS, but our hospitals who are running these, basically directing these vaccination programs, along with physicians, pharmacists, volunteers, and their nurses. And what you don't appreciate is how much IT background there is. For every health professional, there's probably another person helping out. So this is a great news story. And because we were behind, and because the government was announcing, let's go to 70 or let's go to 75, we figure we're about 10 days behind the government. So we actually went on Monday to the 75 to 79 group, whereas now they're talking about 70 to 79. But maybe the reason they're going so fast down the age cohort is because they're doing such a bad job. So we can be proud, 81%. And these are the people who are most vulnerable. And I really compliment our team that's really worked hard on this, our multi-sectoral team. But also, I really want to praise the people of Renfrew County. I mean, with internet that's, as Michael said, which is a bit inconsistent. They've managed to sign up. They've managed to show up. People have got their grandparents and their parents into these clinics. So I really want to say congratulations, Renfrew County, to all of those involved, to the public, and to all of those of us who are working to professionally or or professionals contributing even their volunteer time to roll out these vaccinations. So that's a source of pride. And as I said, we're doing 75 through 79, and I can't tell you how quickly we'll go to 70 to 74, but you can see we've already got roughly 14% of that group done, and that was even last week. So I suspect we're probably around 25% today, maybe even more. Okay, next slide, please. So here you have it. This was on Monday. As you see, we had 432 cases. I think we've had a few more since then. As I said, our numbers are surprisingly and reassuringly low this week, but that can change on a dime. 3 cases of the variant, but 13 cases. So you can see what happened. One of those variants, I think, contributed to all the secondary cases. So there you go. So this is what concerns us. What you're probably reading in the newspaper is that Ontario, frankly, Ontario, Ottawa, and Renfrew County are in worse shape today than they've ever been, which is why I'm concerned since this all started. I hate to say that, but it's the truth. And why? Because of the mushrooming of cases, but also the variants, which we know are more contagious, and also the pressure on the hospitals. If you look here, it says we have 5 in the hospital and 2 more in intensive care. So that's 7 on Monday. I think it dropped by 1 yesterday. I'm not quite sure. But this, some are in Pembroke Regional, let's just call it half and half. Pembroke Regional. The others are in Ottawa in intensive care, and they're even more sicker than those who are in the Pembroke Regional intensive care. As you see, we had 4 deaths. Finally, we're out of outbreak in Miramichi. I really commend Shelley and her team. I mean, that was so sad to have 2 of our 4 deaths since this started in a home that was 2 weeks after a vaccine. And it went on and on, although they really were terrific in containing it. It was just plain bad luck. And but they really stuck to it. And you've heard presentations from Shelley. I think I said Debbie, sorry, from Shelley about this, and certainly you know what's going on. So the good news is that long-term retirement home in outbreak there, that 1 is now 0. And we have 1 outbreak in a work site. I might say we've been very lucky in the schools. I've always thought that the schools had done a really good job in spite of our bad start with Fellows in the fall being the first school closure, or sorry, school outbreak and closure in Ontario. But they've done a really good job. And as said, what's going on in the schools reflects what's going on in the community. The kids bring it in or the staff bring it in. But within the school setting, it's amazing how little spread we've had. The problem with the schools is they generate an inordinate amount of cases, as you can imagine, because of the classes and the buses. Sorry, not cases, but contacts. So there's tons of work there. And I would say too, is that the other point, actually you'll see it later as we move along. So there you see it. You see March, which is pretty much over, is not going to eclipse February, but it's of more concern, frankly. And we don't know where this is headed, because it's fair to say that wave 3 really started elsewhere and has now come to Renfrew County. So there you go. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a slide of concern. As you know, we went from green to yellow. No surprise, 23 and 20 cases per 100,000 residents. And then all of a sudden you see March 14th to March 20th, the St. Patrick's Day time period, it dropped to green. Surprising, great news. But then boom, a week later, it goes from basically 8 to 26. And this is what really concerned me. And I just was, frankly, I thought, okay, here we go. This is wave 3 with the variants. This is what we've all been anticipating. The hospitals are screaming for shortage of beds. Ottawa's transferring people to Kingston. We're transferring people to Ottawa. We may have to transport people to Kingston because they can't go to Ottawa. And then, believe it or not, that we have that 5. And I think that 5 actually reflects 3 days. So I'm looking at that today. And I think, if we stay low, this is what's going to keep us in orange and not propel us to red. And as I said, what I've talked to everybody, and while they do like to keep you in these zones for 2 weeks, what I've said is that if need be, we need to move quicker than, we need to move on a weekly basis, not a 2 weekly basis. So there you have it. I mean, when that rate of change from 8 to 20, 25 basically, or 26, rounding it, is a major concern. And you can see 28 cases that week. So that's really what concerns me, along with Ottawa going into gray because they're having a really rough time. Lanark, Leeds, and Grenville going into red, they're having a horrible time. And also just the pressure on the hospitals and the pressure on our staff. We've never had so many contacts to trace, and you'll see a slide on that soon. And also remember, we're fighting this war on two fronts. One is we're dealing with the disease. The other is we're rolling out the vaccination. So the containment and the prevention. And it's the same people doing both. So if paramedics have to double their testing, how can they vaccinate? If public health has to double their contact tracing, how can they supervise the vaccinations in terms of all the IT that's necessary? Equally, the hospitals, if their nurses are called back to acute care, how can they vaccinate? So as you can see, this is a limited, there's only a certain amount of people that can do this. And if we have more cases, it's actually going to jeopardize our vaccination ability. Now, that's interesting because we're actually vaccinating at 50% our capacity probably right now, but it's a concern of mine as we move forward. Okay, moving on to the next one, please. Okay, well, this basically is a graph which shows you the same thing I showed you before. So it starts at the beginning of the year, and you see it was very high because we all had that, December mischief and activity and socializing. And then it fell, which allowed us, because of the lockdown, allowed us to go into green. And then as sure as while we were in green, over the end of February and early March, it rose, and it was, you see that what's really interesting is not the height of these graphs, but the width. So see how, basically look how wide it was between the middle of February and the middle of March. And then it took that plummet for a week I was telling you about, but now it's back up. So this is our concern. And as I said, this graph just basically shows you the same thing, which the table, which was much easier to sort of eyeball and understand before, because this is actually on a daily basis, all those little points. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now this is what really bothers me. The green are the cases, but that light green are the high-risk contacts. And notice that we worked really hard. We had some problems in the fall, and then you see sort of settling out until the middle of January, problems with December. And again, the impact of the lockdown. But watch what happens. Look what happens from the middle of February to the middle of March. It goes up, not as high, but it's that width. It's that width which concerns me. And so we're seeing many more contacts per case than we had before. And I think actually the highest point was the Whitewater piece there. So it was very steep and very narrow in terms of time. So what you're seeing here is of major concern. And I think, I'm not sure actually, that graph's kind of, the way it sort of comes tumbling down there, I think that's just where the time period ends. I don't think it's because of the dip last week, actually. You can see the dip in the green, but the contacts, those are sort of new contacts. Anyway, it's a bit of an artifact at the end, just leave it at that. What I wanna tell you is look at the height and look at the width. And this is what really concerns us. Okay, next one, please. Yeah, here we have, again, the same thing is that while we've been lucky with outbreaks, look at the confirmed the suspected outbreaks. And again, that's work. That's lots of work. That's contact tracing. And as you can see, it's never been as bad as it is now. We've never had as many businesses And we've had some issues with the schools, but again, the schools, usually they get through it. But businesses, we've had problems, and that's what you're seeing on this graph. Okay, thank you. Moving on. That may be it. Okay, good. So unfortunately, I don't have much time. I think I'll just wrap up. I have to go on to another very important meeting. So I maybe have 5 minutes or so. I shouldn't, but I'll give you 5 minutes. And just my message is we're going to Orange. There was real trepidation in my mind over the weekend about this, about the train really coming off the tracks. So the message is we've got this 4-day weekend, which is a recipe for disaster. So people really have to behave. And I'm going to work on that message because it's in their hands. If we're in red or gray 10 days from now, it's because we misbehaved in the next 5 days. That's going to be my message. And I would ask you to share that message with as widely as you can with your own constituency. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Cushman. A lot of very, very good information there. I realize you've got a limited time, so I'm going to open it up. Any quick questions of Dr. Cushman? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Thank you, Dr. Cushman. That's now the second time that I have seen that report. And acknowledging what you'd said, that we are in orange, I think it is also is incumbent upon us to underscore how close we are to red, particularly with the Easter weekend. And I'm certainly the first to admit that the COVID fatigue is becoming accentuated, pretty significant. And yet it is within our power to keep ourselves in orange and hopefully diminish. So I have great concerns with the Easter weekend, and I would certainly echo the comments of the Premier that it is probably ill-advised to make plans for Easter, to celebrate Easter at home within your household, and do all that you can to keep us from getting into the red zone or, heaven forbid, the gray zone. This is within our power, and we need to do those things that are necessary.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Any other questions of Dr. Cushman? Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm going to have to do what Councillor Donahue did. It seems a lot of people are having internet issues today. Dr. Cushman, yesterday we, during Board of Health, we did speak about going into red. You're feeling more confident today, I'm assuming?
Well, I'm never confident, Jennifer. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you too, being on our health committee. It's great to see you. No, as I said, the numbers, I hadn't seen seen the numbers. I mean, it's Wednesday. I'm going to look at some more numbers today. For some reason, we've dipped. It's probably serendipity, but it's sort of, as I said, it gave me pause in terms of crying out for red. But as I said, the province, I've told them, hey, I don't like this 2-week business. I want to be able to turn this on a dime if I need to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Dr. Cushman? Seeing none. Well, very nice to see you. Second time this week. Pleased that you were able to, carve out some time for County Council.
Okay, so last word is you will be amongst the first to know. After cabinet today, and I think it's going to be orange. I'd be surprised if it were red. But again, and thank you for that. And please do whatever you can, do everything you can to get the message out. And have a safe Easter weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You too. Take care. Oh, Shelley, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden. I'm just not sure if Dr. Cushman's going to be staying on for my presentation, given he's heard it a couple of times already. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Cushman and his staff for their guidance and support to the Miramichi Lodge team throughout the 5+ weeks of the outbreak. We met with them daily. Many meetings. They guided us every step of the way, including either Dr. Cushman or Dr. Foote accompanying us on town hall type Zoom meetings with families and staff, which made great strides in terms of putting everybody's minds at ease during a very anxious time. So just my thanks to you, Rob.
Well, I think Shelley, I mean, as I said, you folks I think I called you Debbie, sorry. But anyway, we know Debbie. Shelley. Anyway, Shelley's been, her team has done a remarkable job. And also our team has worked with them, as she said. But I think the other thing I'd like to tell you is that Shelley has been a real team player all along. It's very important in terms of having a unified voice for long-term care and retirement homes. So I've, you know, anything I do, I always ask her advice, and equally, if she's got a good idea, she comes to me. So, hopefully I understand it's a good idea and get on with it. So on that note, thank you, everybody, and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Take care. So I'm told I'm supposed to follow the agenda. Who knew? So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the minutes of the meeting of February the 1st, 2021 and February 24th, 2021. Moved by Councillor TJ, seconded by Councillor Brose. Any errors, omissions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now again, we have our next, okay, not sure why we have that up. Our next presenter will be our Director of Long-Term Care, Shelley Sheedy. Councillor Donahue, would you like to do a nice brief intro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just bear with me. And once again, I do apologize. Absolutely, this is now the third, as I understand, this is a somewhat abridged review of this presentation that I think speaks volumes to the incredible preparation and, in fact, execution. The outbreak at Miramichi Lodge, I believe, began on February 20th, and it was only just ended yesterday. It has been an endurance, a trying challenge, an ordeal. And certainly, as you had said in your opening remarks, we must, of course, express our deepest sympathies to the loss of the 2 residents from COVID. But this presentation speaks volumes to the incredible efforts of staff to bring about the conclusion of the outbreak. So with that, it is an absolute pleasure to introduce Ms. Shelley Sheedy, the Director of Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Madam Warden, Debbie, can you just give me a thumbs up that you can see my screen? Great, thank you. So without further ado, I'll just get right into it. So as Chair Donahue and Warden Robinson have indicated, and I'm sure you're well aware, of course, this whole presentation is colored by the fact that we did lose 2 residents to COVID. So that's certainly in the forefront of everybody's mind. But I did want to overview for you really the last 5 weeks. And so I will just start with a very brief background that I think will illustrate to you that despite pulling out what we thought was all the stops, and I truly do believe, even in retrospect at this time, that I don't think there's anything we could have done more or differently. I think what it does is it demonstrates the wiliness, if you will, of this virus. So with that, the long-term care homes, through your approval and support, have taken a very precautionary approach to try to keep COVID out of our homes. Very early on in the pandemic, the Provincial Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Williams, was recommending on a regular basis and identifying the risk of long-term care staff working not only for other healthcare organizations, but non-healthcare organizations. And so I went to the warden and the chair and the CAO with this concern and this identified risk and immediate support, again, through committee and council, to set a sole employer rule for the County of Renfrew long-term care staff months before it was mandatory across the province. And that's still in place today. Similarly, we identified early on that you'll recall we use the term suspect residents, and that simply means that anytime a resident demonstrates one potential symptom of COVID. So it could be a runny nose, it could be a sore throat, it could be, a GI upset. We immediately isolate that resident from the other residents and swab them for potential COVID. During that time, those residents need to be separated from the other residents. So if they don't live in a private room, we have to find a private space for them. And so when we have a full house, that's impossible to do. And so again, taking that concern to the warden and the chair and the CAO, there was an agreement that we needed to pause on community admissions, on not filling our beds immediately to create that physical capacity. And so again, committee and council and Dr. Cushman supported this, and that allowed us to create that space. So from March up into including today, when we have a suspect resident, we're able to move them into a private room if that's necessary. And there is no doubt in my mind that had a huge impact on the containment of the Miramichi Lodge outbreak. We added eye protection for staff very early on in the pandemic. And again, that's still not mandatory across the province in long-term care, but it is in our 2 homes. With the advancements towards the rapid on-site testing at the homes, we are testing staff at each shift and essential caregivers at each visit. The provincial guideline is 2 to 3 times a week. We decided we were going to do it at each visit, and I think that will help us going forward. Again, early on in the pandemic, the provincial direction was that any visitors to long-term care had to attest to a negative COVID test. We required proof. And again, a couple of months later, the province, in fact, made this a requirement as well. We've since, through the development of technology of a screening app, we've implemented that at our homes. So it's actually a double process to reduce any chance of human error. So I'm sure many of you have been screened in different places that you have gone. And so those screening questions for any staff member or visitor to long-term care, when we pull into the parking lot of the respective home, we fill out that that app. And then when we come into the home, the screener verifies that we have passed it. They take our temperature, and now with the rapid testing, then we proceed on to having being tested for COVID. Those results take about 15 minutes. And for the visitors of long-term care, they can't proceed on to the visit until they've passed all of those steps. Additionally, early on in the pandemic, the health unit inspected each of our homes twice, which was very helpful. And again, to put people's mind at ease that we were meeting all of the guidelines, if not surpassing them. But with the outbreak at Miramichi Lodge, we requested them to come in additionally. And the Lynn Ontario Health also has a regional IPAC team, which we also took advantage of. And similarly at Bonnechere Manor, we've brought them in here proactively as well. Again, to make sure staff are supported, to have another set of eyes, third party, if you will, to make sure that really no stone is left unturned in terms of us doing everything that we can to prevent COVID coming in and or the spread of it. So in terms of the chronology of events, I will refer to the cases as cases, no disrespect to the residents or staff involved, but that's just to keep the chronology correct. And so you are aware that on February 20th, the health unit identified to us that one of our residents was a close contact of somebody who had tested positive for COVID. I can't provide any more details out of respect for the privacy of both that resident and that person, but know that that resident was immediately isolated and tested. Within 24 hours, thanks to Dr. Cushman, who had set up our test results going through the IRLA lab system rather than the public health lab system, meant we were getting results back very quickly. So late Sunday evening, we got that dreaded phone call that our resident had in fact tested positive. And so that meant that our pandemic plan, which we had dusted off early in March of 2020 and reviewed on a regular basis, went quickly into action. I'd like to specifically thank Jennifer White, the Director of Care at Miramichi Lodge, who came into the home late that Sunday evening and worked through the night to physically get a seventh unit up and running at Miramichi Lodge. And so I'm just going to walk you briefly through what that unit looked like. But the important piece to recall through all of this, it meant that if a resident tested positive, they were separated in every way from the other residents. And also the staff were what we call cohorted. And that means there was a group of staff that volunteered to look after the positive residents, and they only looked after those residents. They had no exposure to other residents or other staff. Again, a key factor in us containing this outbreak. And so with that, you're very familiar with the front door of our home that everybody uses, but around on this side is a separate entrance that is usually only accessible to staff, but for the purposes of the COVID care unit, or what we refer to as the CCU, only staff and visitors to that CCU used that. So again, kept them completely separate, and that's where that is. And when you go up to that, it's on the second floor, because our COVID care unit was our former auditorium. There are 2 washrooms there. So we were able to use those as change rooms and washrooms, again, keeping staff and visitors completely separate from any staff or visitors to the rest of the home. So most of you are very familiar with our community center or auditorium. It's quite large. It includes a chapel and then 2 other areas that we had the foresight to include these temporary doors so that we could partition it into 3 separate rooms. And so this part shows the staff area where all their supplies were brought to them. So again, never needed to leave this area. Lots of room for them to, they also had their breaks here. So again, they weren't intermingling with other staff, and lots of room for them to be physically separated, because again, the public health protocol is 6 feet apart wherever necessary. So unless the care requires 2 staff persons to be present at the same time, they remain physically separated, as well as obviously wearing full PPE and then changing that PPE throughout the care of the residents. So it included a nursing desk area, including the med card, their computer for documentation, hand washing area, and again, all of the PPE. And so we were fortunate to never have more than 3 residents in the unit at the same time, although we could have accommodated more. But you can see that they were physically separated, lots of space in between. Staff member, again, fully PPE'd. When they look after this resident, if they're going over to look after this resident, all of this PPE gets removed, changed, and new PPE put on. And this is just the corridor outside the community center, and it's really just meant to demonstrate the contactless delivery system. So any supplies, the meals for the residents or staff were provided here. A bell was rung when the delivery was dropped off. And so the staff would come out of a door here and pick it up, and again, have no contact with other residents or staff. And so you know that unfortunately we did lose resident number 1 and number 4. The good news is we did have 5 other residents who did test positive but recovered. And there's no question that everybody having the first dose of the vaccine reduced the severity of their symptoms and their ability to recover. We did have 2 staff involved as well. One is case number 7, who has since been cleared and returned to work. And case number 9, which was picked up through our regular surveillance testing, that person remains asymptomatic up till now, and will be cleared either today or tomorrow to return to the home, assuming that that asymptomatic status results. I did want to let County Council know, because I know this is something the warden had raised early on in the pandemic, and that was making sure that any residents in long-term care always knew that if they became sick, which is always an option, you know, pre-COVID, that their choice to be transferred to the hospital is always there. So that is a discussion that happened with each and every resident or their substitute decision maker when we received that unfortunate positive result. However, each resident and or their substitute decision maker did make the decision to be cared for at Miramichi Lodge. And as you know, we received the good news on Monday from Dr. Cushman that our outbreak was declared over. Just wanted to touch on the variants. Whenever there is a positive test result, the process in Ontario is then that swab is tested for variants. No variants were tested throughout the Miramichi Lodge outbreak. Again, something to be grateful for, because you know, if those positive results were happening today, now that as Dr. Cushman has informed us, we have variants now in Renfrew County, I'm not sure we could say the same thing. I wanted to touch on the vaccination status, because we were concerned that it would, the fact that, you know, I think at the time 98 or 99% of our residents had received the first dose of the vaccine about 2 weeks before we received that first positive result. And we were concerned about what the impact that might have on vaccine hesitancy. And again, grateful that it actually had the complete opposite effect. People saw that COVID was very real, and very pleased to say that as of this point, 100% of our residents have had at least the first dose, most of them the second dose. The only ones that haven't would have been new admissions that missed the first dose, or, you know, for whatever reason weren't able to get the first dose at that time. Our staff, we're currently sitting at about 89%. And what it's important to remember here is this is a snapshot. And so when you're in a high priority eligibility category like resident staff and essential caregivers of long-term care, you continue to be on that high priority list, so they can continue to receive the vaccine going forward. And 98% of our essential caregivers had the vaccine as well. So I would say that those are amongst some of the highest uptakes in the province of Ontario. And again, no doubt that it had a huge impact on those residents that did recover, and the severity of symptoms being quite minor in nature for the majority of those residents. I wanted to just touch on the impact to our residents and families and staff. You know, in terms of residents and families, we ramped up our communication to them. Keep in mind, no visitors were allowed into the lodge for 5 weeks, except unless the resident was end of life. And so we know how anxiety provoking that would be to all involved. And so we provided regular written emailed updates as needed. That turned out to be, you know, minimum of 3 times a week, but often it was daily as things were changing. But we also held town hall type Q&A sessions where families could and staff could submit questions, and we as a management team answered them. But we also had Dr. Cushman or Dr. Foote along with us as the experts. And again, as I said earlier, I think that gave everybody a great peace of mind. Additionally, we had daily meetings with the health unit, the LHIN and Ontario Health and Long-Term Care joined those as well. So lots of support and making sure that we were making the right decisions all along. I can't thank our staff enough. First of all, as I mentioned, there was a whole team of staff who put up their hand early on through our pandemic planning to say, if we need to stand up a COVID care unit, I want to look after those residents. And so they came through for us, but similarly for the staff that looked after our well residents, holding down the fort, if you will, just a huge thank you to our staff. And I know our warden and chair and CAO through the committee and council were quite concerned about our staff throughout this process, wanting to make sure that they were being supported. And so I think we did a good job of that. Again, we had lots of education and re-education to make sure everybody had access to experts and making sure they felt and knew we were doing all of the right things. Additionally, our employee health coordinator, Zato, put together a list of resources. So whether people wanted to reach out for assistance remotely, electronically, through the phone, that could be done. And of course, we have our employee assistance program as well. And so I just want to point out a few things that helped us in this outbreak. And as I said earlier, I think we were the best prepared that we could be. We did have a pandemic plan that was developed back through SARS. We dusted it off when the pandemic was declared last March, and we made regular updates as we learned best practices and lessons learned from other homes that had gone through this tragedy. As you know, we did take a precautionary approach, which is really a higher standard than the province requires throughout. Again, can't say enough about our staff and management team and the fact that everybody that could get the vaccine did get it. And so that had, positive impact for us. And then last but not least, the design of our facility. There's no question, having gone through SARS and all the flu outbreaks that we had at the old Miramichi Lodge, infection control was top of mind when the new lodge was being built. And so I know when I went to the committee and council of the day almost 20 years ago now and said, we need to maximize the number of private rooms, that put us in really good standing, over the last 15 years, but certainly throughout this outbreak. And that meant that you as a committee and council, you approved the funding for the design of the facility, which again, the County of Renfrew and the City of Pembroke were the biggest funders in the design and the reconstruction, but it also impacts our daily and our annual operational costs. So, I can't thank you enough for your foresight on that. So just to end, the staff appropriately celebrated those residents who did recover. And so when they were discharged from the COVID care unit, there was signage and balloons welcoming back to their home unit. But again, we definitely honored the two residents that we lost. And as Warden Robinson has said, in fact, residents and people that were lost across Ontario and Canada. And last but not least, on behalf of the residents, families, and staff, I want to thank the health unit. They were with us every step of the way, the LIN on Ontario Health, the Ministry of Health, and to the warden, the chair, and the CAO through Health Committee and County Council. There were many evening phone calls, weekend meetings, emails. Thank you so much. That concludes my presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Shelley. I started to craft a letter to the staff and management of both homes, and I'm not getting the right words right now. I'll keep working on it. Any questions? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I will keep these brief. I know that we have another delegation coming up very shortly. I need to commend, and I know that Ms. Sheedy would be the first to say that this, she is perhaps the lead of all hands. This was an all hands on deck response. Truly heartfelt thanks and gratitude to everyone, all of staff, all of families. The transparency was outstanding with families to create that knowledge that everything was being done that could be done. I certainly need to acknowledge that I believe there will certainly be time for this afterwards, but I believe that Miramichi Lodge, perhaps now we can write the manual on how to respond to a COVID outbreak, the granular level of detail, the planning that was done in advance, the execution of that plan in the moment was simply outstanding. At this point, though, I'm going to reiterate again what I had said following our previous delegation. This was as prepared as we could possibly be. Residents had received vaccinations, staff had received vaccinations, essential caregivers had received vaccinations, and yet, as Ms. Sheedy had said, this wily or perhaps opportunistic, it is an incredibly opportunistic virus. It came and visited the damage just the same. So once again, to our broader community, in a heartbeat, the situation can change, and I implore you, please do all that you can. The single largest arrow that we have in our quiver for responding to COVID is what we do. So once again, implore our community to follow closely and adhere closely to the guidance. And I know that it is difficult, and yet that is our single largest weapon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Any further questions of Shelley? We certainly will see Shelley later on on the agenda as well. Seeing none, again, Shelley, thank you very much. I think we really, every one of us needed the information. And again, you know, we are live streaming, and I'm hoping that people will, if they aren't tuning in now, they do at some point to really find out about what you've done and what your staff have done to keep people safe. So my sincere thank you to you and your staff. So I see we have some newcomers showing up here. So it's my privilege to welcome the Renfrew County District School Board to County Council today. I believe we have with us Brian Morris, the board chair, Dave Kaiser, the board vice chair, Pino Buffoni, director of education, and Jonathan Latterwood, communications manager. So welcome, gentlemen. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to check in. I do know that Vice Chair Kaiser is on. Chair Morris, are you with us?
Yes, but again, totally unfamiliar computer, and I think I'm on video, or I'm not on video, but I don't know how to get on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you fine.
You hear me? Okay, but you can't see me. Can you see me?
Nope, sir, we cannot.
Oh my goodness. My main computer, it died literally 4 days ago. And so I'm using my son's, and I'm not sure how to get the video going in the preferences.
Well, you know what? It's, if you can't do the video, we can hear you, so that's fine. You will discover that a number of our county councillors have very poor internet connection as well, so sometimes they go dark. So don't worry, as long as we can hear you, that's what's most
very
important.
Good. We'll begin then. Thank you very much. Anyways, good morning to all members of the Renfrew County Council. We certainly appreciate that you're giving us a few minutes of your time to share with you, and you're our municipal partners. We value this very much. We want to share a few things that are happening with the Renfrew County District School Board. We last were with you 2 years ago in person that time. Doesn't that seem like an awful long time ago, considering everything that's going on? At that time, the then chair, Susan Humphreys, made the presentation, and today you're going to hear from all four of us. First of all, introductions, and I know you have the slide in front of you. So you know who we are. My name is Brian Morris. I'm the trustee for Petawawa, and I'm the chair of the board. I represent the town of Petawawa and Garrison Petawawa. We also have the David Kaiser, the vice chair of the board, and he's the trustee for quite a list here: Bone Share Valley, Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, Madawaska Valley, Brudenell, Lindaught, and Raglan, and South Algonquin. We also have our Director of Education and Secretary of the Board, Pino Buffoni, And lastly, we have John Latteroot, and he is our communications manager here at the Renfrew County District School Board. Just as a quick, for a second, I just want to very quickly go over, again, you have the sheet in front of you. We are the public school board. We have 7 secondary schools, 21 elementary schools, 9,500 students, and we are the 3rd largest employer in the county. And our budget this year, $142 million. And just one interesting little, sidebar fact here. The buses travel 34,000 kilometers per day. That's 237 vehicles, and we have all had many opportunities, I'm sure, to get stuck behind one. 700 runs per day. So that's so we are, certainly we have a lot that we have to do in order to educate our 9,500 students. We will be going over. I'll ask the Vice Chair David Kaiser to take it up in a few minutes and talk about our strategic plan renewal, which is underway at the moment. And then I'll pass it on to our director, Pino Buffoni, and he'll talk about the re-envisaging of what we do at the school board. And then lastly, I'll ask John Latteroot to talk about what's upcoming. And after that, if we have time, we certainly love to entertain a few questions from any members of the council. So as I turn it over to Vice Chair Kaiser, John, are you ready to play the very short video?
Chair Morris, the slide deck is being handled on the county end. So
okay,
those that are speaking, just have please cue that individual and say next slide, please.
Okay.
And, yeah.
All right, very good. In that case, that was my fault because I jumped ahead a couple of slides. So if we could go ahead to slide number 5. Okay, we have scope of our district. I just went through that. And again, my apologies. Okay, this one, strategic plan development. So if we could play this, and then I'll ask Vice Chair Kaiser to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Morris. I'm going to take a few quick minutes and just sort of run briefly through our strategic plan. Certainly, it is a pleasure to be here today on behalf of all the colleagues at the Renfrew County District School Board. We absolutely appreciate the opportunity. My short objective is that to use these sort of meetings with our municipal partners to share information and obviously to seek input, as was mentioned earlier. This kind of dialogue to us is very important in regards to when we do set our priorities and our challenges and look at our challenges. And to me, and speaking with the chair earlier, is typically our past involvement with the municipalities. Well, I'm going to phrase it this way. what we'd like to see our future involvement with municipalities revolve around are things like this, rather than when we're looking at school consolidations, then we sort of have this dialogue, which is not usually positive. We like to look at it as trying to establish some positive dialogue with all of our stakeholders, and this morning it's with our municipal partners. I'm sure there's plenty of experience in the room, in the virtual room, in regards to strategic planning and working on strategic plans. So we consider our strategic plan, I'm sure similar to you, as our roadmap in terms of how we set goals, how we set priorities, and at the end of the day, how we make decisions. For us, our strategic plan is a 3 to 5 year sort of roadmap of what we're going to do down the road with public education in Renfrew County. So again, as was mentioned earlier, gathering the input from our stakeholders is very, very important. I'll just ask if you could skip over to the next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about our strategic priorities and our process. We recently hired a consultant and went through the process of, I guess, resetting our strategic plan, our vision, our mission, and our value statements. And so it was quite a positive experience, and out of it came a number of initiatives, as we're going to review very quickly. Previous to that, we had gone to I guess I'll say our school communities in terms of trying to establish a new board motto. And that motto became Inspire, Empower, and Achieve. And I think the success we had out of that motto with all of our stakeholders just sort of, to me, brings the point of why we're here today. The more input we have, the better strategic plan we can make and the better decisions we'll make down the road. So just in terms of quickly going through our priorities, I mean, you can see on the slide our vision, which is really our motto, our mission statement, and our values. And the 3 key priorities: empower, equity, and well-being is the first one I'll touch on quickly. I think for all of us, there's many areas here that we need to become more familiar with. I mean, well-being for our students is fairly new to education in terms of a priority, and more so this year with the pandemic and the situation we have ongoing at our schools, and situations even that can be, relegated to families and the stresses and challenges they're going through. Number 2, achieve excellence in teaching and learning. That's really the cornerstone of what we do at the board, is try to educate our students. And I like to say it's to provide the best possible educational opportunities for our students. The last one, which is sort of tied into today, is inspire, community engagement, and partnerships. We definitely want to be more engaged with our partners in our community. Again, we find the more we get involved, the more we find common issues. We share the same challenges. And at the end of the day, these kinds of dialogues go a long way to helping us plan what we're going to do down the road in Renfrew County with our public education system. So a couple little quick things. We recently sponsored at the Renfrew County District School Board 3 virtual public forums with our 3 families of schools. We also brought along our Parent Involvement Committee for consultations on a virtual meeting. We brought in our school council chairs and our federation partners as well. And one of the things that we did that was kind of unique this year is we set up what we call a thought exchange. And that was something we put out in social media to seek input from all our stakeholders. And at the end of the day, we were pretty pleased with our results. There is, I don't think we have it on a slide, but certainly we had, 365 thoughts, over 12,493 what we call ratings, which is thoughts going back and forth. And the one thing that I will mention, hopefully I can mention, is that there were only 3 representatives from the local municipal governments who went into the thought exchange. So we'd like to see that expanded, because your input's very valuable. So hopefully that will increase and improve with today. And I know that a little bit later in our presentation, our communications manager, Jonathan Latterow, will be asking specific details on what kind of input we're looking for from our partners at the municipal level. So I very much appreciate the short opportunity that I've had. Again, we're very proud of our overall strategic priorities. And again, this is what we use to base our strategic plan on, and our goals and priorities and objectives for the next 3 to 5 years. And at the end of the day, we feel with more input, we'll make better decisions on behalf of our students and staff in Renfrew County at our public schools. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Vice Chair Kaiser. Thank you very much for that shift to the next slide. Just wanted to provide, as Director of Education, again, a pleasure to be here, a few points that we've been working on around visioning. In the 2017-2018 school year, we conducted a vision exercise at the elementary level that led to an expansion of programs over a number of years. We're heading into the 4th of 5 years of that, and John will give a little bit more detail on that coming up. But we're really pleased that the expansion of programs, primarily in French immersion, has resulted in an increase in our enrollment for the first time in well over a decade as the Renfrew County District School Board. So we're very excited about the progress we're making at the elementary level. At the secondary level, we began a visioning exercise, the second leg of that particular initiative, to look at our programming across our 7 secondary sites in a number of areas. The pathways to post-secondary, whether it's university, college, apprenticeship, or workforce, our student succession initiatives, including how we connect students to their area of passion, experiential learning opportunities, and really making the world of learning all the more connected to industry and to life in general. Our virtual learning environments and platforms, which has taken on a whole new meaning with the pandemic, beyond what we envisioned in 2019 around this particular topic. And then the very important element of transitions between elementary and secondary schools. So we're working on those initiatives. I'll just ask you to shift to the next slide. A number of major events, of course, have impacted our steps since that time, but I'm very proud to say that this work continues. The first one, and there's a link there that's shared to Inspired Learning. It's a document that we've created that is the cornerstone of the move forward for professional learning for our educators, that focuses on the core skills of literacy and numeracy, along with global competencies such as creativity and innovation, as well as communication and collaboration, and then through to its link to the curriculum as provided by the ministry. The pandemic, of course, has had an impact on our schools, as you well know, with changes to our scheduling, such as the ability to transition between, or pivot as they use in our terminology, between remote learning and face-to-face learning, and also the notion of shifting from the traditional semesters to quadmesters. In our conversations with Dr. Cushman, he's been pleased on balance. We've received a very positive report card, so to speak, with respect to how we're managing our school sites and our central offices. And the key for us in education, beyond all of the health and safety guidelines you'd expect, of course, masking, social distancing, the key for us has been cohorting, minimizing the bubbles of students class to class. And that's why we shifted from semesters where there'd be essentially any student would be in 4 classes down to quadmesters, where they're only in 2 classes for a portion of time, which is shorter than a semester. And just a reminder here, we were actually in Renfrew County at one of our secondary schools, Fellows High School, back in the fall, the very first school closure in the province and one of the first 3 across the country. So there was a lot of attention at that time in terms of how schools could remain open during a global pandemic. And we were able to navigate that, learn from that experience, and of course have been able, as Dr. Cushman has said, to really uphold a lot of the key health and safety elements for our students while they're in school, to the point where there's lots of conversation around holiday times, that there's actually often an increase in various regions in transmission because students are away from the very well-established school setting. So it's been very, very helpful for us to work with the health unit. They've been a tremendous partner. And last but not least, just wanted to share that we've introduced a system principal position in the district to look at equity and anti-racism this past fall, which really helps with the work that we need to do beyond achievement and well-being to now be broader to be achievement, equity, and well-being. So over to you, John. Thanks again, and you can transition to the next slide.
Thank you, Pino. Sorry, I was just in the middle of a chat there. I'll make my comments brief. Thanks everyone again for hosting us. With respect to the FSL program expansion, as Pino mentioned, going back to the fall, late fall of 2017, the district underwent a program cyclical review process focusing on elementary programs. From that, it was decided or recommended to the Board of Trustees to look at expanding our FSL programs across the district with the intent to ensure integrity of programming, as Pino said, equal quality of access. The trustees received that report in August of 2018, sanctioned it, and we've been putting that in place over time since then. The last two aspects of that, certainly not the least important, but just simply how we've rolled it out, are Madawaska Valley Family of Schools and the Deep River Family of School, which is Mackenzie Community School. So for the forthcoming fall, so September 2021, with respect to what we're doing in Mackenzie Community School, we will be instituting middle French immersion. So that is for grades beginning 4 and up. With respect to that school for next year, though, we are accommodating parents and allowing a one-time opt-in, multi-grade opt-in. So grades 3, 4, and 5, I should say, to be able to access that program. We will continue to offer from K to 3 English with core, but once the student transitions from grade 3 to 4, there will be the opportunity to sort of select in terms where you want to go, whether it's middle French immersion, continue on, or continue with English with core French. So that's coming up for this coming fall. For Madawaska Valley, something that's coming the next fall, and that involves a number of our elementary schools out that way. Palmer Rapids, Killaloe, Sherwood is the anchor school for this project. And how it will work is very much similar in terms of the instituting the start of middle French immersion for the grade 4 year. But we're allowing folks who, depending on the timing, if they are in this coming year in grade 3 and are graduating the next year for the beginning for grade 4, they will be able to switch from Palmer Rapids, Killaloe, and Whitney, thank you, Whitney, to be able to come to Sherwood to take advantage of the middle French immersion program. Again, though, those schools will be able to continue to offer English with core French, but for folks those parents that want their children to take advantage of middle French immersion, Sherwood for the time being will be that site school to offer that program. So that's where that is with respect to our FSL program expansion. Shifting to remote learning virtual school, as we talked about, our remote elementary school. As we all know, the year that we've been working through, the ministry has mandated we provide that opportunity to our parents, the remote learning opportunity, and we have done that. We have about 750 secondary students currently and about 350 elementary students who are participating fully in the remote learning. Moving forward, though, into next year, we've taken the position of looking at specifically the elementary learners. Secondary is a little different in the sense that they are linked in terms of the offering at the homeschool is the same as the experience on remotely. Elementary right now is not necessarily that. It's really dependent on the timing and it's really dependent on the school that's providing it. So it's not necessarily linked to the student's historical home school or community school. We're going to be working though to address that by creating a virtual elementary school for next year. So the benefit being for siblings or students in the same household, they will have a consistent learning schedule, as it were, in terms of accessing and participating in the synchronous learning. So it really is us trying to tighten that up. And again, beyond that, in terms of providing some resources around administration, support staff, and resources, really thinking of it as it's a school, but without the bricks and mortar in terms of how we approach it to make sure that we respect the choice of the parent and how they want their child to engage in the learning and the curriculum. Finally, just a comment, some of you may know, we recently, as of January, launched our website redevelopment, the new website, Next Gen. So that's pretty neat for us in terms of a tool, a front door to communicate to you and other stakeholders. Late spring, early summer, we will now shift to updating all of our school sites. So that will be just as a big a project, but something that will likely move a little bit smoother, having gone through the central website redevelopment project. And then digital signs, again, some of you may be from your respective communities. Most recently I'm thinking about Arnprior. We are coming to an end in terms of that phase of that project with the placement of our new digital signage. And that is, again, something where we are looking to provide consistency in terms of the look and feel and branding of the district with respect to our school sites. The ability to communicate messages in real time throughout the day. And of course, with our community partners, having the ability to communicate on their behalf, should we need to, with the messaging that they may have for their local school communities. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time. And I believe now it's just questions, Q&As we'll take.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I know the members of County Council appreciate hearing from other county-wide agencies and organizations, and certainly the education of our children has been in the forefront for some time. More so, I would say, with the pandemic and the impact that it's had on the school system and our children's ability to be in school. You know, when you talk about virtual or online learning, that is a concern for many of us. As we all know, in the county of Renfrew, our internet, our broadband service is good in some places, spotty at others, expensive at others, and non-existent in more of our rural areas. So, you know, we as a county have been pushing very hard. We are part of the Eastern Ontario Regional Network, pushing for a regional approach to broadband. So what I would ask is that perhaps you take back to your board a request from the County of Renfrew that the Renfrew County District School Board write a letter in support of the EORN GIG project, because that will have a significant impact not only on our local economy and our ability to rebound from this pandemic, but the education of our children. So I would ask you if you wouldn't mind having that conversation at your board table. Should you see fit then to write a letter of support for us, you can certainly be back in touch and we can give you the information. And again, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time. I will open it up to questions, please. Any questions? Councillor Burrows, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I certainly must compliment the school board for the work that they've been able to do. The one question I had is knowing how important sports programs and even the shop programs are for some of the students who may not be academically inclined. How is the school board addressing some of those challenges that COVID has presented?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perhaps that's certainly one of the most important things that we try to do. Experiential learning is crucial. For many of our students, whether it be out in different community workplaces, through co-op education, or through hands-on learning in our various shop and tech classes. Perhaps I could ask our director, Before to add a few comments to that as well.
Certainly. Thank you for the question. There's three key elements for us at the secondary level, and that's part of the reason why we didn't create a separate elementary school virtually as we did for kindergarten to grade 8. And that's the three key elements are the connect to the homeschool through the actual physical presence to do some of the courses you're speaking about, the auto shop, some of the other trades elements, as well as e-learning, which are online learning options for students that are shared amongst school boards, and then what we call V-learning, which is, for instance, a class that might be taking place in grade 12 chemistry at Valor with 17 students could have another 4 students coming in virtually from fellows to join them. So there are 3 options at the secondary level for all the reasons you've mentioned. The pandemic, we're engaging, but also when you get higher in the grades, there's much more diversity in the interests of the students. So at the secondary level, we're keeping all the students tied to their home school, and then it's some combination of online in v-learning or e-learning, or their presence on site. And I will add one more quick comment. We feel it's really important for all students, and we think even with the elementary virtual school, that's in place for the upcoming school year, and we'll decide what to do from there on, because we do feel for the well-being of students, the connection to other students and to society more broadly in the face-to-face is very important. Interestingly, even for students who just want online. A lot of the parents are saying, I understand my child learns better that way, but I want them out of the basement more than once every 5 months. So there's an achievement well-being balance we have to maintain for the greater good of the students beyond what they would choose for themselves alone. So I know that's a bit of a complicated answer, but there's 3 key components of the secondary level to still allow some of those hands-on activities to take place.
Okay, if I could, there's a question in the chat for me here on whether or not we could provide an update on any possible French school for Arnprior. That, of course, is not part of this board's operations or plans. Perhaps I could ask the director to make a comment on that.
Sure. Very excited that we've been able to expand our French immersion programming, not only at Walter Zaddo, which was in place before the current strategic plan, but we've also expanded at AJ Charbonneau, and we will be providing the French immersion platform on either immersion or extended right through to the secondary level at Arnprior District High School. So we're very excited in the offerings we can provide to our parents and guardians and our students in a very fluid, dynamic, bilingual environment. So that's coming, and we are preparing now at the secondary level because of the interest at the elementary that will work its way through to secondary over the next 5 years or so.
And it's Brian Morse again. And so when it comes to any other board offering a French school, we really can't comment on that.
Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden, and good morning to the team from the school board. Nice to see you. Thank you for the presentation. Last year, Pino, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, you were here and I had a chat with you in the hall. And one of the things I asked about is if you were getting the information from development and developing groups within communities, whether in actual fact you were a commenting agent on any of the subdivisions that are coming forward. Just so that you understand, or maybe you can help me a little bit, we've got about 400 homes that are coming online in the next 2 to 3 years. It's been my experience in our community, and I may have the numbers not quite bang on, but 70% of those folks are coming in to take these homes and apartments, etc. Usually have children, 2 and 2.5 kids type of thing. We're a very young community in Petawawa, 31, 32 years, as opposed to the provincial average upwards of 41, 42. My concern is, one, are you being included in the commenting agencies to make you aware of what's happening? That's pre-planning, so to speak. And are you in a position to accommodate upwards of another 600 or 700 kids that are coming into our community? I understand they go through the system, and at the other end they're leaving, but I'm not sure whether there's sufficient capacity to accommodate them. And I'll get to you very quickly. I can recall when we built Fowler School, we delayed it for 2 years because Fowler School, they only wanted to build a school for 1,050 kids. That was the numbers that were in Petawawa at the time, and now it's upwards of 1,500 kids that go there, and I dare say they're close to capacity. Herman Street, I know Our Lady of Sorrows is not within your board, but Pineview, Valor School, etc. Are there plans beyond, what do you call those, temporary classrooms for any inclusion to increase the capacity to accommodate these kids? That's number one question.
Okay, Pino, do you mind if I just jump in first? Thank you very much for the question, Mayor Sweet. we certainly are. We're very pleased that Petawawa is such a vibrant and growing community. And of course, you're very right. It does put pressures on the established, schools in the area. We are establishing, we did so at our last board meeting, a boundary review to take place, for Petawawa, because you're right. We have schools that are sort of bursting at the seams, at least in one area of Petawawa. Valor, certainly is full. Perhaps it could take a few more students, but Herman Street is basically oversubscribed, and we've got pressures there with too many students. Pineview, on the other hand, can take more students, and before the ministry would free up any more funds to, build an addition, say at one school in Petawawa, they would want us to make sure they want us to show them that we had all our schools in Petawawa full. So the first step is to make sure that we establish either program changes to fill up Pineview a bit more, or boundary changes, and then we would be able to proceed to next stages. So I could ask our director if he wanted to comment more on that.
Nice to hear from you, Mayor Sweet. Absolutely, Chair Morris has covered it. The only small piece I would add is a yes to your initial question. Absolutely, following our conversation last year, which I appreciated very much, I did follow back up with our facilities department, our manager Bill Murray, and Superintendent Jen Barnes around the connection to all of the key stakeholders who provide key information. So we are doing that on a regular basis, and excited about the growth in the Petawawa area. And excited about the ability for our organization to adapt, as Chair Morris has said, to accommodate students, both in the short term, which I think we can make some accommodations. Longer term, we may need to think about some deeper, more extensive projects to do just what you mentioned.
Yeah. Well, thank you. If I could, just one other quick question, if I could, Warden.
Sure. Go ahead.
I noticed that you were talking about total inclusion within your strategic plan. I got to tell you, 7 years ago, I did have a group that sat there with anti-bullying and total inclusion, including the representation from the schools, the OPP, social groups, et cetera, to try and eliminate the bullying and the total inclusion situation. I wish you all the very best at that, because I think it's absolutely key and essential to the mosaic of what our communities are. It went on for about 2-3 years. We had staff in there, paid staff, etc., but it fizzled out. So I'll be interested in see how you handle that going forward. As I say, maybe we were ahead of the curve back then, but it's absolutely essential to when you see what's going on. So I wish you all the very best with that. If I could be any help with that, we included the town of Deep River within that group as well, but. I think it's absolutely key and essential that you move that forward. There are issues, as we all know, out in our community. So thank you for taking a look at that, and I wish you the best as you go forward with that particular situation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Sweet. If I could just make a quick comment, that is certainly something that we see as vitally important. That's why it's part of our strategic plan. We have a new system principal for equity and inclusion, and she's hard at work, and we're very concerned that the culture of all our schools reflect our commitment to equity and inclusion, and anti-bullying. So you're absolutely right. It's so very, very important for all our students, and we are continuing our efforts.
Okay, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to take one more question. I'm very conscious of the fact that a number of county councillors have been meeting since 8:30 this morning, and I'd like to give them a break. So the final question is for Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you very much, Warden, and to our friends from the board. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your cooperation with the Ontario Winter Games. I recognize we're not able to nail down with any certainty the dates, but we're reasonably comfortable dependent upon COVID. So thank you very much to your staff for allowing us access to look at the venues and to be able to include them in the bid and then book them. We really appreciate that, and I hope you're able to pass that to your board as well as your staff that are involved. It's much appreciated. Thank you for your presentation, and it just brought me a couple of questions. And Pino, frankly, I was very, very glad to hear, and I'll paraphrase it and shorten it, to getting people out of their basements and the awareness of that, because I'm wondering if, and in rural Ontario, there's always the fear of consolidation. I recognize it's not meant to be a fearful process, but it ends up being one. And so will those criteria that you spoke of, will that be part of a future consolidation discussions or contemplation and addressed specifically in final documents? Because I really think those are important, and I intend to touch base with you offline, because I and I'm sure Councillor Love and I'm sure the warden would take those kinds of parameters back to our respective organizations at the provincial level and the regional level to suggest that those make a lot of sense. So is that something that you would, your board would consider injecting into future discussions about consolidation?
Most certainly. If Chair Morris, if you're okay if I address, or would you like to begin?
No, go ahead, Pino.
Okay. Certainly a pleasure to speak to you, Peter, and thanks again. A couple of quick comments. The first one is you'll have our full support, as will the entirety of council, for the Ontario Winter Games. We're excited about it. We think it's a wonderful opportunity for our students, for instance, very briefly, to complete community service hours for volunteering to help along with the games. So I know staff is in contact with coordinators of the games. We're very excited, not only for its presence in the county, but all that we can contribute in terms of volunteer service hours. We've got a cadre of ready students to contribute. I think it's a great experience for them, in addition to our facilities or whatever we can do. So rest assured, you'll have our support along the way. And we know we may be navigating through this the pandemic period along with the games. In terms of the consolidation, absolutely. You know, there's no intention for us as a district. Our vision is really the maintenance of our important community schools. We're excited about our program expansion and our increased enrollment to do just that. But we understand too, with the provision of online learning, and the provincial government has signaled elements of online learning being much longer than the pandemic period. We do want to have discussions with our community partners, with our parents and guardians, around a healthy balance of achievement and well-being, along with the equity pieces for the points you raise. We have some parents who are concerned about their students being disconnected from their peers the way they once were. We just need to manage that together. So all to say, a long-winded answer to your question on both fronts: yes to the games, yes to continued discussion around the elements moving forward post-pandemic.
Thank you.
Well, Brian, Pino, Jonathan, David, thank you very, very much for being here today. We look forward to further conversations and communications. I think we're certainly going to see a lot more of you and hear much more about you in the months ahead. So again, thank you very much, gentlemen. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Warden, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Thanks again.
All right. So members of council, I have 10:45. I'm going to give you a 10-minute break because I'm very conscious of some folks have been sitting at their desk meeting since 8:30 this morning. So we'll reconvene at 5 to 11, please. Right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your 10-minute break. We're going to continue on with our agenda. So, Mr. Morrow, correspondence, please.
Thank you, Warden. I have one item for correspondence to discuss with council today. We have received a request. We've received a request from CNL with respect to a letter of support, requesting a letter of support for the near surface disposal facility that is being constructed. Staff has done some research with respect to this particular issue. There is a past resolution that is dated April 26, 2017. Chair, with your approval, I will read that resolution. And what I'm proposing is that staff respond to the request from CNL with a letter of support and response based on this past resolution, ma'am. So if with your permission, I'll read the resolution.
Certainly. So my understanding is it to come under my signature?
Yes, ma'am.
So just so council knows that because we haven't had this conversation this year, that I asked Mr. Morrow to check to see what we had on the books. So we'll just read what the resolution as it stands at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The resolution reads, be it resolved that Council for the County of Renfrew supports the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and the benefit Chalk River Laboratories has provided and continues to provide locally, nationally, and internationally, and that Council for the County of Renfrew supports the town of Deep River as the host community of CNL with respect to the proposed NSDF and the review of the environmental impact statement for a near surface disposal facility. This would include the process the town of Deep River has commenced to conduct a comprehensive peer review of the NSDF and make a subsequent sound, educated, and well-informed representation to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Thank you, Chair. So I'm suggesting that our response for your signature, ma'am, would be consistent with that past support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. So I will do that unless there is an objection from anyone or a request or a question. Seeing none. All right, I will be sending a letter. Moving on to committee reports. Chair Peckett, please, operations.
Thank you, Warden. We, our Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, item number 1, fuel supply tender. Staff are currently preparing, reviewing, and updating required quantities for the existing tender to be processed this coming August 2021. Item 2, the addition of a light-duty pickup truck to 2021 tender. Originally planned to have 3 light-duty trucks, will be now 4. This due to an accident and a non-injury accident. And the reasons are for the recommendation are noted there. Item 3, digital procurement platform implementation. As part of the redesign of the County of Renfrew's internet site, the feature for electronic bids and tenders can be made part of the new and improved website. The Public Works and Engineering Department will pilot this initiative during the 2021 season, with possible full implementation in 2022. This system is no cost to the County of Renfrew. There is, however, a fee for suppliers to use the site of either a yearly fee of $180.25 or a per bid cost of $53.95. There are numerous efficiencies to be realized with this system. Item 4, spring load restrictions bylaw. Several improvements have been made, particularly the addition of a clause for emergency moves that the former bylaw did not address. The revised version allows the chief administrative officer to determine if an emergency move is warranted during spring load restrictions. Staff would like council to review and comment prior to the next scheduled meeting of the Operations Committee on Tuesday, April 13th, 2021. Spring loads went into effect in Renfrew County on March 15, 2021. Item 5, winter operations. Table 1 provides a summary of winter events. Table 2 outlines the significant weather events declared to date for the 2020-2021 season. Resolutions. Item 6, resolution number OPCC 210337, moved by chair, second by committee, that staff develop a financing plan and schedule to further the construction of the roundabout at County Road 26, Doran Road, and County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, as planned by AECOM. And further, that the financing plan and schedule be brought forward to County Council for their consideration. And further, that the County Council direct staff to prepare a complete project plan and schedule for the completion of the County Road 51 expansion project. To be noted, Infrastructure Ontario rates as of February the 3rd for over 10 years was 1.48%. The above resolution provides further direction and request that County Council authorize the completion of a project plan and schedule for the completion of 4-laning of County Road 51 Petawawa Boulevard. M's Jennifer Corville, Realty Asset Development Officer of Real Property Operations and Detachment of Petawawa, is waiting for the Class C estimate that has the project valued at $4,399,920. Ms. Corville reassured all that once detailed designs are supplied to base staff, that the garrison will be able to seek funding for this project 100% through Vote 10. The Brendel Road access to Highway 17 was also discussed. The garrison Petawawa remains committed to this project, and Ms. Corville believes it will alleviate traffic by 25%, potentially 800 to 1,200 vehicles per day on County Road 51. Ms. Corville reiterated that detailed designs are being completed this year with application for funding in 2022. Construction could begin in the summer of 2022 and be completed by 2024. The warden expressed her support for this project and is willing to provide a letter to the Minister of Transportation to reiterate the significance of this intersection for the quality of life for Canadian Forces members and County of Renfrew residents. The current traffic signal controls have been enhanced and have provided some improvement, but again, the volume of traffic during the peak periods of the day are beyond capacity of County Road 51. The Brendel Road access and roundabout should alleviate some of this pressure. Under bylaws, item 7, resolution number OPCC 210338, moved by chair, second by committee. The County Council pass a bylaw to acquire Part 2 on Plan 49R 19700 in the geographic township of Alice in the township of Laurentian Valley from Anthony Bramberger, Corey Bramberger, and Ashton Broom. And further, that Part 2 on Plan 49R 19700 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration of the transfer document. Item 8, resolution number OPCC 210339, moved by chair, second by committee, that County Council pass a bylaw to acquire Parts 3 and 4 on Plan 49R 19699 in the geographic township of Grattan in the township of Bonnechere Valley from James Stevenson for the sum of $1, and further that Parts 3 and 4 on Plan 49R 19699 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration of the transfer document. Item 9, resolution number OPCC 210340, moved by chair, second by committee. The County Council pass a bylaw to acquire Part 2 on Plan 49R19708 in the geographic township of McNabb in the township of McNabb Braeside from James Barkley, Matthew Naismith, and Krista Ann Richardson. And further that Part 2 on Plan 49R19708 be dedicated as part of the public highway upon registration of the transfer of the document. Item 10, resolution number OPCC 210341, moved by chair, second by committee. The county council pass a bylaw to authorize the warden and clerk to execute an agreement with Environment Canada for the operation of a water monitoring station on County Road 19, Mud Lake Road, and further that bylaw 8007 be repealed. Background is there for you. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members, Bennett, Hunt, Keller, Lynch, Robinson, and TJ. Thank you, Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Packet will start at the beginning under information. Item number 1, fuel supply tender. Any questions or comments? Number 2, the addition of a light duty pickup truck. 3, digital procurement. 4, the spring load restrictions. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just at the time that it's being revised, anyway, just bringing council's attention to page 16, Article 7. It is clear that the intent is that this travel happen during daytime hours only. It's just that in the wording it says that it shall be between half an hour before dusk and half an hour after dawn. Which is somewhat conflicting, the first being the commencement and the second being the conclusion. So I would suggest that they just be reversed when the final draft is being prepared.
Thank you for pointing that out, and it certainly can be done. Any other questions on item number 4? 5, the winter operations. Under resolutions, number 6, County Road 51 Advisory Committee report. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I note within this report, there was a paragraph, bear with me just one moment, where it said clarification. Yeah, clarification was requested on the potential 25% diversion. And I certainly acknowledge that I'm unfamiliar necessarily with some of these road names, that it's difficult for me to follow. I certainly know where Doran Road comes to Petawawa Boulevard, and I believe that that's what is kind of in front of us is that roundabout. This other roundabout on that talks about Menin Road, Festubert Road, Paquette Road. There's also a Brindle Road. I'm unfamiliar with the road system into the base, the Garrison Petawawa, that I perhaps mapping the next time that we would be reviewing this mapping could be provided to illustrate. It is difficult for me to comprehend or to visualize what these are. With respect to the second, I'll refer to it as the second, the roundabout on the Paquette Road. So it is anticipated that it would be eligible for 100% vote, 100% support through this vote 10. But I'm wondering if this is much like municipal grants as well, that there will be a lineup of various CAF infrastructure competing for scarce resources of whether there is some significant certainty of finding that funding. The third question, I guess, is it just the reference to the Brindle Road that is anticipated to alleviate the traffic by 25% because it is contained within that paragraph beginning on page 8 and going into page 9. So I do apologize, Madam Warden, there were several questions there. I guess the final one is, do we have current annual average daily traffic counts on each of these roads that are being referenced in this report?
Okay, well, I'm going to take a stab at the first 3. And I will look to Councillor Peckett to help me out, as well as Director Perkins. So the roundabout with the Paquette Road and Mainen Road and whatever there is right at the gate of Garrison Petawawa. That is the one, that is the roundabout that we're referring to. And that is the one where Garrison Petawawa would be looking at vote 10 funding. And you're absolutely correct. It's like in Ontario when you have an intersection that has been found worthy of a traffic signal, but your name is thrown into the pot with everybody in the province of Ontario that has a need for traffic lights on a provincial highway. So yes, so it's definitely not a guarantee that they will get funding, but they seem to be fairly positive about that. The Brindle Road is the road that would be built, and that is the one where she talks about the 25% diversion of vehicles, and she acknowledges that that access will be a longer route for some people than going straight down Petawawa Boulevard. Their hope is that over time they can encourage people to use that intersection to access Highway 17. As far as the traffic counts, I'll leave that to Mr. Perkins. But I mean, you know, we've been talking about County Road 51 for a long time, and I would really encourage any member of County Council that has not gone to Petawawa and traveled these roads to please do so, because it's, you know, we are talking significant funding going forward, and it's a decision that you should be making with all of the information. So if you have not gone to Petawawa, I encourage you to visit the town of Petawawa. I'm sure that Councillor Sweet would be happy to host you. And it is, you know, we talk often about how it's growing. You need to go look at it for yourself. So I would just encourage that as we move forward in spring and summer, it'd be a nice road trip. Councillor Peckett, would you like to add anything to my comments?
Thank you, Warden. You have it very well covered. The only thing that I might add is I questioned Ms. Corville several times on the amount of traffic that Brindle Road would actually defer from the downtown area of Petawawa. And it started out with a large number, and then as our conversations went on, it became the lesser number. And then not quite sure if even that number would be alleviated, or be the amount of traffic that would not go down the main street. It certainly will help at the end of day when those folks that are traveling from the Garrison north through to Chalk River and Deep River, it certainly will help those folks at that time of the day. And also first thing in the morning coming in from that area. There was some conversation that although that choice is there to use Brindle Road, that people will inevitably use the shorter distance. And as far as creating less traffic in downtown Petawawa in the noon hour and before noon and afternoon, couldn't really see any effect on that amount of traffic at all. So thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Peckett. Director Perkins, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to County Council. Good morning, all. As for the traffic counts right now, AECOM is still in the process of fine-tuning their report. They haven't even given us a draft report. They've just given us a Class C estimate. We are still on the original 2014 estimated numbers. That was the original transportation study that was done by AECOM. So it's 16,700 vehicles per day. And at peak time, it's 1,400 vehicles per hour that actually use Petawawa Boulevard.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Sweet, did you have, I saw your hand up. Did you want, was this to answering Councillor Donohue's questions, or did you have an additional question?
Well, I just want to make a comment, please,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
No, don't mind at all.
I've been listening to this. I've made presentations on this particular situation since the year 2007. That's 14 years ago. I really hope that the County Council does not miss this opportunity this time around to move this project ahead. I have in front of me a letter dated to the then warden, Peter Emon, in 2016, in which the garrison applied for $5 million to widen Petawawa Boulevard and felt absolutely sure that they would get that $5 million. It included widening the boulevard, putting in a bridge, and another $4.5 million to put a roundabout at Paquette Road. Just to put this into perspective, and I don't believe for a minute some of the stuff that's in this report. The traffic counts have been going on since 2007, in which time the base population was some 5,000. It's now nearly 7,500 to 8,000 individuals. It was declared overcapacity in 2007, which means it's overcapacity by a country mile. 450 Squadron is in there. Seesaw is in there. The road has to be upgraded. As far as traffic counts are concerned, if we have to do another one, this will be the third or fourth traffic count that we have to do on this. When and are we going to just accept this particular process and make it happen? If we had gone forward in 2016, let me just try and put this into perspective for you. The price in 2016 was about $19.5 million, of which, as I just alluded to, $9.5 million were coming in from possibly the base and vote 10. If we had gotten that and we felt pretty sure that we were going to get that, that would have brought it down to 10 million. 3 million also was being put in there by the town of Petawawa for infrastructure in the ground, which now brings us down to 7. So I hope that County Council understands that this particular project, which I think they've got a number of based on $24 million, is not $24 million that's necessarily coming from the county of Renfrew. I want to make that abundantly clear. In terms of where, for Councillor Donoghue is, as far as the roads are concerned, let me just try and explain to you where Menon Road is. If you leave and go up, I hope that you know where Murphy Road is, Councillor, because that takes you right on to the Trans-Canada Highway. It comes right down into the center of the town. You go up the Highway 17, you pass a road by Paquette. Paquette, as I said, is a county road. There is a back entrance into the base at Paquette. Has been there for 25, 30 years. You continue up that highway about 3 or 4 kilometers till you get to a place called Brindle Road. Brindle Road takes you directly to the Mattawa Plains, which is the home of 450 Squadron and Seesaw. It's my understanding, and that needs to be confirmed, that in fact the Brindle Road is for access into the Mattawa Plain for 450 Squadron and for Seesaw. I talked at the last presentation about upwards of 400 homes that are going to be built in the heart of Petawawa. It is absolutely incredible to me to believe that human nature would allow you to leave your home in downtown Petawawa, drive out of your way by about 8 or 10 kilometers to get to Brindle Road, to come down Brindle Road, to turn in and go to the working portion of the base. Doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So when I look at this whole process, I want to say thank you to Tom for moving it ahead. I've been, as I say, working on this for many, many years, and I hope that we don't miss the opportunity this time around to try and move the yardsticks forward on this. This is absolutely key and essential to the growth that we are seeing in there. I have to remind you that Petawawa Boulevard is not a town road. It belongs to the county of Renfrew. And as such, I think it's time that we upgraded that. If you take a look at the actual road condition there, and I grant you that we're going to do some shaving and paving, etc. on there, it absolutely has to be done. It's done at this point in time. Another concern that I have there, Warden, and I have to tell you, there are 10 businesses that are located in that roundabout area at Dorn and Petawawa Boulevard. I don't know if we've made any overtures to talk to these businesses and the impact that this roundabout may have on them. That's the businesses. That's number one. Number two, we have a major asset going through there. It's called the Algonquin Trail. There's a stone dust trail that's going through there. There's also an asphalt trail that goes through there that we put in there from the town to access 16 or 18 kilometers on the garrison to allow them a little bit of relief on Petawawa Boulevard by cycling to work. I don't know what's happening there, but so I think there's some answers that have to be brought forward. I don't know where the public consultation is going on this, but I think at this point in time, my council doesn't know about this. I don't know where the county themselves gets the information that there's going to be growth and where that growth is within the town. My council doesn't know where this growth is at this point in time because the site plans and subdivision agreements are not in place. So to make a statement like that, I think, and to suggest that 25% reduction is going to happen as a result of the Brindle Road, I think is just not accurate. Let's put it that way. But please, I implore the County of Renfrew County councillors to take a long, hard look at doing this, because this is just going to be the beginning of a long journey to get it to the point where it has to be 4-lane with a new bridge in there going forward. So I would not want to see County Council, after all the work that's been put into this, defer this to another time because of traffic counts or because of concept drawings or because of Class C, whatever. I think we have to move ahead on this. This is a critical piece of infrastructure, apart from the fact there's something like $500 million payroll coming out of the base. So I implore County Council to take a long, hard look at this particular situation. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Sweet. I'm going to ask Mr. Morrow to respond to some of your comments, please, sir.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to County Council. We are very much just at the preliminary design phase right now with AECOM. We have been engaging the municipal staff all along the way, and they have been forwarded the draft the draft preliminary designs. We have committed, though, that when AECOM moves the process forward, and as part of what we've paid for, is a public consultation process, we are just not there with that consultation process yet. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morrow. Councillor Emo, your hand was up next, and then Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. I like what I'm seeing, because I think these solutions, as we roll them out, will assist us in the final design of County Road 51. And I think we all knew that it wasn't just a simple matter of 4-laning it. There was over the years, the presentations have talked of other means of buttressing the 4-laning, because essentially, if I remember correctly, it was about 1 kilometer of 4-lane leading up to the gate, and then dumping it off at the end of I believe at Doran. So it makes sense to get ready for 4-laning if that ends up being the solution. This also allows us a chance to build the infrastructure around it, because, you know, all due respect, I think 4-laning could be and may be important, but I think the bridge itself is probably more important, because without the bridge you can't do much of anything. So I think these measures will give us time to construct a final product as we move forward. So I'm quite satisfied with this report. I think it states states out and times out a process that allows us to come to a final design on it. So, and I recognize the frustration. It's been frustrating for all of us. We've had many promises of when you leave the room of money, and 7 minutes later or 7 weeks later, the check doesn't arrive. 7 months later, it doesn't arrive. 7 years later, it doesn't arrive. So, I think, the chair has talked about getting out there and finding further grants to, and they have to be cemented in place, and good for him. He's got a vision of that, as does his committee. So I think this I think this report talks about how to proceed to getting to a final design of a 4-lane, or is it 3 lanes, or is it 4 lanes? And Councillor Sweet made some comments about property owners around the roundabouts. There's going to be property issues, I think, with 4-laning as well, if I remember the other report. So this is a good first step, outline some work, and in tandem with the chairs and committees resolve to find more funding for the larger project. I think it's a good first step.
Thank you, Councillor Emo. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess, Director Perkins. Am I understanding this correctly, that this road is not part of our existing asset management plan? And I have a supplementary once you answer that.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, to Councillor Hunt. County Road 51 is part of our asset management plan. It's actually scheduled for rehabilitation this summer, shave and pave. And so is the bridge is also part of our asset management plan, and the bridge is actually having design work done this year for repair work next year. That's the existing bridge. That's not a new bridge. But right now in our inventory is County Road 51 and Petawawa River Bridge.
So this $3 million project that we're talking here, and we put forth a method of funding it, is that part of our existing asset management plan now? Is that $3 million showing up in our asset management plan?
Thank you again, and through you, Warden, to Councillor Hunt. I will defer to Mr. Foss, but right now, of course, that is just a standard intersection. So an actual construction of a roundabout would be an increase to our asset management plan. But once it was completed, it would become part of our inventory. So you can ask Mr. Foss for clarification.
Also see Mr. Morrow here as well. I'll refer to Mr. Morrow first, please.
Actually, thank you, Chair. I'll defer to Mr. Foss on that.
Okay, Mr. Foss, you're up.
Thank you. And through you, Warden, and in response to Councillor Hunt's question, the roundabout itself as a component of the linear asset network does not exist in our current asset management plan. And so therefore, the project, if you will, would be an expansion to the existing plan. And as Director Perkins mentioned, once we construct the asset, then our responsibility to maintain it in the future. So the financing schedule that is in draft and is proposed would be to pay for this asset because it is not covered by the long-term financial plan at present. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Supplementary, Councillor Hunt?
Yes, okay, thank you for that. I'm just wondering, and perhaps we could talk about it at finance, but any of these assets such as this that are seemingly wanted by the representatives of the area that they're in, should they not be, if they're not part of the asset management plan, should they be listed in an addendum or something? Because I just find it confusing that we spent all the time in the asset management plan and deciding our tax rate and think we're in good shape, and then we find that we have a $3 million job that we have to finance some other way. So I'm just wondering if we at some point should discuss, are there a bunch of these out there, and how do we recognize them? Because when I voted to take the tax rate from 3% to 2.5%, I thought we were covering all the assets, and are there more of these? So I just think it may be worthy of a discussion at a later point. And my supplementary on that was if once it says staff is going to work in developing of a financing plan and will be brought to council, I presume that will be brought to finance and admin for approval of how it fits into the long-term plan. Would I be correct?
Absolutely. There's a process, the committee process will be followed for sure. Mr. Morrow, you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Hunt and to County Council. I think what Councillor Hunt is referring to is a bigger problem that we're now seeing arise in the County of Renfrew, and that is our current asset management plan deals with our current assets as they are designed and built. With the growth in communities, we are seeing new pressures come at us. And you will note that Councillor Sweet has spoken about having the asset management plan amended in the past, and that has been done with respect to adding in County Road 51. With that said, there was the proviso put in at that time when we identified the issue with County Road 51 that it was contingent on us finding funding elsewhere because our current reserve balances could not sustain or afford to address the concern at that amount. So that's where we get to with respect to having an alternate means or plan to finance it. We are now seeing that we have multiple issues, and I think you had indicated in your last comment that where else do these things exist? Well, they exist in the town of Renfrew, where we're having issues in terms of, and not bad issues, positive. It means we're experiencing growth, but our current asset management plan does not incorporate growth. We're also seeing it at in the town of Arnprior at the corner of Edie and Daniel Street. So in all those instances, we have built an asset management plan that speaks to maintaining our current standards and our current levels with those assets as they are designed. It does not account for the growth and rebuild and redesigns. They are very expensive propositions for us, and I think we need to think about how we would deal with that later. I would suggest to council that a big part of what needs to happen in the next couple of years is the potential for a master transportation plan for the county of Renfrew that would identify these high growth areas and what that means. I think the County Road 51 for us, even in the town of Petawawa, is the tip of the iceberg. As Mayor Sweet has indicated, it still continues to experience significant growth. And I'll give you another example. The corner of Murphy Road and Doran Road within the town of Renfrew at some point will need a new solution in terms of accommodating that growth in the community. So we have these occurring, but I think that in terms of a corporation, we need to be able to come back to council with a master transportation plan. And I know Lee and I have talked about this, and identify all those significant costs coming at us and identify how we would plan to pay for them over the next 5, 10, and 15 years. Because as I had indicated, our current asset management plan only deals with our current assets as built. So I'll leave it at that, Warden, and hopefully that helps clarify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Councillor TJ, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. I think I heard all the comments, but you know, we've been talking about this. I've been here a long time and I've heard Councillor Sweet speak about this. The problem is not going to get any better. It's going to get worse. I think County Council, you guys should go there around 5 o'clock. I was in a traffic jam there for an hour and a half. And I had blue smoke coming out of my mouth. The road system was on the tip of my tongue. Waiting there is very aggravating. Petawawa is the largest municipality within the county of Renfrew. And I understand there's going to be pressures elsewhere, but we got to deal with them. Talking about them forever is not going to fix the problem. We've had so many studies, as Councillor Sweet has mentioned. Get on with it. Borrow the money and get it done. We'll deal with each situation as it comes, but personally, I support the move of it, get it done, and then we'll work on the second one that's a problem. But just talking about it isn't going to make it go away. The growth isn't going to stop just because we're doing another study. You're wasting money on studies, and we should be putting it towards the road. Anyways, I did have to feel, I think County Council should be on that road when it's busy. And you sit there and watch those people, how frustrated they are. We have an obligation, ladies and gentlemen, to try to get that fixed. And then I'm okay with dealing with the next one. Thank you, Madam Warden, for allowing me to get my frustration out. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. My comment will be very short. I was posted to Petawawa for 12 years. And what Councillor Sweet has said about saving time is just hogwash. The only people that are going to save time are people coming from Deep River, Chalk River, where they can get off at Brindle or get off at Paquette. If they're going to the town of Petawawa, they're in the same lineup that Councillor TJ was in for the hour and a half. Thank you.
All right, any other further comments? Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And through you, I'm a little bit confused here. When I first came on council 2.5 years ago, Mayor Sweet and the county were on board with asking the government for all the money that was needed to do this project. I don't quite agree with all the stuff that's going on. We know at the end of it, and Councillor TJ explained it quite well. We know at the end we have to move forward with something, and we're not doing it. We're not acting responsibly on County Road 51 because of the cost of the project. I think what council needs to make a decision is see how much that Petawawa is in for, because I presume Petawawa's portion is part of the 26 to 27 mil that's being thrown around right now. And I agree that we have with Councillor Hunt's comments that we need to know where we're going and what we actually need in an asset management plan. I hear that we should have traffic studies. Well, we know what the growth is. I'm sure the county can forecast over what they can see. Their tax revenues are coming off the growth, where it is and what's being developed. So I'm in total favor with Council TJ and certainly to Chair Peckett that we come up with a plan that's going to move this forward and move it forward now. And whatever that bullet is that we have to bite right now is coming back on growth. If it's growing that quickly, we're not going to upset the county budget for very long. That their revenues are going to grow off the growth, and I fully agree with the fact that growth money needs to be put in to make sure that everything is stable up there, and we're not moving it to this meeting, to that meeting, to this consultant, to that consultant. Let's do it and move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. So there's been a lot of conversation around this issue, and I suspect that the chair of County Road 51 ad hoc committee, Councillor Peckett, will be probably calling another meeting of his committee fairly soon. I'm again trying to move things forward. Councillor Sweet, you'll be the last to comment.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I agree. I endorse what Paul is talking about in terms of asset management. It was not on the asset management plan. I asked for it to get onto the asset management plan, and it was put on there subject to the fact that that we get the funding from both levels of government. That was part and parcel of it. But I'll take you back to a presentation that was made by a previous base commander who came in and talked to county council. I'll not mention the name, but he indicated one of the questions that was asked was growth on the base. And he indicated to us at that point in time, because the infrastructure is not in place to accommodate the base, there would be no further expansion on the base. We cannot allow that to happen. Growth is absolutely essential to economic development in all of our communities. And let me just say at the end of the day, the base, the garrison, and the revenues that they put in there are spread throughout the whole of the county of Renfrew, not within just the town of Petawawa. I'll also make one parting comment. All materials that are going onto that base come now by road. We used to get them coming in by the CP rail line, which no longer exists. In the last 6-7 years, there's something close to $700 million on capital growth on the base. That all has come in by road. I want to make you aware of that, because that is aggravating all of the challenges that we have on that as we see it going forward. And again, thank you to Councillor Peckett and the warden for advocating and going and seeing the folks up on the base. hopefully, this is the beginning of a bigger journey going forward. And I implore members of County Council to accept this recommendation challenges that are considered the #1 quality of life issue of the men and women who represent Canada to get to and from work in the morning. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. I think that's a good way to end the discussion on item number 6. Item number 7, County Road 26. Any comments? Number 7, County Road 64. 9, County Road 45. Number 10, the Environment Canada Agreement. The report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So move, Warden.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We will now move on to the Community Services Committee report, and Chair Bros, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And beginning on page 41, to the members of County Council, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is this statistical reporting. Item number 2 is the Renfrew County Housing General Manager retirement. Item number 3 is the eviction enforcement, which resumes in 3 Ontario regions. Item number 4 is Ontario's vision for social assistance transformation, and specifically referencing strategic plan goal number 3. And I think this is exciting news with the transformation that the province is looking at moving forward with. And I know that Laura will probably have more information coming forward at some of our following meetings. Item number 5 is the homelessness prevention program. And there was quite a report attached to this. And when we get to this item for Council's review, I'd certainly ask if Ms. Andrea Patrick could speak to it a little bit more on some of the details and background, because it's pretty alarming, I think, the challenges that we face in Renfrew County. Item number 5 is the Social Services Relief Fund, Phase 3, and the investment plan moving forward with the additional money that the county will be receiving. And resolutions, item number 6, Renfrew County Licensed Childcare, the letter to ministry. Resolution number CSCC 21-03-14, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that the Renfrew County Licensed Childcare letter that was issued to the Honorable John Yakubuski and the Ministry of Education concerning the early childhood educator profession be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario and the Honorable Stephen Leshy, Minister of Education. The background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Grills, Love, Regier, Reinwald, and Robinson. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bros. We begin at item number 1. Any questions on the statistical reporting? Number 2, the retirement of Carol Neal. You know, we're losing a lot of people this year into retirements, and she definitely will be missed. It was an absolute pleasure working with her when I was the chair of the committee. So I wish her all the best, and I'm sure all of County Council does as well. Councillor Bros, please.
Yes, I'd just like to echo what you're saying. I certainly have learned a lot from Manager Carol Neal, and her support has been fantastic in not only for the residents that the county provides services towards, but also keeping that communication very, very current, and certainly helps move forward what the county does for our most vulnerable residents. So Carol certainly will be missed. She carries a wealth of knowledge, and hopefully we still will be able to tap into some of that should we need it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowles. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. Having worked with Carol both in these chambers and then like yourself, Warden, as chair, and like Councillor Sweet as chair of the Wardens Caucus, we had the good fortune to present white papers on housing, public housing, and the state of repair and the needed funds. And Carol was always very quick to provide good, accurate information when I had a presentation, or even sometimes in the middle of a minister's presentation, I would shoot her off a very quick text. And she was able to allow me to offer guidance to the minister. Sometimes they needed slight corrections in some of the things they were saying. And so she was very quick to do that. And then on the other side of my life, she's been often quite helpful in explaining things in a way that I could explain to clients and find possible solutions. So I think she'll be greatly missed by our organization and by Renfrew County Housing, but also by the community. However, I think she set a good model for the staff that are working with her. And I suspect we'll see her fingerprints throughout the organization for a few more years. So good luck to her. And I hope she gets to do some of the things that she's wanted to do as a grandmother and as a mother and as a community volunteer. She's been quite active in her community as well. So good luck to her.
Thank you very much for that. Hopefully she's listening. Item number 3, the eviction enforcement. Item number 4, Division for Social Assistance Transformation. All I would say about that is the EOWC as well as AMO has this on its radar. I think it's, we know that many of our staff are being asked to consult. So we do have eyes and ears on the ground, so to speak. So we'll just keep a close eye on that moving forward. Any further comments on item number 4? Item 5, the Homeless Prevention Program. And I believe, Councillor Bowes, you were hoping that Ms. Patrick would add to this. So I will ask Andrea, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to County Council. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to share a little bit more detail about the picture of homelessness in Renfrew County and some of the trends that staff have been noticing over the past year. We're certainly experiencing, an increasing volume in homelessness across all of our communities. The first chart on page 42 of your package is the homelessness population by age range, and that is a point in time chart with respect to homelessness across the county. So for January 2021, we had 29 individuals that were homeless across Renfrew County and being provided with emergency shelter in local motels. And in February, we had 31. And those numbers, range from, 20 to 30 a month on average. Of course, it's changing on a daily basis. Not representing necessarily the total number of individuals that staff are serving on a monthly basis, but those who are homeless and being provided with emergency shelter. Appendix number 3, which is on pages 56 and 57, is some more detailed charts with some additional information about homelessness. The first 2 charts are with respect to payments that have been issued in response to homelessness. So bus tickets and motel bills. And we put this together to give some information about the increasing numbers that we have been seeing that are homeless, as well as, of course, the corresponding increasing expenditures in those areas. So in March 2019 to February 2020, staff had issued a total of 51 payments for bus tickets, which would be providing individuals with transportation to shelters in the larger centers, Ottawa or North Bay, and 133 payments for local motels throughout the county, with total funds spent in both of those areas just over $53,000. And looking at a comparison since the pandemic from March 2020 until the end of January 2020, March 2020 till the end of January 2021, Staff had issued payments for 12 bus tickets and 276 payments to local motels for emergency shelter provision, and expenditures was just over 293,000. So that's, you can see the increase. Of course, since the pandemic has started, we have been, staff working really diligently to support individuals in our local communities and help them move along the continuum to find more stable housing. We've not been, utilizing moving individuals to shelters in the larger centers as we're trying to keep them safe locally and not have that movement. Over on page 57 is some additional information about, again, what the picture of homelessness looks like. I'll just highlight some key information. The vast majority of individuals that we have been seeing that are homeless are single, so 92.4% of individuals are single. You will note, looking at age ranges, we have people that are in all different age categories. So youth and seniors and all throughout the age categories. So it's not limited to one group. We do have individuals that have come to us for help with emergency shelter more than once over the last year, but the vast majority are coming to us for help for the first time. So 87.2% were accessing support for the first time. And the majority of individuals that have presented to us as homeless are local residents. So 80.4% of individuals are local residents that have become homeless due to changing circumstances. And just with respect to some of the information that we're seeing and some changing trends about that may give some information about some of the reasons for homelessness. Certainly at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a moratorium on evictions, but that was lifted in August 2020. And since that time, we have steadily seen an increase in the levels of homelessness. We are also seeing an increasing number of individuals that are presenting to us as homeless that are indicating that the reason they become homeless is that the apartment building that they were living in was sold, or the home that they were renting was sold. So that has definitely been an increasing trend that we have seen. We are also seeing high market rent combined with low availability of rental units. So there's quite a competition for available units, particularly for units that have a lower market rent. Social assistance recipients obviously have a very limited monthly income. A single person on Ontario Works receives $733 a month, and a single individual on Ontario Disability Support Program receives $1,169 a month. So for those units that are at the lower end, there's a lot of competition for those. We're also seeing some changes with some of the landlords' requirements. More landlords are requiring proof of income along with credit checks and references, and that's a new trend that has been, very challenging for some of our recipients that we're supporting to be able to find an apartment to move into and to move out of the emergency shelter situation that they're in. And I guess the last trend that has been a bit of a change that staff have reported is, traditionally in Renfrew County, we do have, a significant number of individuals who would be precariously housed. So they may be couch surfing, they may be staying with, a friend or family member for several nights, but not have a stable residence of their own. The number, we find that people that would have been couch surfing or otherwise precariously housed have now moved into the homeless category and are coming to us for help with emergency shelter. And I think that's, somewhat, of course, in part due to COVID and some of the restrictions and family or relatives not willing to have individuals come and stay with them. So I'll pause there and happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Andrea. And I did ask for more detailed information as well. I find this very, very disturbing. And just to think about it, can you imagine surviving on $733 a month? That's your rent and it's your food and whatever. It's absolutely impossible. And I know that you and your staff and Laura work closely with other agencies and community services throughout the county of Renfrew to assist people. This is a crisis waiting to happen. So I'm really hoping that as a county, not necessarily the county of Renfrew, but as county organizations that are mandated and funded to support people who are vulnerable in our community, that we find some solutions, because it's not going to get any better unless we do something about it. And whether or not that is trying to find a made in Renfrew County solution ourselves, or if we need to go outside our boundaries to find best practices, or if we need to start advocating with the province for assistance. You know, one of the things that I notice is that large cities and their homeless issues get a lot of ink and a lot of airtime, but there's homelessness in rural Ontario that we're sometimes just really too quiet about and are oftentimes invisible. And so I very much appreciate the information today. I appreciate knowing the age group of people who are out there and who are homeless. You know, there are also children involved in some of these situations as well. So, you know, we have to take care of our residents, the ones that are easy to take care of and the ones that challenge us a little bit. So going forward, I'm really hoping that 2021 is the year that we not only get out of a pandemic, but we figure out a way to help our homeless population. So with that, Councillor Bennett, you had your hand up first. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I'm going to ask this directly to you. But back a couple of minutes ago, the eviction enforcement resumes. Where are we headed, really? Because we hear from Andrea that our numbers are going to grow in Renfrew County, and then the province puts us into a position that allows us to evict residents. That's a double-sided message to me, to know our numbers are growing quickly, and yet we're put in a position of enforcing. I don't think that is where we need to be. I think we need to be there to support our residents, and how we have to do that financially is what we need to do. And Andrea explained that, them people have no place to go. So obviously the workload to her is going to expand greatly in order to accommodate what's being in front of us. And I mean, it's very upsetting to see that eviction is going to be allowed in here where we can't handle what we got right now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Just for clarification, we as the County of Renfrew are not evicting anyone.
No.
The eviction resuming, I don't know for sure, but I suspect that many landlords put pressure on the provincial government to be able to evict people who were not paying their rent over, you know, numerous months. But that is certainly not something that we are doing. We are doing our very best to support people, not only in our housing that we have, but for people who are trying to find private homes. Councillor Emo, you had your hand up.
Thank you, and thank you to Andrea for her presentation. It is quite sobering. You're right, Warden, in your remarks, and I think too the OPP, the grind, community mental health, the food banks, the churches are all working together as best they can. The Phoenix Center, FCS as well, and there is an emerging service network, and I think there's more collaboration now than there ever has been, and it is getting better. And I think at some point it needs to sit as a group, and it is sitting as a group, but form a strategic vision moving forward. And I think the strain is further on those partners is because there are people who are working who need assistance. So if you go by the food bank and see the lines of people, and you know the number of calls of people that that are working and some that aren't, that need an extra $3 or $4 for their prescriptions. And those are a drain on this service. And then some that need physiotherapy for an injury that may have been an unreported workplace injury 10 years ago. Those also cause stresses. And so I think, you know, we talk about the social determinants of health, and you know, good housing, meals, and proper medical care are equally as important, you know, as having a bed. And I'm hopeful that we'll get to a point where we're going to take a whole systems look at people and measure the impact and develop strategies. So the information today is disturbing, but it is positive because now we're starting to track it. You know, a few years back, we had no real idea. We didn't have a system in place. We didn't have cooperation with the grind and with the police, so that if someone after 4:30, no disrespect, but a lot of services closed down at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. And so if somebody did show up at 4:30, it was a scramble to try and find something for them. So now we have a system in place that addresses that. So there, you know, these numbers are grim and they're disturbing, but we have numbers. And we have some analysis now, and we have some partnerships to build on. So it's a step forward. We just have to keep pushing forward. And thank you to Andrea and to Laura for their efforts, and to our community partners as well.
Thank you, Councillor Emo. I couldn't agree more. These aren't numbers; these are people, and now we know about them, and now we have to do something about it. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and thanks to Andrea for explaining the numbers and why they are what they are. I couldn't agree more with my colleagues. This report was really distressing, knowing that these are actual human beings in our communities. I'm just wondering, now that you have this kind of data and proof positive that through the pandemic, you know, it's tripled or quadrupled, I'm just wondering, between your colleagues amongst the province or around the province, has there been any movement to lobby the province to stop evictions once more, at least for, you know, the foreseeable future? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I don't know if it's Laura or Andrea would like to take that one. Oh, I'm seeing Laura, so Laura, please.
Thank you. Thank you, and through you, Madam Warden, to Councillor Murphy. There is discussion in some of our colleague areas about lobbying for that to change. One of the things that has come out in the article or the letter that was included in the report is about the Social Benefits Tribunal coming back to manage cases, and apparently they are looking at the most serious cases as part of their the pressure on both sides. My understanding is non-payment of rent is only one reason to look at eviction. When somebody abandons a unit or damages a unit or has illegal activity going on in a unit, those also qualify for evictions. And those are the ones that are being pushed forward, partly through the communities where, you know, they're seeing large amounts of units that are not productive. So we do have that business side that is pushing, saying, you know, we need to have a leverage to move people out that really shouldn't be in our units. But definitely in terms of, you know, moving or evicting or starting the proceedings to evict people for non-payment of rent, that is a conversation that's taking place at many, many tables. And that is being shared with both the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services as really key and important priorities in terms of making sure that evictions are for the very dire situations where property damage or illegal activity. And if I could just mention, there are lots of cases where people in our neighboring service manager areas are cautious about this because illegal activity in an apartment building can really compromise the health and safety of the other people in that building. For example, if there's drug use or other kinds of illegal activity, the other families in those buildings or nearby are also put at risk. So there's a real tempering of wanting to make sure that people who need support get support, but those who need to be evicted. So the simple answer, I guess, is yes, there's some lobbying going on, but it's with a cautious approach. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you, Ms. Lapine. And also, you know, it just brings me back to the thoughts about that basic income pilot that was going on and then stopped. Can you imagine if all of the folks that we are now listing today as homeless had a basic income that they could depend on? I think the situation would be much different. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to point out that ending homelessness is one of the key focus areas that FCM is working on and advocates on our behalf. And clearly, so the recommendations that we've been putting forward for a number of years now, following you know, the first ever national housing strategy that was released by the federal government to add to that, to quickly scale up the rapid housing initiative, grow the reaching home initiative, and prioritizing the existing Canada housing benefit for rent subsidies, and so helping what's going on there now. I think we've and I'm not comparing this to internet access, but we've all known for a very long time that this has been an issue. What the pandemic's done for us is really illustrated the seriousness of it and has exacerbated it to a certain extent also. So also, you know, strengthening Canada's existing affordable housing supply. These are just to name a few, and I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware that on our behalf, FCM has been working on this, and it's one of the key things that we're trying to ensure that the federal government is supporting this, and obviously it will flow through the provinces and the territories also. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Doncaster, for that information. Are there any further comments? Seeing none again, Andrea and Laura, thank you very much for that information. Item number 5, Social Service Relief Fund. Item number 6, Renfrew County Licensed Child Care Letter. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and I know County Council has heard me speak to this before, but once again, I think this letter clearly illustrates some of the huge challenges our child care workers are experiencing. And it makes it difficult for them to report to work on a daily basis when their wages don't always reflect the amount of time and additional effort that they have to put into looking after the children of some of our frontline workers who also very much rely and depend on that service. And just noting that there have been 2 cases in the past week of COVID positive results in the 2 of our child care centers. So once again, I mean, I think it's time that these people got recognized for the work that they do, and that we really pay attention to the fact that it's harder to attract people into this environment and this work because of the challenges and because of the low pay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brose. Any further comments? Seeing none, the report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Well, that's pretty good. We've gotten through 2 committee reports, and it's not 4 o'clock yet. So I see it's all 12 minutes after 12. I think we'll take our luncheon break now and resume at 12:45, please. Sean, if you can. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm hoping you enjoyed your luncheon break. We're still doing our committee reports. I'm going to turn it over to the Chair of the Health Committee, Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I was just having some issues with my audio. Can you confirm if you can hear me?
I can hear you fine right now. We'll let you know if it changes.
Okay, I'm going to turn the video off just to ensure. Thank you very much. We, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1 is the resident population of each of Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Item number 2 is the client waitlist information for each of the long-term care homes within the County of Renfrew and City of Pembroke. Item 3 is a palliative care model, which once again is an initiative, an innovative initiative by the community paramedic program of reaching out into the community, and this is certainly being recognized at the annual Innovations Palliative Care at McMaster University. Item 4 is advancing community paramedicine practice in response to COVID-19, and once again, demonstrating the Swiss Army knife, if you will, of the community paramedicine program and how it is truly delivering patient-centered care out into our communities. Item number 5 is VTAC testing center update. Item number 6 is the drive-through vaccine clinic that has been piloted, enormously successful in Arnprior, initially at the Arnprior District High School. The pilot went extremely well. The throughput was outstanding. I think this is a model that perhaps should be rolled out across various sectors within our community into other communities. It is incredibly efficient and effective. As part of that, also, item number 6 is the vaccine accessibility, and certainly the paramedic service has been recognized through the community paramedicine program, the outreach into the community, and particularly for those who may be challenged for transportation, who may have underlying health complications, that the vaccine might be brought to them. There will be more certainly on that in the addendum report that Council will have received, I believe, yesterday or today. We will pick up on that once again. Item number 7 is the continuing COVID-19 pandemic update from long-term care. We did see this morning, as per the first bullet point, we did review the program, the planning that had been put in place, believe it or not, beginning with the SARS outbreak in 2003, and even perhaps even sooner than that, as Ms. Sheedy had noted, just in the very design of the lodge. And similarly, also the manor has, through the generosity of the community, in Renfrew, the auditorium also at Bonnechere Manor. The next bullet point is with respect to surveillance and symptomatic testing, and also concurrent with that. Once again, rapid antigen is the rapid testing. You may have heard, Council may have heard it referred to as PanBio. I believe that may be a particular trade name that is being used as the initial screen. And should there be a positive case identified through that screening, then the gold standard PCR test is likewise utilized. The next bullet point is the vaccination. These are outstanding levels of participation, of uptake amongst our resident staff and essential caregivers. You will note, of course, that herd immunity. I'm not certain what the number is, particularly to COVID. Typically with influenza, it has been somewhere in the 65 to 75% category to confer herd immunity. And certainly we are well beyond those. I'm enormously pleased at the uptake. The next item is with respect to the continued suspension of long-term care occupancy targets. As Council will recall, there is a requirement with our funding agreements with the province that we must achieve a certain vacancy rate that must be above that. The long-term care beds must be occupied, again, because of COVID-19. And once more, the prescient recommendation brought forward by Ms. Sheedy and endorsed by Council of a pause that was put on to admissions to long-term care that now has been removed but still we are proceeding very cautiously. The next item is with respect to the ongoing prevention and containment funding being received from the province. And you see the numbers for both Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Item 8, the provincial long-term care staffing plan for the accelerated personal support training program, that ever elusive 4 hours of care that seemingly has always been just beyond the horizon for perhaps the last quarter century is finally being addressed. Of course, there are logistical challenges of bringing up to speed the number of staff that need to be available in long-term care to be able to provide that level of care, but enormously pleased that perhaps it is the 500th step in the 1,000-mile journey that we have now taken. Item 9, an ongoing presentation of my report. And as I have noted, fundraising has become an integral component to provide the level of service that certainly our residents deserve and have come to expect at our long-term care homes. Item 10 is also an ongoing and continuing part of my report. Very pleased all the time to receive these expressions of gratitude that provide a great deal of comfort and confidence to council of the level of care that is afforded residents of our community in long-term care. Moving on then, Madam Warden, to resolutions. Letter of support for the virtual family health team. I anticipate perhaps as we are doing the second lap on this report that you may wish to speak to this. You do seem to have very persuasive and compelling arguments, even in the unlikeliest of scenarios for VTAC. Likewise, this is perhaps a parallel program that is being envisioned by both Judy Hill and Dr. Jonathan Fitzsimon, that I think also speaks volumes towards the embrace of technology and how that has a role to play in continuing to afford our community appropriate access to our healthcare system, given the challenges in doctor recruitment. Resolution number H-CC-21-02-15, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council direct the warden to prepare a letter of support for the development of the virtual family health team model and the creation of a virtual family health team in partnership with the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center. And further, that this letter be sent to the Minister of Health, the President of Ontario Health, and Minister Yakubuski. Item number 12 is with respect to surplus funds remaining in the VTAC initiative. Resolution number H-CC-21-03-23, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the creation of a community paramedic reserve and the transfer of any VTAC financial surplus into this reserve at the end of 2020, and the background behind that is there. Moving, Madam Chair, on to bylaws. Item number 13 is extending letters to the long-term care service accountability agreement and Schedule E forms of compliance declaration. Resolution number H-CC-21-03-25, once again moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the extending letter to the Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement until March 31st, 2022, and the annual Schedule E form of compliance declaration for the period of January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020, issued pursuant to the Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement for each of Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge. And further, that County Council adopt a bylaw at this session to amend bylaw 15-20, being a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to continue the long-term care service accountability agreement, including the compliance declaration with Champlain Local Health Integration Network. And once again, Madam Warden, the background explains this. There is MSAW and LSAW within the sector are often referred to, and they are the accountability agreements. And moving on to item 14, which is in fact the MSAW. Resolution number H-CC-21-03-26, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the extending letter for the extension of the multi-sector service accountability agreement from March 31st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022 between the Champlain Local Health Integration Network and the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, Bonnechere Manor, for compliance with the Local Health System Integration Act 2006 for submission by the deadline of March 31st, 2021. And further, that County Council adopt a bylaw at this session to amend bylaw 16-20, being a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Clerk to continue the multi-sector service accountability agreement. And once again, the background for item 14 is there, Madam Warden. Moving on then to the addendum, I will note as well that the numbering does need to be slightly amended. Council will note that information item 14 should in fact be 15. The last item on the initial report was item 14. As information, memorandum of understanding, actually resolutions, beg your pardon, memorandum of understanding between the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service and the Renfrew County and District Health Unit. Resolution number H-CC-21-03-21, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize a memorandum of understanding between the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service and the Renfrew County and District Health Unit, including pricing model for the collaboration and partnership in the administration of COVID-19 vaccine in the County of Renfrew at the County Council. And Madam Warden, I do apologize. In fact, it is not information nor resolution, it is bylaw. The information, the background information is attached, and this is the second item that I had foreshadowed earlier in the report with respect to the participation of the Renfrew County Paramedic Service, the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service in the delivery of vaccines throughout our community. And this is in fact the enabling memorandum of understanding towards that. Item number 16 is an agreement to purchase remote patient monitoring equipment. And that is resolution number H-CC-21-03-22, moved again by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw at this session authorizing the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign an agreement between the County of Renfrew and Philips Canada for the purchase of remote patient monitoring equipment in the amount of $154,000, $154,080, funded 100% by the Ministry of Long-Term Care through Community Paramedic for Long-Term Care funding. Once again, Madam Warden, the background is attached. This is further enabling the extension of the long-term care at home program. And finally, Madam Warden, item number 17, purchase of additional LifePak 15 defibrillators. Resolution number H-CC-21-03-23, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council adopt a bylaw at this session authorizing the purchase of 6 additional Stryker LifePak 15 defibrillators as part of the legislated equipment requirement to equip the 6 additional community paramedic for long-term care vehicles for a cost of $216,268, inclusive of HST. Once again, Madam Warden, funded 100% by the Ministry of Long-Term Care through Community Paramedic for Long-Term Care funding. And once more, background is attached for Council's perusal and edification. And Madam Chair, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair, along with committee members Bennett, Doncaster, Emo, Grills, Love, Murphy, and yourself, Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. So we'll start back at item number 1. Is there any questions, comments about resident population? Item number 2, the client wait list. Item 3, palliative care model. Item 4, the advanced community paramedics practice. Item 5, VTAC. 6, the vaccine rollout. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just to compliment the paramedics, I had the opportunity to get my needle a week ago Thursday through the drive-through at Nick Smith. Slick. I was there for 40 minutes in that I had to wait to 30 minutes because I'm allergic to penicillin. Other than that, there had 15 minutes and people were gone. Just perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that that information with us, and I'm glad you were able to get your vaccine as well. Any other comments? Item 7, the COVID-19 update long-term care. Number 8, provincial long-term care staffing plan. Number 9, fundraising. 10, expressions of gratitude. Always lovely to see. Under resolutions, item number 11, support letter for the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center's virtual family health team application. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just a little bit more clarity. I'm just a little confused between VTAC and virtual family health teams. VTAC, I understand if you don't have a GP, you can phone, and it's a one-off situation through the VTAC. The virtual family health team, can you give me a little bit more understanding? So if, for example, doctors leave or they retire or move away, then this virtual family health team would kick in and be a support to the individuals of that particular doctor or that moves away. And if that's the case, do they then become rostered to the VFHT? I just need a little better understanding of that, if you could.
Okay, I'll certainly explain it to you. So this is not like VTAC whatsoever. When people call VTAC, it's for non-urgent episodic care at that time. They are not speaking to their family physician. And if they don't have a family physician, they are just getting the care they need at that point in time.
Understood.
What Petawawa is asking for is that, as we all know, we have a significant shortage of family physicians here, and it's very difficult to recruit family physicians to come to the area. Asking them to, uproot their family. Sometimes they have a spouse that has employment somewhere else, and while they may be interested in being a family physician to people in Renfrew County, they're not interested or unable to move up and move themselves physically to the County of Renfrew. So what Petawawa is trying to do is they already have the funding as part of their budget, as part of their funding model that they use at the Centennial Health Center. They're not asking for funding from the province. What they're asking is to be able to be more innovative with the funding they do have. So a simple explanation would be they would find a doctor who perhaps lives in Ottawa. That a doctor could join their family health team, would roster patients like any other doctor, but would not necessarily have a physical presence all the time in Petawawa. So that's all they're asking for, is saying, to the province of Ontario, allow us to use the funding to recruit a physician who can work virtually with his or her patients. The people or the individuals that were rostered to that physician would certainly be living in the County of Renfrew and probably in the Pembroke, Petawawa, Deep River area. They would have access to all of the allied services that come with having a family health team. They would access a dietitian, nurse practitioner, the whole gamut. The only difference is that their doctor would not have a office space in Petawawa. That's all they're asking. And they've been denied. And it doesn't make any sense because, the province saying to us, you must recruit doctors and they must live in your community and see patients face to face. that's a goal that's unattainable. And we've seen through the pandemic how virtual care works for people. It works for the physicians, and it definitely works for the people out there that need the care. Instead of having to take an entire day off to see your doctor, you can phone and have care within half an hour for people who are rostered to doctors and for those people who do not have access to a family physician. I hope that's clear, but I'm certainly going to.
Thank you. So that you'll know, Warden, I don't sit on the family health team. They're arm's length from council, and we don't get daily or weekly reports from the family health team. That's why I'm asking, because I didn't know how this is actually going to roll out. But I appreciate the explanation so that you'll know. It sounds like a no-brainer to me, to be honest with you, that if you don't have one and you can get one, either virtually or otherwise, why wouldn't you be allowed to spend the money on it? So thank you for that. As I say, I don't get reports from the family health team here in Petawawa on a regular basis. Thank you.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it, because this is something that Petawawa is trying to do, but it could be replicated anywhere with the Ministry of Health, being a little bit more flexible in the policies.
Sure. Understood.
Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and a very comprehensive explanation. I think also it is certainly worthy of council and those who may be watching on video. It's nascent now, the adoption of technology, certainly here, but it is growing. This is the jumping off point. So it certainly would highly recommend anytime you see anything with regards to this to pay close attention, because as the warden had explained, VTAC has played an enormous role in the urgent, though not emergent, care delivery of health service, or at least access to health services. That in fact, in virtual family health team, they would be rostered. So this is also not going, if this is successful, it is not something that will be restricted, in my estimation, to family health teams either, though that would be the ideal. But even to private practice doctors that are operating in a different, whether it be a FIG, a family health group, a family health organization, I think that increasingly where there's a tremendous advantage or a tremendous opportunity with virtual is that it will allow more patients to actually be rostered. That is the significant difference between VTAC and other virtual, where it would be a rostered patient as opposed to someone who is orphaned from a family physician. So I think that we are just beginning to explore the significant opportunities everywhere, but I think in particular to rural Ontario.
Thank you for that, Councillor Donahue. And this would be a pilot project. So there's an opportunity here for the province to take a look at this and give the nod to Petawawa and keep some data and watch closely to see what happens. So I'm hoping that the letter that will be going to the Minister of Health moves this along in a positive way. Any other comments about item number 11? Seeing none. Item number 12, Community Paramedic Reserve. Under bylaws 13, the Long-Term Care Service Accountability Agreement. 14, the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement. 15, the Memorandum of Understanding between the County of Renfrew Paramedic Service and the Renfrew County and District Health Unit. 14, purchase of the patient remote monitoring equipment. 16, defibrillators. The report as a whole. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I just wanted to congratulate all of the Health Committee and, of course, all of staff for, once again, here's an excellent example through the report as a whole of the innovation that Renfrew County and the staff are providing in leading some of these unique programs that could certainly be replicated across the province. And again, I think it puts the county on the map. I think as part of our strategic plan, it's to make sure that we get what we're entitled to. We couldn't ask for more at times from the staff and from county council in reaching those objectives. So again, I just want to extend my congratulations to all of those individuals that are part of these unique programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brose. Any further comments? Do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor of the report as presented? Carried. Thank you very much. Now I will turn it over to Finance and Administration Committee Chair, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Before I begin our report, I just want to remind everybody that in our agenda package, it had some of the strategic plan goals, which I was very thankful when we went through our F&A report that, and some of the other reports, that they do refer back to our strat plan. So it's not just a plan sitting on a shelf somewhere, it's actually being put to good use. So we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Number one is the retirement of Shelley Sheedy. I know that we'll probably come back to this and thank Shelley. She's not done yet, so we've still got her for another few months. Number two, our Human Resources Manager. I don't think that Greg Belmore is on this Zoom, but we welcome Greg to our team. Number three is the EORN board. I'm really excited that I was elected to this board, and I hope I do Renfrew County proud. Number four is emergency preparedness. A is the spring freshet calls, and B is the emergency notification and public engagement software. Number five is accessible documents. Staff were able to work with a company called AbleDocs, so we're hoping that we will be compliant. Number six is our 2021 final budget. Number seven is the POA, again, relating back to the strat plan. Number eight is the MPEC letter. Number nine is our investment policy. Number 10 is the 2021 tax policy working group. And I understand that they had a very fruitful meeting, I think last Wednesday. Under resolutions, continuity of operations and services in response to COVID-19. Excuse me. Resolution number FACC 21-03-43, moved by chair, seconded by committee. Whereas the Renfrew County and District Health Unit continues to recommend continued vigilance with increasing case numbers in the months of February and March and the presence of COVID-19 variants in the province of Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that County Council approve that staff continue to deliver services to the public in keeping with the recommendations of the Renfrew County and District Health Unit. And further, that County Council and committees of the County of Renfrew for the months of April, May, and June be held electronically. And further, that County Renfrew facilities offices be opened on a limited basis when and where needed for appointments. And further, that staff be directed to provide a follow-up report to the June 2021 Finance and Administration Committee and County Council. And there is a lot of information in this report and where each department sits as far as COVID goes. I urge everybody to really heed this, although I think some of it might already be outdated. It's amazing how quickly things change in this COVID world that we live in. Number 12, electronic meeting platforms and council survey. Resolution FACC 21-03-35, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that the County of Renfrew continue to use the Zoom platform to host standing committees and County Council meetings for the duration of the declared state of emergency, as it provides a secure, economical, and user-friendly solution that the elected and county staff have been trained on. And further, that the meetings of standing committees and County Council continue to be live streamed. Also under that is resolution number FACC 21-03-36, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that county council receive the council survey on electronic meetings, and the background for that survey is attached. Number 13, shared cost services, long-term care homes. Resolution FACC 21-03-39, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve that a letter be sent to the city of Pembroke, providing them with the December 31st, 2020 resident population census data, and advising that the county of Renfrew is agreeable to enter into discussions to renegotiate the terms of the current agreement as it relates to funding of the county of Renfrew's long-term care homes. Number 14, under bylaws, Renfrew Area Administration Group Interest Calculation Agreement. Resolution FACC 21-03-40, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that county council be approved that a bylaw to provide for banking services with the Bank of Montreal for a further 5-year term, effective January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2025, be adopted at this session of county council, and further that bylaw 37-17 be repealed. That's background. And finally, number 15, corporate policies and procedures, human resources, resolution FACC 21-03-41, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve that corporate policy G-08, impairment in the workplace, drug and alcohol, fitness for duty, and policy A-14, retirement and early retirement be approved, and further that bylaw to amend bylaw 63-03, being a bylaw to establish human resources, corporate policies and procedures for the county of Renfrew, be adopted at this session of county council, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Hunt, Peckett, Warden Robinson, and Councillor Sweet. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much, Chair Murphy. We'll begin at item number 1, retirement of Shelley Sheedy. Any comments? I will not be making any until the very last minute that she is here with us. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Warden. And I certainly have expressed my enormous gratitude to Ms. Sheedy, who has now been a quarter century with the County of Renfrew. And in her letter of resignation, she makes reference to a debt of gratitude to the county. And I can assure all of council and our broader community that may be listening or maybe will hear these remarks, the debt has long been paid over. I would suggest that both this council, this corporation, and the residents of our community certainly have a debt towards the enormous compassion, dedication, commitment that Ms. Sheedy has had to long-term care broadly in the county of Renfrew, but in particular to Miramichi Lodge and Bonachère Manor, and her outstanding leadership that has been party to that. So certainly it is regretfully that we have to accept Ms. Sheedy's resignation, but know that she has certainly set the course for long-term care in Renfrew County.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue, and she deserves a long and happy retirement for sure. Any other comments at this point?
At some point I did, yes.
Councillor Emo, are you speaking to me? No, I guess not. Okay, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm going to follow in your footsteps and wait until the bitter end. And I will have a box of tissues because, right, Peter, thank you. Because at the last meeting, it was the onions that I was cutting. I swear, that's why tears were coming down my face. So I too will wait till the bitter end. Thank you.
Well, I will share something with everyone. I am really hoping that our June County Council meeting will be in person and that we can say thank you to Shelley with her standing in the room. That's my hope. If not, you'll just have to come back when we are meeting in person and we'll just do it all over again. All right, any other comments at this time? Seeing none. Number 2, Human Resources Manager. And absolutely, Greg seems like a lovely gentleman that's fitting in very well as far as I can tell. Item number 3, Eorn. And again, our congratulations, Jennifer. There's absolutely no doubt that you will be a strong, effective voice for the County of Renfrew and rural Eastern Ontario. Item number 5, accessible oh, Jennifer, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, Madam Warden, if I just could touch on this, I just want to let all of County Council know the support that I received from you and from our CAO. It was really, it really helped me sort of get through the process, and yeah, I'm really excited to fill this role. I think it just gives us, as Renfrew County, one more seat on one more board, and we know that we want a seat at every table. So thank you so much for your support.
Well, you're very welcome. And, people may realize that Renfrew County is trying to take over the world, and it be that as it may. Item number 5, accessible documents. Number 6, a 2020 final budget. 7, POA. Number 8, the impact letter. 9, Councillor Peckett.
Thank you, Warden. I must say that I'm very, very disappointed at the response received from Impact. When I look at this letter, it's trying to justify keeping their budget the same as last year by doing the work that they also did in the years past, but not by doing any extra work. And part of doing the assessment, it doesn't involve going out and around to every household in Ontario. And I, for one, I really dislike being charged for a service that is incomplete. And I think that's what's happened here. And my question back to them now is, what now that it's not going to be done again till perhaps 2022, what's going to happen to the homeowners at that point? Are they going to get a huge assessment increase because the value of homes has gone up substantially, partly due to the pandemic, but with growth? I would like to know from Impact if they have any idea of where the next 4-year cycle is going to start, or how high it's going to start. And again, I don't like paying for services I'm not getting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peckett, and that is a concern of many people. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, just through you to Councillor Peckett, I did have an opportunity to talk to John Yakubuski, not about that specifically, but about a grant that was coming to the town of Petawawa. And I asked him at that point in time, what is happening as far as Impact is concerned in the reassessment? And he was not in a position to give me any information, but he did note that he would take it up with the Minister of Finance and get back to us with regards to the questions that Councillor Peckett has just brought to the table.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor Sweet. Any further comments on item number 8? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Warden Robinson. Certainly, it provides a bit of a challenge with respect to levying property taxes if we are going to see flatlined assessments. Typically, the assessment increase offset perhaps the need for tax rate changes, or perhaps certainly had an impact on tax rate changes. As Councillor Peckett has indicated, this assessment is being deferred once again. We just recently received notice of that. And I would note that this is the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. Certainly acknowledging all of the activities that were highlighted in the response letter, but its core business is property assessment. And it is incumbent upon us to recall that the actual assessment that everyone has right now was what your properties were worth in 2016. In fact, it was just taking 4 years for that to be rolled out, so that by 2020, you in fact, your property would essentially reach that level of assessment. So given the substantial gap that is now existing, even if it were not for the particular situation that Councillor Peckett had described with the out-migration from some of the large urban communities, I think just that amount of time having elapsed is probably going to give some sticker shock, perhaps at the time that the next assessments are distributed out into our community, that I think it would certainly behoove MPAC and ourselves to give consideration towards some messaging, because by the time of the next assessments, it will have been 6 years since your property was assessed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Is that something that you would like to see perhaps Chair Murphy put on the agenda for the next F&A committee meeting?
That's a capital idea. Thank you, Warden Robinson.
Thank you. Councillor Emo, please.
I believe, thank you, Warden. I believe the chair is still Al Spasic. And Al's a pretty approachable guy. You might want to give him a call and see if he'd appear virtually at one of our council meetings. I know that he's gone across the province to other councils to talk to them, and he's former mayor of Kapuskasing and a longtime president of FONOM. So he, he's got a very sympathetic ear. I've sat with Al a number of times. If someone gives him a call, he may show up.
Just going to turn my mic off.
I think that's a great idea as well. So perhaps, I know Chair Murphy has her hand up. I know she's paying attention. That may be something that, again, can go to F&A with the discussion going forward. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Warden. Peter sort of stole that out of my brain. I was going to say, maybe we should have somebody from MPAC come and speak to us about what the plan is, because the plan seems to be that there's no plan. So yeah, I think inviting somebody from MPAC, very, very, very important. But yes, let's take it back to F&A.
Okay, so while you were speaking, the CEO and I were having a conversation. So we'll take it as direction to staff to put that onto the next F&A committee agenda. Is everyone all right with that? Nods or thumbs up? Or, okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Any other comments concerning impact? Number 9, the investment policy. 10, the 2021 tax policy. Under resolutions, continuity of operations and services. 12, the electronic meeting platform and council survey. 13, the shared costs for the long-term care, the City of Pembroke County, Renfrew. 14, Renfrew Area Administrators Group. Number 15, corporate policies and procedures for human resources. The report as a whole. Seeing none, do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And last but not least, Development and Property Committee. Chair Sweet, please.
Thank you very much, Warden, members of County Council. We, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows: a number of information items. And as with other departments within the County of Renfrew, we have staff retirements. The manager of real property assets, Kevin Balakat, is retiring. You see his last day will be April the 30th, 2021. Kevin, of course, as you know, looked after all the property assets within the County of Renfrew, and you see some of the areas that he has been responsible for. So he's certainly going to be missed. A very quiet gentleman who got along and just simply did his job, and he's certainly going to be missed. Another gentleman that has been very much in the forefront of some of the discussions that we've had is Mr. Charles Cheeseman has provided notice of his retirement as well. And again, effective April the 30th, 2021. You see, he started in March the 14th in 1988, so a well-deserved retirement going forward for Charles. Charles has had dealt with official plans and zoning and all of that sort of stuff and public meetings with regards to that. So both of these gentlemen will be sorely missed within the county of Renfrew. Item number 2 can be found on page 183. It's the Planning Division Activity Tracker that you see there. And there's a couple of areas, or 3 areas that we've put down there for your information, just to see where some of the action is and as far as that tracker is concerned. Item number 3 as attached as Appendix 1. And first, let me say, I apologize for the font or the size of it. It's very difficult to read, but really, in essence, it is a listing of all building permits by municipality going back 3 or 4 years. But not all growth is included in that. I just had a chance to talk with Glenn Doncaster and Jeb Reinhardt. Building permits only on that, and of course, with the garrison and with the ACL, CNL, we don't issue municipal building permits, so their growth is not included, or their capital works is not included in that. On page 186, via rail, a letter is requested to assist Peterborough with that, and I believe the warden is sending a letter, or has sent a letter to that effect to assist with that. Item number 5 can be found on page 190. It's from the Township of North Algona Wilberforce to Doug Ford, and a request for the warden to also send a letter to the Premier in support of transportation services in areas, and in particular in North Algona Wilberforce, along number 41 and 60 through Eganville to Renfrew. Item number 6, perhaps should be deferred perhaps to the chair, warden, if you wish. I can give a little bit of an overview, but I think the chair is better positioned to give members of committee or council, I should say, a more in-depth review of that as far as the Ontario Winter Games is concerned. So perhaps when we get to that, you can defer that to the chair, Peter Eamon, if you wish, or I think that would be appropriate.
Yep. I've already given him the heads up.
Okay. Ottawa Valley Tourism Awards, you see the deadline to submit these awards is April the 9th, 2021. And you see the 3 areas that they're looking for information or for anyone that we feel is necessary or deserving of an award. April the 9th is when that is, when all the nominations are to be in. That's the deadline. Service delivery improvement, strategic goal, you'll see there, number 3. Let me just say I had an opportunity about a week and a half ago there to tour the facilities with the director, and you see some of the timelines that are going to be there. And as the warden has indicated, occupancy date for council chambers, pardon me, will be in May or June. I think we're all going to be very, very pleased when they get the opportunity to get back into the building. I think they've done a spectacular job of modernizing the facilities. It's clean, it's professional, and it will be quite a bit of an eye opener when we get the opportunity to get in there. You see the financials that are there as well. Under resolutions, resolution number DPCC 210322, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the planning internship program beginning April-May 2021 for an initial 4-month program, and to assess the success of the program prior to a second and further intake. And you see a little bit of the background there to engage an intern as part of this for 4 months. The information on that in the business case can be found on page 193. Let me say to you that I think this is a very proactive investment in the county of Renfrew's future going forward. When you see all of the retirements that we're seeing here, I think this is a very, very proactive move to begin a process of succession planning or bringing people on into this particular environment. I take you back to presentations by Jim Pine, in which he indicated in 4 or 5 years, 110,000, 115,000 individuals in the municipal field will be retiring over the next 3 or 4 years. So I think this is very positive moving forward. Item number 10, ministerial order, zoning order for the township of McNabb-Braeside, resolution number DPCC 210333, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that county council support the township of McNabb-Braeside as they seek the issuance of 2 ministerial zoning orders under section 2.4 of the Planning Act or other power as deemed appropriate. And the background there is quite intensive, but I'll try and capture it as quickly as I can. The McNabb-Braeside are working with, and through the Economic Development Group, with a very large interest in an industry coming into that particular area. And it requires some assistance from the province of Ontario to zone lands to accommodate this particular need. And a requirement for the MZO, as they call it, and there is a resolution of support for the project from the township of McNabb-Braeside. So I think it's very important. We talk about economic development and the need to move it forward. And I think this has been generated as a result of the four-laning of 417 coming out of the Empire area up into the Ottawa Valley, and they see this as an opportunity. When I say they, the businesses that are there to move this particular process forward. So hopefully we can get this endorsed by council, and we can get forward, and McNabb-Braeside can move forward with a very exciting employment opportunity in that part of the county. Algonquin Trail Completion Plan, resolution number DPCC 210327, moved by the chair and seconded by committee, that county council support the development of an Algonquin Trail as identified as sections A, B, and C in the table below, to a maximum of $2 million commencing in 2021 over a 4-year period. That schedule you can find on page 198 and 199. This is a result of coming forward from previous meetings. And further, that funds be taken from the reserves to finance this project and be repaid as a first charge against any future County of Renfrew annual surplus. And further, that staff be directed to continue to seek any grant opportunities, revenue streams, or partnerships to offset funding requirements. You see the background there and the actual schedule to accommodate the upgrades to the Algonquin Trail. Just by way of, and again, I'm sort of perhaps repeating myself, but presentations were made to the Ministry of Transport, and as a result of that, we were fortunate enough to receive upwards of 100,000 tons of stone crushed for the trail. There's enough, I think, to accommodate everything from I'll say Petawawa, but Cobden to Renfrew, and from there all the way up to the border of the county of Renfrew. And you see the complete project cost to do that, but what we're asking for at this point in time is $2 million to move that forward. We'll go then to item number 12 is the official plan amendment number 31, resolution number DPCC 210339. Warden, would you like me to read the whole thing? I think I should. I think that's important that we bring that into the actual records for the county of Renfrew. I think I'd like to read that if I can.
I would like you to read it as well. So
thank you very much.
Continue on.
Yeah, resolution number DPCC 210339, moved by chair and seconded by committee. Whereas the Planning Act requires the county of Renfrew to adopt an official plan, and whereas the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing approved the update to the official plan for the county of Renfrew in March 2020, and whereas County Council directed staff to seek an approach to make changes to the approved official plan of the county of Renfrew that were more reflective of local content, and whereas county planning staff prepared a draft official plan amendment OPA 31 for this purpose, and whereas the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has provided the county of Renfrew with delegated authority as permitted for in the Planning Act, and whereas the local municipalities were offered an opportunity for early consultation on a draft of OP 31 in November of 2020, and whereas the Ministry Ministry's March 2020 approval of the County of Renfrew official plan contained an extensive mapping layer of significant wildlife habitat and in brackets deer wintering area that was not part of the council adopted update to the official plan and submitted to the ministry. And whereas the ministry's March 2020 approval of the County of Renfrew's official plan contained an increase in the lands designated agriculture that were not part of the council adopted update to the official plan and submitted to the ministry. And whereas County of Renfrew OPA 31 is reflective of local Renfrew County context as provided for within the provincial policy statement. And now therefore be it resolved that the County Council receive the attached March 31st, 2021 draft OPA, and further that County Council direct staff to revise OPA 31 to reflect the mapping of natural heritage features in agriculture as adopted by County Council and submitted to the province of Ontario as OPA 25, and further that the draft OPA 31 as revised at the discretion of the County Council be circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to local municipalities, prescribed agencies, including the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and that a designated period of time for comments be set out. And further that upon completion of this circulation and a subsequent review by Development and Property Committee and County Council, an electronic statutory public meeting be held on a future date yet to be determined. And you see the background of this particular situation, and then it really just reiterates what I just read to you as part of the whereas and whereas with the official plan. Bylaws, a request for delegation of authority for the giving of consents by the Township of Whitewater Region, resolution number DPCC 210339, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that pursuant to section 54 of the Planning Act, council pass a bylaw to delegate the authority for the giving of consents to the council of the Township of Whitewater Region. Attached on page 200 is a report provided at the November 2020 meeting of County Council and a letter dated the 24th of March 2021 from the Township of Whitewater Region addressed to the warden advising that the Township will pass a bylaw on April 7, 2021 to revise the Committee of Adjustments terms of reference to include the conditions of delegation as outlined in Schedule A of the proposed County of Renfrew bylaw, all of which is submitted by myself as chair, committee members Emon, Keller, Lynch, Rieger, Reinwald, Robson, and TJ.
Thank you very much, Chair Sweet. We'll start at the beginning of your report. Information item number 1, staff retirements. Item number 2, the Planning Division Activity Tracker. Item 3, the building permit information. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm not sure if we've seen this chart before. Certainly embraced that. I will note I went ahead and did those numbers anyway, and the bar charts in the had not included the 2019. What I found very compelling was the number of permits from 2018. In fact, the increase had begun in 2017, a pretty steady straight line increase in 17, 18, and 19. And in fact, when you look at the numbers for 19, the number of building permits issued in 19 was, I think, over 17% increase over the year before. But of particular note, the value of 2019 building permits was in excess of 15% over 2018. I think it was $197 million in value that will have subsequently been added to the assessment countywide. And I think that it is of particular note that this is 2019. We have not yet begun to see that migration that we certainly have been made aware of, that we are aware of, and that is continuing and growing from the dense urban communities out into the rural So that I think certainly this needs to be seen alongside the actual planning tracker, which may be showing diminishing severances, although I do know that that does show variance. But we are seeing significant building and significant investment in the county of Renfrew. And I think that should be celebrated and acknowledged. And perhaps if this particular form has come in front of us before, I certainly apologize. It did not certainly resonate with me at that time, but these are pretty significant growth numbers that we have seen commencing in 2017.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I appreciate the comments. Yeah, this is not a report that we've seen that often. I must be honest with you. And I apologize for the size of the font. It's pretty difficult to read. That should be viewed not only with the planning document, but also on the sales per municipality within the county of Renfrew. I think all three of these documents taken together gives you a more robust idea of what's happening as far as sales, building, etc. I understand that if you wanted a home right now, there's very little to choose from in terms of the actual available inventory. So I think that's important to see that. I think this is the start of a bit of a building explosion, if you will. And I think these numbers, particularly in 20, will reflect that as well.
Thank you. Director Kelly, please.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Councillor Donahue in particular. So the source for these is the FIRs, the financial indicator reports from your municipalities. So we only get those results at some point in the following years. So they're always lagging. And we've noted as well that every municipality has a slight difference in how they report building permits in single family homes. It's not consistent across all 17 municipalities, and of course doesn't include Pembroke. So we will update this. It's an annual basis because the FIRs are an annual report that your treasurers put together. So we will endeavor to do this and try to find consistency between those reports as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Donahue.
Just to follow up, Madam Warden, thank you, and through you to Mr. Kelly. I expect that the inconsistencies are amongst the various municipalities, but I'm going to go ahead and presume that there is a consistency to the inconsistencies. So once begun this process, we probably can have faith that the growth we're seeing is consistent, even if the individual municipalities are perhaps reporting it in a different way amongst themselves. The other thing I would have to acknowledge to Councillor Sweet is my computer actually can't enlarge those numbers even remotely big enough for me to see. I was going by the chart, not by the numbers that were presented. I think that's in single point, actually, that chart.
Yep, fair enough.
All right, any other comments on the building permit information? Seeing none, via rail high frequency. Number 5, letter of support for Ontario Northland Transportation for North Algona. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And I just wanted to pass on my thanks to you for the letter of support. Certainly a service that not just our Mennonite community, but even our seniors and those who don't necessarily have a vehicle could certainly take advantage of. Used to be a service that we had on a regular basis, then it disappeared, and it certainly would be nice to see it returned, even if it's 2 days a week. Thank you.
Well, you can thank me if the letter actually brings the service back to you. Item number 6, the Ontario Winter Games. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Warden. It's a real pleasure to speak to council today, and I'm just going to ramble through a few things. Number 1, we're finalizing our games organizing committee list and canvassing the 16 sub-chairs, to see. We may end up with a universal games address email for each one of the chairs, given the volume of information they're getting. We have some cell issues that we're trying to work through, the cell phone issues. We have a games manager hired, and the start date info and the contact info will be shared shortly. we're just in the process of tidying up their employment, their start date, which I think we already know, and sort of the press release and a bio to go out with this person. We're also working on lining up a virtual platform and a gatekeeper function so that our committees can hold their individual meetings. And we've also asked them for their schedules through until the end of August. We're going to try and get it structured so that we know it's, this committee meets every second Thursday, the other one every second Wednesday, that type of thing. Still a few things to tidy up. At least 5 chairs, including Councillor Murphy, are waiting on me to send them some names. And then after that, the volunteer chair takes over. So I'm hoping to get that wrapped up today. We've sent out a little bit of a survey asking if they work and the hours. Are there any regular breaks they can build into their week so we can get a regular schedule set up for our own games organizing committee meeting. Right now, the games organizing committee consists of the warden, myself, Councillors Sweet and Hunt. And so we'll be adding 16 people to that. So it's going to take some manipulation of schedules. We've asked them to put together a yellow list of items, just a color, because I use yellow stickies. So that they're going to need answers on. Items they want to put on the larger agenda, but also items so they can start on their own agendas. And we're working at developing a template for them for their agenda, for their committees, and then also for their minutes so that we're consistent. Orientation has been completed for all 16 chairs as of this evening. And with that, I've asked them to review their critical path documents and start reaching out to the other chairs that are identified that are the people they'll be working closest with. And I'll speak to that in a few more minutes. We're looking at establishing a Dropbox so we can get all the information in an area and then they just log in and pull it out. The province is obtaining the old reports of the after event reports to capture best practices. This is best described as a franchise. The games is a franchise. They supply the model, we put the bodies in and the venues and add our own flavor to it. And so we're going to take the best of the last and modify it to fit what we're doing. Last night we reached out through our volunteer chair to the rest of the people on the list, just letting them know where we're at and giving us some more information and what's in planning and thanking them for their time. We're going to do that on an ongoing basis. Later today or early tomorrow, you will receive from us and your CEOs just some questions about your council facilities and are they hybrid compatible and are they portable, so that we might request an opportunity to borrow them as we train our volunteers and as we work to inform them and any suggestions we can get from you. We're looking at this point, totally virtual. And as we move through the summer and inoculations, moving to a combination like a hybrid model, and then it'll be face-to-face, all things being considered in the November, December, January for our sessions and training. So we're trying to figure out how to do that best. And we're going to be looking to you if that's okay for some of your assistance. All of our chairs have been selected and orientation with the province is completed at 9 p.m. tonight. The warden, myself, Councillors Hunt and Sweet and Mr. Kelly, we had position descriptions for all 16 and a spreadsheet with the names and the interests, and we matched them up. We were looking for experience and knowledge of our community. And after we selected them, and it was pretty quick, actually, I think it took us about a half hour, maybe 35 minutes, 40 minutes to do it. I was shocked. I think we'd all booked about 2 hours. And it went really well. So then I interviewed them and asked if they had acquaintances they wanted to include on committee, and then we would add more to build around them. The idea that we had as a group was that good volunteers travel in a cluster through a series of events. After a while, you build up relationships and you get 2 or 3 out of a possible 6 that go, and work on various events. So we wanted, and that demonstrates to us they know about volunteering, they know how to work with volunteers, they know how to work within a structure. So we sort of centered on that, and it was amazing. The folks said yes for the most part about 3 seconds into my spiel, and I'd worked real hard on about a 15-minute presentation, so I held them captive while I went through it. But they were very enthusiastic, ready to go as quickly as they could. Orientation is very important because each of these 16 chairs, they joined for an hour with Sarah, Ryan, and Greg from the province. and they reviewed about a 10-page package. And the package outlined what their position expectations were, what kind of chairs and structure they needed under them, and the expectations and the outcomes and the timelines to get there and when to exert the most effort, et cetera. So that's when I mentioned earlier about being a franchise. This is truly a structured effort. And this was also one of our milestones, which is very important. We were to get this done by the end of the month. And so we're going to finish tonight 3 hours before the end of the month. So we can get our cash infusion from them. We get our first drawdown. We also had to hire a games manager, and we have that completed as well. So just a very quick introduction. Our administration committee is chaired by Shannon Fraser. Lots of volunteer experiences in the experiences in banking as well. She volunteered with me and I don't think Councillor Donahue, but with physician recruiting in Renfrew. So I know Shannon very well. Accessibility, Councillor Tom Sidney. He's a longtime volunteer and has a special interest in accessibility. And we've also been very fortunate to bring on some other very experienced people from Whitewater, Jim LeBeau and his wife, Marilyn. Accommodations is Chrissy Jolliker. She has chaired and been involved in a variety of tournaments and is a longtime Petawawa volunteer. She is also on the Petawawa Civic Center fundraiser committee as a vice president. Finance, of course, is our own Jennifer Murphy, longtime volunteer, an ex-warden, which shouldn't be a handicap. Intimate knowledge of our community and excellent skills that mesh with the County of Renfrew finance staff. So we want somebody that knows a little bit about our internal system and be able to facilitate the reporting and reconciling. Food, Jesse Welsh from Renfrew, a really good guy. He's a small business owner, lots of community events. I ran into Jesse at 2 Forest Lives, 2 Bluegrasses, and 4 Brewfests in Renfrew, and then a few other things. So he understands food, and we've linked him up with 2 other people. This is a pretty significant undertaking because the food is broken down in essentially 3 meals. Breakfast and dinner, we're assuming will be at the motels or hotels, but the boxed lunches would be delivered to the venues for the competitors. So 3,500 competitors and support staff, just roughly, and officials. So it's going to take a fair bit of work. That's going to be a fairly large contract. And so it's going to be a challenge to manage. So it's somebody has to know what they're doing. IT chair is Jeff Levesque, and he's retired into the Calbogue area, a longtime IT manager. And I'm not sure IT guys ever retire, but anyway. So his current knowledge base and problem solving, got a real good mindset for that. Quick to answer and really a really bright guy. Logistics is Chair Bernie Couture. Bernie is from Greater Madawaska, very well organized. He's an ex-retired military officer, a longtime volunteer, known to both Councillor Hunt and myself. Councillor Hunt and Bernie had the great misfortune to take one of my ideas, which I sketched out on a parking lot with a stick, and then they built an outdoor rink, enclosed it and paved it or put concrete down. So very impressive work for them. And Bernie's a great guy, and I think Brian can say many things about him. And Councillor Donahue just sent me a little note telling me Jesse Welch is actually from Douglas. Didn't know that, so my apologies to the great burg of Douglas. Marketing is Alex Gifford. He's a marketing guy, event management, involvement in the 2015 Pan Am Games, the 2019 Games in Australia, 2018 Invictus Games in Australia, 2018 Gold Coast Games in Australia, all of those in media operations. So he's a pretty sharp guy. Medical, the chair is Victoria Cleary, a series of OSSTF events and other games on the medical side of it, and she operates a clinic with an interest in performance athletics. Registration is Henry Baird. He's a competitive athlete in the past, has a knowledge of organizing. He's a pretty good thinker. He really asks a lot of questions, so he understands about registration. Security, our chair is Brian Shute, ex-OPP officer, just retired in the Renfrew area. He's a longtime organizer and volunteer of community events, and he's also helped out individually many people over the years. So he understands our community, and he's gone out and sought several serving and retired OPP officers and some military police as well. One of his volunteers served in Vancouver on the security. So we're going to be very well served there. Special events, Mark Brew, OVTA executive member, owner of an exciting company. He's oriented to company and community-oriented company and plenty of experiences in events. Sponsorship, Lori Saran, she's director in minor hockey in Pembroke area. Lots of fundraising experience and on the executive Pembroke area fiddling, so she understands large, complex, many moving parts community events. Sport technical is John Simpson out of East from Calabogie. Technical experience including Canada Winter Games, so he understands sport technical. He's also judged a few events. Transportation is Alex Story. Alex is experienced in dispatching, planning, and coordination. He's worked overseas in Nepal in logistics and transportation, and he was on the ground here in Ontario in charge of transportation during our flood in 2019. He's a Master Corporal, serving Master Corporal. And finally, Chair of Volunteers is Chris Plow. He's a longtime volunteer, hockey, and just a basket full of other events. He's a Laurentian Valley councillor, really well organized and putting me in another gear to get things done. So we've got a great committee. And I think as we continue to update you, I think you're going to be very impressed with the knowledge of these folks and their ability to pull this off. Thank you. And of course, I should say, couldn't do anything without the support of the warden, Councillors Hunt and Sweet, but especially Alistair and Craig, who I've worked long hours, Saturdays, Sundays, Friday nights. Whenever I sent a text or an email, answered right away, able to package up information and get it out. So thank you to them. It's been really good. We've hit the ground running and we've got a really good start on this.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Emo. And I do understand that Craig and Alistair prefer working nights and weekends, so that's excellent. And just to County Council, you just heard, a quick synopsis of what's been happening. So in my warden's address, giving kudos to Councillor Emo, is well worth it. Any questions? Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Not a question, just to your point. Peter just gave us a quick snapshot. I will tell you that the package I got was not for the faint of heart. The critical path is about 20 pages long and the budget is intense. So if anybody wants to step up and be my finance coordinator or sit on my committee, just let me know. I'm looking for peeps.
Well, thank you very much for that. I was worried that when all of the chairs saw their duties and responsibilities, some of them may just hit the ground running in the opposite direction. So I'm very pleased that we still kept everyone. Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you very much again, Councillor Emo. Number 7, OVTA awards. Number 8, Service Delivery Improvement Project. Number 9, the business case for the internship program. The 10, ministerial zoning order. And all the best to you, Councillor Peckett, and your council going forward with this. Number 11. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. I like the idea of this this project, and I like the idea of the ministerial zoning order, because I think it's the only way that we're going to have any significant impact over a period of time on the provincial planning process. I liken it to with the minor variances. The body of law that's been attached to minor variances has started to seep into the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement. And I think, if I remember correctly, the ministerial zoning orders number about 34 across the province at this point in the past 12 years, but I could be wrong, but it's not a very large number. Each one of them has its own judgment, I think, for lack of a better term, but a written text that accompanies it, and they're quite interesting reading. So I'm hopeful that this will make up for us not getting that bag of magic beans. When I say magic beans, and then in the 80s, I drove back and forth to Windsor every second weekend. I drove up to visit Councillor Hunt in Newmarket periodically, and along this 401 and the 404 and the 400, I saw fields and places that looked a lot like Renfrew County today. And I'd see vehicles out there planting stuff, and I should have stopped and got a bag, because all of a sudden malls sprung up and houses and logistics buildings and auto dealerships and all sorts of really neat things in areas that look a lot like what we are supposedly told are prime agriculture or just must save agriculture areas. So I'm very excited. I think this might be the magic beans that we missed out on in 1989. And this also fits with the original business case that we put forward for Highway 417. The expansion was that we thought there would be ribbons of development accompanying it as it marched its way through our community towards the west. So I'm fully in support of this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. And I really like that magic bean story. I'm going to try to remember that. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Perhaps echoing Councillor Emo's comments, I've seen in the media, and I can't remember the particular ratio, but that this government has had X number more MZOs than several previous governments combined. And I'm presuming that we are to take from that that this is overreach. In fact, I view this as some flaws with respect to planning. That there is not enough delegated authority out into regions to do this. The other thing that you, and I'm quite certain that the balance of council from time to time will have come across somewhere in the media a story about the inevitable decline of rural, whether it's our rural or any rural, and the ascendancy of the urban communities and how they are driving the economy. And I've said this before, and I will say it again and again and again. Unfortunately, this is not inevitable. These are policy decisions that are made by senior levels of government and how they impact on our local communities. There is definitely a bias towards urban communities. I have said this before at this council. Our community provides 2 cents towards the provincial gas tax fund, just like every other community in the province. And of course, we having had no transit system, other than the handy bus, certainly in Laurentian Valley, Pembroke, and also the Sunshine Coach in Renfrew contributed towards from several municipalities, which is a pittance compared to the amount of money that is raised from that. So we have that siphoned from our community to provide transit in other communities, and we do not avail ourselves. We are here in our communities, and it is mostly acute in my community and that of Councillor Regier. Our local communities are subsidizing food production, and the significantly lower ratio for taxation of farmland, which is appropriate. I am firmly in support of that. But this is a public good that should be shared by the public, not by my community. My community should not be subsidizing food production. So it is a curious thing to me, even that we could look at an MZO and define it differently. To me, it is making accommodation for overreach with respect to planning. And I'm sure that's going to come up again at whatever item we get to with OPA 31. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Donahue. Councillor Packett, did you have your hand up, sir?
Thank you, Warden. I just want to thank those who've spoken and yourself, especially in staff helping us move this along for the township. It's not only great for our township, but also for the county of Renfrew, with the number of jobs that we hope to create with these industries coming in. That I'm looking forward to the benefit to all in the county. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any further comments on the MZO? Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Packett. I just want to extend a thank you for leading the way here, because all of us along the 17 corridor are going to be able to exercise rights to try and make our lands productive as we move along for the economy to grow. So thank you, Mr. Peckett, for that. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Any further comments? Seeing none, item number 11, the Algonquin Trail completion plan. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I see other hands up. Perhaps I should have awaited. I would like to move that this be severed from the report and considered separately.
All right. I'm assuming you're moving that. I'm looking for a seconder.
I will second that, Madam Warden.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Murphy. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 12, the official plan amendment number 13. Councillor TJ, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I want to extend my thanks to Craig Kelly and his department for overviewing the OP so carefully and providing options. As the public will know, I would not support the OPA 31 because of great concerns of what it would do to my municipality. And one of the biggest concerns, of course, was the deer yards and the 1 kilometer surrounding the village. And anyway, so I want the public to know that the county has withdrawn the mapping on the deer yards for my municipality. And they have also taken away that 1 kilometer for the village to be not so restrictive for development. Because of those changes, I will be supporting this to move forward through the process, but I wanted the public to know why. And I also would ask, Madam Warden, that we ask for a recorded vote on this going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor TJ, and it's noted that will be a recorded vote. Are you then asking for this item to be severed from the report?
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have done that. I move that we sever it from the report.
All right, item number 12. Councillor Emo, are you seconding that? Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Carried. We will just discontinue the discussion on OPA 31 until we finish the report as a whole. So item number 13, I'm sorry, the report is amended. Item number 13, the delegated authority to Whitewater Region. Any comments? Councillor Regular, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Charles and Craig and CAO Morrow for all the support and all the background information they've provided. And I do just wanted to certainly say thank you for all of their efforts and their support for that. And the other I just wanted to mention was Chair Sweet, who I called on many times, and I just appreciated his wisdom and his knowledge and working me through this process. It was a learning process for me, so I just wanted to thank him for that, and to committee as well for their support. And I can rest assured that Whitewater Region are ready, willing, and able to take on this task. So thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you for those comments, Councillor Regular. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this move to being finalized. I would make note on Schedule A on page 202, applications point 1 and point 2. Point 2 is probably the more relevant one, most relevant one, because I think when I've watched some social media comments on this and maybe even in some of the media, that the idea is that Whitewater is going to be able to just put the pedal to the metal and rip the tires off this vehicle going forward, which is called progress. And I know Councillor Rigger knows the difference, but I think it should be pointed out and with a loud voice, that all applications have to be in accordance with the regulations of the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement. And I have every confidence in Whitewater. This is not a comment to them. It's hopefully to flag some of the perhaps unrealistic enthusiasm because Whitewater is not going to be able to rip the tires off that wagon going forward. And so good luck to them. And I hope people take 5 seconds, read this, read the provincial policy statement and the Planning Act, and readjust their perhaps over exuberant expectations.
Thank you, Councillor Emo. That's very good advice. There's maybe some assumptions out there that could be rectified with a little bit more reading involved. Any other comments? Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just want to mention that because I fully support Whitewater taking on this task, we have to recognize, and I know we have, that there will be a reduction in revenue, therefore a cost to be shared amongst all municipalities. And I believe Director Kelly is working on it, but it's very important that planning services are charged out as they are used, so that we have to come up with a standard, and so that municipalities that are using the service pay for the service, and those who don't, or choose to do it in-house, do not share in that. So I believe, like I said, that Director Kelly and his staff are looking at that. That came through in one of our modernization meetings that we had. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we're going to make up this money. Most likely it will be by a different charge out method for the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Director Kelly, did you want to comment?
Yeah, through you, Warden. Councillor Hunt's entirely correct. We are reviewing what, if you recall, the ABC method, or looking at different ways of accounting for our time, and reviewing that right now with our finance group and our HR group. It is of note that because of different circumstances, we are assisting with the land division at McNabb Braeside at the moment because they are short on capacity. So Whitewater Region goes one way and McNabb Braeside goes the other. So it's all a game of balance. And just of note, we can use a little room for capacity over the next couple of weeks. We've had 44 general inquiries in the month of March alone for people looking to do work on the property and or severances or something. So the work hasn't stopped, and actually it is, but that loss of revenue will be felt, and we need to figure out how we can make that up in the future. But I appreciate your comments, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. And again, patience is a virtue, and we will be bringing in an intern to help out, but there's a lot of work to be done. Absolutely. Any other comments on the report, with the exception of item number 11 and number 12 that have both been separated? Seeing none, do I have a mover for the report as amended?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you. All in favor of the report as amended? Carried. Thank you very much. Now we'll go back to item number 11, Algonquin Trail Completion Plan. I'm assuming Councillor Donahue would like to start the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I would. I am not in support of this resolution, of this taking on more of the capital funding for the upgrading to the Algonquin Trail. It's unclear to me whether the proposed $2 million is in addition to what the annual funding that has been allocated both this year and in prior years. It is not perhaps that germane to my opposition in any event, but ultimately the Algonquin Trail has been allocated approximately $250,000 per year. That is $1 million over 4 years or $2 million over 8 years. So if this is inclusive of that funding, it is accelerating the development only by 4 years. I'm certainly prepared to await that. The other element that I would raise is that when the initiative was stood up and when it was successful, and incredible congratulations, it certainly took a great deal of effort and legwork by Councillor Sweet, but it was clear that that the levy would not be leading to the capital upgrade. I know that, I'm not sure if it was at the previous council meeting or the one prior to that, where Councillor Sweet certainly acknowledged that we are in a different time, but the Ontario Commuter Cycling Program was not in effect at the time that the Algonquin Trail became the Algonquin Trail, the contiguous trail from the boundary with Ottawa right through to Cameron Papineau. So that is not different from today. And I want to be careful about abiding by what is the intent at the time of these initiatives being stood up. So it was made clear, I believe it is in the trail strategy, certainly to avail ourselves of every grant that there is to be had towards the upfit and making this certainly accessible to all users and all means of use. But having said that, whether it's $2 million or $27 million, I want to be clear-eyed about at the time that we begin these processes of where the funds are going to come from. And I think that this is certainly leading edge on that. It was made perfectly clear that the levy would not be required to upfit the Algonquin Trail. And it's my urging of council to continue to abide that. Outside of, I certainly am prepared to continue to the essentially $250,000 annual funding towards the improvement.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And further to Councillor Donahue's point, I thought that this was coming back to finance and administration, not necessarily only to DNP, so that FNA could also have the discussion that Michael just spoke to about where would these funds come from. I recognize that it's a great asset for the County of Renfrew. I was just surprised to see it in our report, but it hadn't been forwarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Warden. Mine's a general statement. I do have issues with, first of all, finance and administration not coming back to council with the funding. But second of all, I do have an issue with the way we treat municipalities with county money. And I don't think the trail is any different. I have sympathy for Greater Madawaska on the Eagle's Nest. I asked for a look at that at the last operations meeting. I see McNabb Braeside with issues with parking alongside the road, and we don't have a mechanism in place to help the lower tier municipalities when there's a need. We have the Eagle's Nest, for instance, I see as a health issue because we have a natural resource that people can come to get some relaxation in their mind, that they can actually get themselves into a different world for 3 or 4 hours and with nice scenery. So if we're going to go ahead and use tax money, I think it needs to be looked at much more closely as council as we move forward, how we're going to help lower tier municipalities. Tom in McNabb Braeside struggled with parking and everything last year. We allowed him to put up some signs, no parking, but no help whatsoever to actually, with a little bit of financing to move forward. And certainly Brian out of Greater Madawaska with the fact that it's county property that he's actually got to use the residents' money to develop in order to accommodate the amount of people that are going to Eagle's Nest. And it's because of COVID. And I realize that in maybe 3 or 4 years, it's going to slow down a little bit. But when the lower tier municipalities are helping as many residents as possible from Renfrew County with a resource they have, I think it's a county issue. I don't believe the residents of Greater Madawaska should be tapping into their tax dollars to help the County of Renfrew. So, but I can see where property and development's coming with the trail. I think we just need to go one step further and leave finance and admin have a look at where it's coming from. And I'm certainly not going to say I don't support it. I think it needs to be done, and it was spelled out there that we got the product from the MTO, and we certainly got to use it up. That's why we got it to begin with. So if it's over long-term financing the project in order to get it done, I'm in favor of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Is there any other further comments? Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to Councillor Donahue for, I think, landing squarely on it. It's been a discussion over a period of time at the Algonquin Trail Committee and then also at DMP about how do we move this forward. We're not able to go as quickly as we can, and the annual allocation, although it is $250,000, it's not all used on advancing the trail and spreading the, for lack of a better descriptor, the crusher dust. There's other maintenance items, and you know, we had some information come to us about the value of the ATV, which I'm sorry I couldn't pull up. The ATV traffic that comes into the county, snowmobile traffic, that type of thing. And because we had a feeling that it was a missed opportunity for us not to complete the trail. And we're trying to balance it off about completing it responsibly and on time, but not being overly burdensome to the taxpayers, recognizing that it has direct benefit to those that are neighboring it and indirect benefit that's even harder to determine to municipalities that don't have the trail next door to them. And this was probably the best solution we could come up with. We also mixed into the recipe, if you wish, the idea of what can we realistically complete. You know, it didn't make any sense to ask for $4 or $5 million and try to do it as opposed to asking for what we're asking for with this motion and actually getting it done. So that's been the compromise. We also recognized, you know, we had made presentations to the ministry, and in good faith they had deposited the gravel with the expectation to be used. Sorry, the crusher dust with the expectation to be used, and we felt it was necessary to live up to that commitment to get people off of Highway 17 as quickly as possible that are riding bikes, because in some areas it's not safe, and it's best that we do that as quickly as we can. Those were all the things that went into the conversation. And I think the final point would have been, we're worried the public might be losing interest and in terms of using it, because as it stands now, you jump on Carlton Place, you can come as far as Renfrew, and then you switch over if you're riding a side-by-side or an ATV or even a mountain bike, then you switch over to the old ballast rock, and that's pretty hard on a vehicle. One or two experiences like that, and they may not come back. And then word spreads pretty quickly on social media. So those were all of the things. None of them are outstanding reasons, but I think as a package, we felt comfortable that it was the right thing to try and get this project wrapped up in the foreseeable future. And the only way to do it was to access extra funds. We recognized and acknowledged that the initial plan called for not using Renfrew County tax dollars per se, but the reality is we'd be 10 or 12 years, maybe 20 years before we could finish it, because then we're in a cycle of replacing what we've already done as well. It would be a competing cycle. So this is I think the best plan we could put forward that recognize the value of the trail and the value of getting it completed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Warden. The information that Councillor Emo just gave us is information that the FNA should review and then bring it back so we can actually see what the financial package is and how much the county money has to go into it for operations in that 250, and how much goes into improvements that is not going to be needed to use on the trail, so we can see what the payback really is. Maybe if possible, see where we actually stand in the 10th year of that money coming back, because I don't with everything that's going on here, I don't see it coming out of working capital reserve in the next little while, because everybody's got, every municipality's got issues that we are possibly going to need at lower tier municipalities to help us out with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Warden. It's very interesting, the conversation that's going on. When I sit at the county here, I wear my county hat, to be frank with you. And this is a county issue. And economic development comes in many forms. And the Algonquin Trail is but one of them, including conferences, the 2022 Winter Games, and all kinds of other initiatives. Let me just say to you that this is not solely for the Algonquin Trail is not solely for those who are along the trail. This is the backbone for many trails within the county of Renfrew. In fact, it is upwards of 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers of trails that are there. This is an economic development initiative, and all too often we get accused of not being supportive of economic development. I will acknowledge 10 years ago when we got down this road, that was the intention, that there would be no tax levy money put into this particular trail. And yes, that is very true. And I will admit that. However, I hear that, we have to seek out and search and get grants and so forth. We got $1.5 million worth of grants from the province of Ontario through MTO, and it's sitting up in Chalk River and up at Deux-Rivières, ready to be put on the trail so that people can actually use that particular facility. So to me, it's an economic development issue. It is not a lower tier issue in the sense that the lower tier, I'm not quite sure I understand where this funding thing is, and we've got to supply funding opportunities to the lower tiers. I don't understand that. We're sitting here, we've got to have our county hat on here to determine how we're going to deal with this asset. And I think Peter's absolutely right. It would take us 20-25 years to get this into the position where it would be complete, at least. Because the more you spread this out, the more money that or the less money of that $250,000 you're going to have to continue to maintain this trail. So I don't know. I need to ask Paul about whether it should go to Jennifer's committee or not. I thought we were following the process as laid out, and we brought this forward that we see here, including the schedule of how we plan to develop this trail. We have $1.5 million, 100,000 tons sitting on the ground, ready to go on the trail. I'm going to tell you, I suppose 5 or 6 years ago, there was an organization in Renfrew County known as the Renfrew County ATV Club, population 45. That was the membership. Today, they stroke 935 individuals that enjoy the Algonquin Trail. However, as Peter has said, they come as far as Renfrew and turn around because it cuts and shreds their tires on their ATVs. We have to, unfortunately, somehow or other, find the ways to get this particular trail complete. It is by far a huge economic initiative in Renfrew County. Peter was asking about that ATV and what it has in snow mills, etc. It's $5 million of an impact that it has on the local economy, and that's with the trail incomplete at this point in time. So I would like, if Jeff is there to talk to us about it, what does it mean actually as far as repaying the first charge against any future annual surplus? Two things. One, I'd like to have that explained for us so we totally understand that. And secondly, I would like to find out from Paul if in fact we have followed the process correctly in terms of how we've brought this forward, because I thought we had, and perhaps Paul or Jeff can explain this to us, please.
Well, thank you, Councillor Sweet. I'm going to flip it the other way. I'm going to ask Mr. Morrow first to speak on process.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to County Council. I have reviewed the terms of reference for the FNA committee. It is not clear that the FNA committee has the authority to make decisions on different departments or other standing committees' decisions with respect to budget. it does say in item 7 of the terms of reference, develop and prepare the annual budget under the jurisdiction of this committee, and to receive from each of the other committees of council and from any joint committee or board the annual operating and capital budgets of those committees, but it does not speak to a matter needing to go to F&A. In terms of past practice, where there is a contentious financial issue, we have provided that information to Finance and Administration Committee as an information item, but it typically goes through that committee that is responsible for the matter with the recommendation or the resolution. And I believe that is what we've tried to achieve here as well. I hope that answers it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Before I refer to Mr. Foss, are any questions about what Mr. Morrow has just told us? Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you for the clarification, Paul, and thank you, Warden. That's all I was saying, is that F&A didn't even get a chance to speak about it. Even if it was an information item, at least we could have had a discussion before we got here. So yeah, a heads up for that particular committee would have been nice. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Foss to explain the funding of this $2 million.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to County Council. The proposal that came forward with respect to financing this, the first 3 of the 4 sections on this Algonquin Trail project, was really the concept of applying a first charge against future County of Renfrew financial surpluses. So Council will be aware that we have a policy that directs any annual operating surpluses into a working capital reserve, and that policy has been in effect for many, many years. And so this initiative would take the first $2 million of our future County of Renfrew corporate surpluses and dedicate them towards the repaying of any more money that we use to finance the completion of the Algonquin Trail up to this $2 million amount. So that's really the proposal that is before us, that instead of allowing the surplus to go into working capital reserve, we will dedicate that surplus toward the repayment of any monies that are used to complete the Algonquin Trail process. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. Any questions of Mr. Foss? Seeing none, Councillor Donahue, you had a follow-up.
Actually, Madam Warden, if I might have, I do have a question for Mr. Foss prior to the follow-up, because I'm not persuaded yet. Would that not be typical? The monies are being proposed to finance this to come out of reserves. The county has a standing policy that surpluses go back into reserves. So is that not the normal course of events without having a special first charge or second charge or anything, that essentially, unless the recommendation is to use monies out of the TCA reserve, that would then, a surplus would normally go into working capital, but if it was a first charge, is the expectation that instead of those surpluses going into working capital, that they would go into TCA instead? It seems to be quite a number of hoops that are kind of replicating what is the standing policy of the County of Renfrew now.
Mr. Foss?
Thank you, Warden. So I guess as a committee, we discussed a number of options available to us to attempt to finance this proposal. And one of the discussion points was really around, could we not use future County of Renfrew surpluses to redirect those surpluses toward this project specifically? The challenge, of course, is that the project work plan calls for us to get busy at that in year number 1. And so where does the money come from in year number 1? And although the committee didn't discuss it directly, the concept was to remove the money from some of our capital reserves without naming which specific reserve we would be looking for, but then repaying those reserves with any future County of Renfrew surpluses as a first charge before the residual goes into a working capital reserve. So that's the concept. We needed funds immediately to begin redistributing this donated aggregate. So to get the project moving, borrow the money that we need from one of the capital reserves, but wherever we pull the money from, that we repay it immediately as a first charge against any future surpluses. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. Now, Councillor Donahue, your follow-up question?
Thank you. And I do appreciate that, though it does seem to be concocting a complicated way of doing the very same thing that we do on an annual basis. If we were to use reserves to fund this and then restore those reserves out of surplus dollars, that is the standing policy of the County of Renfrew. My follow-up is I am certainly on board. I recognize the economic development component of the Algonquin Trail. And I differ also. I'm certainly in alignment with Councillor Sweet with respect to Councillor Bennett's comments. I don't think we've had sufficient time yet to do a complete analysis of where the economic development benefits are being felt, but I would suspect that they're being felt right across the County of Renfrew. And even if they're not particularly felt in a proportionate manner, the larger county is made better, which is much better for the economy, which is much better ultimately for the enterprise that is the county, the corporation of the County of Renfrew. So I think that those are there. But I'm still not persuaded that unless when the acquisition of the trail, when all of the legwork was being done towards acquiring the trail, unless this was seen through rose-colored glasses, it seems astonishing to me that we're finding that now that having an utter reliance on grants and outside funding agency was critical to this thing coming to fruition. Seems astonishing that this is only coming to our attention now rather than when this was acquired. When it was being acquired, it seems to me that it was reasonable to expect that this is going to take some significant time before it is completed. I know that the suggestion has been 25 years. I would suggest that has got to be a worst case scenario. What I had just advised is that we right now are allocating $250,000 towards upkeep, if not capital upfit, to the Algonquin Trail. So from that, it does give me pause that something that was foreseen that could be funded entirely from grants and outside assistance, lo and behold, a few years later, we are finding that those grants and outside assistance seem to have dried up, and now it is entirely incumbent upon the ratepayers of our community to now finance that. So this is a substantial change from when that decision was made to acquire the CP rail.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I'm...
A recorded vote, Madam Warden?
Absolutely. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to mention as well and comment on Jennifer's motion that it be brought back to finance. I mean, I'm concerned because it does have an effect on the long-term financial plan. And in our long-term financial plan in the year 2030, we were down to $500,000. If we do not have surplus, and unless we're building slack into our budget, we should have to assume that we won't have surplus, and if we do, it's great. So assuming we don't have a surplus, that would mean we'd be at a minus $1.5 million in 2030. So I don't think I could ever go to the bank and show them my financial statement and say, well, my revenue equals my cost, but I'll pay you back out of the surplus. Like, they wouldn't give me the money. So I think looking at this, we have to assume we won't have a surplus. How would we pay it? If we do have a surplus, it's a good thing. So I really believe that Finance and Admin should have a look at it. And if there's no surplus, how do we pay it? And are we still maintaining our minimum level of capital reserve that we said we must maintain. And I think that we wouldn't be able to unless we have a surplus, and how can we be assured that we would? So for it not to go to finance and admin, at least to comment on it, I personally feel it's a mistake. That's not saying that I don't support the endeavor. I just think that finance and admin, because it's affecting the long-term financial plan, should have an opportunity to comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Just so you're clear, I do not have a motion on the floor to defer to F&A. Are you making that motion, sir?
We'll hear the rest of the comments, I guess, first.
Well, I'm pretty sure we've run the gamut. I think everyone's had their opportunity to comment, because I was actually going to call for the vote on the resolution.
Okay, well, then I will put a motion on the floor that it refers back to finance and admin for comment.
And Councillor Murphy, you're seconding that motion? All right. So any
Yes,
comments?
Sure, yes, I am, Madam Warden, and only for the reasons that Brian just said. I'm not against the endeavor. I just think we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. So any further comments on the motion to send this back to F&A? Councillor Sweet and then Councillor Doncaster, please.
So are we going against the established policy that Paul talked about here? But I'm confused here. So it's development of properties right to go forward and make recommendations to county council, and that's what we've done, kept in line with what as I understand that Paul has indicated to us. So what are we doing here with a motion to refer something that we've already kept it within the parameters of what our policies, our procedures are? Am I right or wrong here?
So at any time, any issue can be referred back to committee.
To the Development and Property Committee.
To any committee, I believe.
Mr.
Morrow, I'm going to ask Mr. Morrow to speak, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Warden, and through you to County Council. So the terms of reference for finance and admin do not speak to F&A being able to make a decision on a specific departmental piece. However, with that said, the terms of the procedural bylaw still provides for the decision for County Council to defer any matter to any committee. So we have a motion on the floor right now to defer this matter to the F&A, Finance and Admin Committee. So that is permissible, and that's County Council's decision as to what they decide to do with the particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. I think it also be clear that if it goes back to F&A, it will then come back as a possible recommendation one way or another that we do or do not. But it will be County Council's ultimate decision on whether or not we move forward with this. Councillor Doncaster, please.
I'd just like to request a recorded vote on this.
Oh, I believe it's already been requested by Councillor Donick. No. Oh, no, it was
Sorry,
the other one.
if I might, mine was for if we were going to a straight up vote on the resolution itself.
Okay, all right. So recorded vote on moving back to F&A. Councillor Emo, please.
So just because procedure always interests me and I wrestle with it because I don't understand it. So if next month when it comes back from finance and admin, what's to stop it? And it's a recommendation that doesn't seem to meet the intent of this motion. What's to stop County Council from sending it back to DMP and starting this cycle all over again? And we'll be cycling through the summer if people get really entrenched. So is that how I understand the process could work? Because it would make us look somewhat ridiculous.
Well, as you were speaking, I can hear the pages turning as Mr. Morrow investigates this further. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. As perhaps incongruous as it may sound, County Council has absolute authority to make themselves look as foolish as we wish. The authority resides in Council to outside of bylaws, presumably, but certainly with respect to policies, Council has absolute authority. So if there is a persuasive case might be made if this does in fact get deferred to finance and administration, perhaps council in its infinite wisdom may 1 month hence decide that community services should have a kick at it. And if a sufficient majority of county council so decide, that is what in fact will happen. There are terms of reference for a specific reason, but the authority resides in this body and no other as to how we proceed with any matter before us.
All right, Mr. Morrow, can you shine any more light on this? If not, I will call for the recorded vote for the motion to be that this item of the Algonquin Trail completion plan be deferred to FNA.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to County Council. Essentially, Councillor Donohue's explanation decision with respect to the ultimate authority of County Council was the basis for my my previous comments. Again, County Council can make that decision to refer it back to whatever committee. But once it does that, then the decision then as to what happens with the original motion will rest now with FNA.
All right, thank you for that. So I am going to call for the vote on the motion to defer this back to FNA, and it will be a recorded vote at the request of Councillor Doncaster.
Thank you, Warden. And I'll start with Councillor Bennett, for or against?
For.
Councillor Brose, for or against?
I'm for.
Councillor Doncaster, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Donahue, for or against?
For.
Councillor Emo, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Grills, for or against?
Against.
I believe I heard against.
Yes, against.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Hunt, for or against?
For.
Councillor Keller, for or against?
For.
Councillor Lynch, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Murphy, for or against?
For.
Councillor Peckett, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Rigier, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Warden Robinson, for or against?
Against.
Mayor Sweet, for or against? Mayor Sweet, you're muted, and for or against?
All against.
Thank you, sir. And Councillor TJ, for or against?
Against.
Thank you, Warden. The motion fails 130 to 57 against.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. So we're going to go back to the motion that is on the floor from D&P, the Algonquin Trail Completion Strategy. Is there any further discussion before I call for the recorded vote? Seeing none, can we do this all again, Mr. Morrow, please? And it's at the request of Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize for the delay. I was just clearing my spreadsheet. So just turning the page to that particular motion. So for or against, Councillor Bennett?
Against.
Councillor Brose, for or against?
Against.
For or against, Councillor Doncaster?
For.
Councillor Donahue, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Emo, for or against?
For, please.
Councillor Grills, for or against?
For.
Councillor Hunt, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Keller, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Lynch, for or against?
For.
Councillor Murphy, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Peckett, for or against?
Or.
Councillor Rigger, for or against?
For.
Councillor Robinson, Warden Robinson, sorry, for or against?
For.
Councillor Sweet, for or against?
For.
And Councillor TJ, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Jeff, can I confirm that you did this as well? Oh, I've lost Mr. Foss. Warden, I apologize. I'm going to have to run through it one more time. I had a technical issue. I want to do this right.
That's fine. Take your time.
Sorry.
No apologies needed.
Councillor Bennett, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Burrows, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Doncaster, for or against?
For.
Councillor Donahue, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Emo, for or against?
For.
Councillor Grills, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keller, for or against?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lynch, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Peckett, for or against?
For.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Regular, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Mayor Sweet, for or against?
For.
Thank you. And Councillor TJ, for or against?
For.
Thank you. The motion passes 99 to 88. For.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow, and thank you to members of County Council for your thoughtful debate on both of these issues. It is now 3:01. We've been at it for a solid 2 hours and a bit, so I'm going to take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3:11. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your short little break. I need a mover and a seconder that the bylaws listed on item 11 and attached here to as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated March 31st.
Madam Warden,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We haven't done the OP.
Number 12.
Oh, yes. Okay. People
Sorry.
really want, it's okay. You keep wanting me to follow the rules today. It's just craziness. Just craziness, I tell you. Okay, well, let's go back to item number 12. My apologies. Item number 12, the OP. Comments, please. Councillor Peckett, thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Just some clarification, please. I listened to Councillor TJ state that the deer yard was removed or made significantly smaller, but she also stated that the 1 kilometer distance for growth around the village was removed. Was that removed for all of the municipalities
Yes.
in Renfrew County?
Yes.
Or just in KHR? Because it's very important for my township that be removed as well, but I didn't see it mentioned anywhere in the report. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Peckett. And yes, it was removed actually when the OP was presented at our last county council meeting. That had been removed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Warden. Horton wants to say a huge thank you to the staff and the Property and Development Committee and Mr. Cheeseman and Craig for putting together something that we consider that we can live with. We still are moving ahead with our consultant report to see what we have for land inventory in Horton. But we are very pleased that we have been heard and that our concerns are met that we can live with right now, and we'll come back at a future date with what we have for land inventory to see if any of Horton's land is actually going to be agriculture at the end of the day. But that's up to the reports coming afterwards. So thank you, everyone, for the hard work that was put in there. So thanks again. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I just have a question. Do you have any idea when the consultant will present your council with the report?
I'm saying right now that I'll have something temporary for the next county council meeting. I won't have it for the committee meeting to bring in, but I guess where it should go is to property and development before I say anything about it. So I'm hoping that I can, in the next 15 days, I don't think I'll have it. I think it's going to be a little longer than that, but I would have to check with staff just to verify that we want it done as quickly as possible. So there might be a chance we have it before it goes out to the public.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. So once your council has an opportunity to review it, if you can share it with the staff at the county here, that would be most appreciated.
We'll do that as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To Dave, Paul really likes special meetings before county council. So maybe if you get it, that you could have a DNP meeting at 8:30 on county council day.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm fine with that. All I need to do is we'll move it back to 6:30 just to make sure Paul can have his coffee while he's listening to it.
So just to Tom's point, though, Tom, there was a bit of confusion last month because the report we got said that it had been reduced to that 0.5 kilometer. And then when we got to county council, Craig advised us that it, or maybe Charles had, that it was completely gone. And I want to thank our planning department, our development and property staff. That 1 kilometer, I don't know what Bonashir Valley would have done. So I truly appreciate, and thinking with my county hat on, thank goodness about KH&R and thank goodness about our prime ag. I mean, we heard Del O'Brien loud and clear. And if there was ever a time for development in the county of Renfrew, it is now. We have no housing inventory. I spoke with a local real estate rep just yesterday, and he is pulling his hair out. He wants builders to get on building. And Janice is nodding at me. If there was ever a time, now is the time. So thank you for taking away those barriers. So appreciated. And I am in full support of this OPA. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Warden. I was just to follow up to say the same thing, to have a meeting prior to. The second thing to Councillor Bennett was, at the meeting, I thought you had offered the opportunity for other municipalities to have your expert join in with the mapping. It wasn't specifically your municipality, but you'd offer ones to be part of the same opportunity. Was I wrong?
We did send that out, and I think James actually reached out to him to see what the verdict was, because our price to the consultant right at the moment was fixed at the time of county council.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bowles, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and also a huge thank you to Director Kelly and Mr. Cheeseman and their staff for the adjustments that they've made to this county plan. I certainly can support it, especially in light of the fact that we are now reverting back to the agriculture mapping from OPA 25. I know that's that was the goal for our municipality and our council. So again, thank you very much to Director Kelly and his staff. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Bowles. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I'm glad to see this. I think the motion captures it, and I think the best one is that, and whereas County of Renfrew OPA 31 is reflective of local Renfrew County context as provided for within the provincial policy statement. I think by tying those two pieces together and drawing that out of the provincial policy statement, that puts a unique lens on it that the province has to honor. So I was very glad to see that. The other piece for me is I think we're gonna have to do some digging down the road on the agriculture issue. The CAO and I had a conversation at the last meeting and carried over for a little bit, but right now we have an overlay of agricultural land, but what we don't have is an overlay of what agricultural land is in production. Because some of this designated agricultural land looks to me like it make a beautiful gravel pit once you strip the first 2 feet of topsoil off it. So I think at some point we may have to dig a little deeper, because I think when we're talking about development in some of our rural communities, what is seen as agricultural land may not be optimal agricultural land, and may never be brought into production. And why should that serve as a drag on our development? And I bring you back to my magic beans story. A lot of that land I saw that is now growing some really neat things based on asphalt and concrete was on land that looks like agricultural land that is a little iffy to my eye as an inexperienced farmer, but I wish I would have grabbed some of those magic beans.
Thank you, Councillor Emo. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just not the question, the comments directed towards Councillor Emo. We hope once we see what the consultant pulls out of our study that he's doing there, that we can share it with the rest of the county, and we can basically have a real good look at what we have for agricultural land and compare it to the rest of the county. So we would have a pretty good idea of what's available as land inventory for agricultural use that is 1, 2, or 3. So hopefully that comes within the next 60 days at the very maximum, and we can start sharing the information off it again. And if I may, Warden, I just want to make reference to Councillor Peckett again. Thank you very much for what you did with agricultural land to show us the road forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Councillor TJ, please.
I just want to remind you, Madam Warden, that I asked for a recorded vote on this motion. Thank you very much.
Believe it or not, I hadn't forgotten that. So
thank you.
That will happen. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Of course, this is probably the most thorny issue that besots rural councils, I think certainly everywhere, but this one in particular. I think that it is timely that the issue of the MZO that was brought forward by Councillor Peckett from his municipality was timely, because it also underscores the challenges of planning, because agriculture is incredibly important, except when we're going to build a cloverleaf, then we can take it out of production. All of this is a balance of probabilities. All of this is what is best for the community, and what is going to best serve our community. And that has been the challenge with OPA. Well, it was the challenge with OPA 25, continues to be so in OPA 31. So I certainly will acknowledge once again Ministers Clark and Yakubuski for all of their efforts to recognize and provide this regional authority to the County of Renfrew. And I believe it's incumbent upon us to take that and make the most use of it that we can, of recognizing that we know our community much better than some of the others. And certainly recognizing that perhaps some of the most odious restrictions that are now within OPA 25 came out of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, the significant wildlands being perhaps the most egregious among them. As I have said repeatedly in this process, at least I understand the concept of species at risk, even though I may not at all times agree with the process whereby we are accommodating species at risk. Deer are not at risk. I cannot fathom what the value is of preserving their habitat, given that we are essentially overrun with them. I might suggest that turkeys are the same. So it is incumbent upon us, I believe, to take full advantage of that authority that has been delegated to us by Ministers Clark and Yakubuski, in recognizing that OPA 25 was simply unacceptable. And like all of my council colleagues, I will certainly commend, though recognizing perhaps lest they be under some misapprehension, to Mr. Kelly and to Mr. Cheeseman. We were not expected to hold you responsible. If in fact there were policies within our official plan that our community may not have wished to see, that it was the embrace and the recognition of what council brought forward at our meeting of February, and what our community needs are, and how you massaged those into this document now, that strikes the appropriate balance of future needs of everyone involved in this process. As I have said repeatedly, I do not reject planning. There is an absolute necessity for planning, but it must accommodate the local needs and desires. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue. Well said. So any other further comments before I call for the vote? Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just to follow Michael's comments, I'd also like to give a shout out to Steve Clark's parliamentary assistant, MPP Jim McDonnell, who was on this from the beginning with us. The initial meetings that we had in Ottawa, I guess, or wherever we were, it seems like so long ago now, or Kingston, I don't know, Charles, you tell me. It was
Toronto.
It was a century ago.
Toronto,
right. I forgot we flew or we drove, right? Anyway, yeah, so I want to give a shout out to him on top of Minister Clark and Minister Yakubuski, because he did open the door for us and gave us far more time than was expected, and was very invested in finding a good solution for the County of Renfrew. So thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Murphy, for ensuring that Jim McNeil got some credit for this as well. And again, it's almost a year since Councillor Sweet and I met with Minister Clark and Minister Yakubaski, and we're finally at this point, and hopefully, we can celebrate soon a new OP for the County of Renfrew. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Morrow to once again do a recorded vote. I'm sure he's getting very, very good at it at this point.
I am, thank you. Well, I'm not saying I'm getting good at it, but I'm going to do it a little differently this time. Okay, thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett, for or against?
For.
Now you'll see why I'm so slow. Councillor Brose, for or against?
For.
Councillor Doncaster, for or against?
For.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Donahue, for or against?
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Trust but verify. I like your new approach. I am for.
Thank you. Councillor Emo, for or against?
For, but I was thinking against just to be different, but for.
Okay, I'm making that as a for. Councillor Grills, for or against?
For.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Hunt, for or against?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keller, for or against?
For.
Councillor Lynch, for or against?
For.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Murphy, for or against?
Emphatically for.
Thank you so very much for that, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Peckett, for or against?
For.
Councillor Rigger, for or against?
Or.
Councillor Ryan, Councillor Warden Robinson, for or against?
For.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillor Sweet, for or against?
For.
And Councillor TJ, for or against?
For.
Thank you. The motion passes all in favor, 187.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Okay, with that, I think I'm safe now to leave the committee reports and try once again to get a mover and a seconder. The bylaws listed on item 11 and attached here to as Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated March 31st, 2021 be deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Riggier. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next up is something new you'll see on the agenda, reports from the appointees to external boards. Councillor Emo, would you like to bring us any information around AMO, please, sir?
Yes, thank you. We met last week, and if you look at the alerts from AMO, there are some significant progress on the OPP boards and the structure. There is also some information on the blue box transition. Again, there are some questions from a lot of us about how we got slotted, and AMO is trying to get some clarity on that. There was also some conversation about household hazardous waste. There was some information on funding, and then also the need for funding on broadband. And we were quite gratified to see the announcements that were rolling out around broadband in the last few days. And there were a couple presentations on land use planning and some conversations around conservation authorities and flooding. So the information around the flooding regime is changing, and we had a presentation from them. The focus, a lot of the questions at AMO came from the Great Lakes area for the most part, because I think the rest of the flooding questions were captured by the conservation authorities. And with that, I think that's all I can report at this time. I'm just going through my notes very quickly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo. Is there any questions for Councillor Emo? Councillor Peckett, please.
Thank you, Warden. I couldn't quite hear when Councillor Emo mentioned about the blue box. Did you say that Emo, in discussion, we're trying to block something?
No, we're trying to get some clarity because we couldn't understand how, and our example in Renfrew and McNabb and Arnprior was cited, Councillor Peckett, where we have a joint tender on recycling and waste pickup, and yet Renfrew is slotted for, I believe, 2025, whereas McNabb, Braeside, and Arnprior are slotted to go to the new model and full producer responsibility in 2023. So we brought that to their attention, I'll say about 14 months ago, and they found 3 or 4 more. And so they're taking another run at it to say to the ministry, why are you doing that? Because you wanted municipalities to cooperate, and here you're imposing a hardship on all 3, but at least one of 3.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions of Councillor Emo? If not, thank you very much, Councillor Emo, for that report. Councillor Doncaster, FCM.
Thank you, Warden Robinson. I've been, well, I'm not sure where to begin, but I've been looking for an opportunity to provide County Council with some information for quite some time, since probably our meeting, around the meetings in November. Obviously, our December meeting was out, and then sitting in County Council for 4 or 5 or 7+ hours. I didn't feel you'd want to sit there and listen to me after that point in time, me bringing something up on a new business. And I also didn't realize that when you asked to put this on the agenda that you meant this agenda, but that's fine. I'll try to keep this short. So March of this year, so in November, typically November for FCM is held in Ottawa. Not typically, it is held in Ottawa, and it's called Advocacy Days, where we meet with MPs and parliamentarians. So we did that this year in November, all virtual. And I don't remember the exact numbers, but in a typical year, it's about 200 meetings with MPs and other parliamentarians and staff and stuff like that. So that happened in November. But in March, from March 9 to 12, we met. And I think I'm just going to cherry pick right at the moment. So I think of the greatest interest to all of us today will be FCM's continued focus on building better lives, and specifically the federal budget and the proposal that FCM has put forward to the federal government for building back better together. This is a plan that is intended on shaping the government's budget, the 2021 budget. And that this plan was developed in November. However, in March, we revisited it, and it was very clear that this building back better together is still relevant and still continues to be FCM's proposal to the federal government. With over 2,000 members, that directly represents more than 90% of the population of this country. We all know that municipalities are on the front lines, and on the front lines of our economic recovery from the pandemic. And so FCM's plan is put out that national investments will have real outcomes for this country, because we can't affect that, municipalities. So the recovery plan includes and focuses on housing and homelessness, just to name a few. So I mentioned earlier, scaling up the Rapid Housing Initiative, growing the Reaching Home Initiative, the launching of a non-market housing construction program, and strengthening and growing the existing affordable housing supply. Secondly, focused on strengthening community infrastructure, so investment in community culture and recreational facilities that are owned and operated by municipalities. I forget the exact numbers and I can pull them, but something like 60% of our community culture and recreational facilities are more than 25 years old. So obviously need some attention. Building on a green recovery continuing to provide public transportation operating funds and expanding public transit. The rapid delivery of $2.5 to $5 billion directly to municipalities, and doubling the disaster mitigation adaptation fund, which is, I forget the exact number, but so doubling that fund. But one of the challenges in that fund is that there is a project eligibility requirement that the project has to be over $20 million. Excuse me, $20 million, which really excludes a lot of us from accessing this fund. So we're calling on the federal government to remove that $20 million project eligibility. Continuing to work with the provinces and the territories on safe restart agreements. Direct funding to municipalities. We know that the direct funding through what's called the Federal Gas Tax Fund is important. It's predictable, and I don't know, I lost the word I want to use, but so FCM's call on the federal government to double the gas tax fund for 3 years and renaming it something more appropriate, Municipal Economic Recovery Fund. I'm pleased to say that you have probably all heard recently that the government has committed to doubling the gas tax fund and renaming it, in their words, Canada Community Building Fund. So still infrastructure related, but the $2.2 billion is now $4.4 billion for 2021. Further to that, so universal internet access. We all know the commitments and the funds that have been created. Sometimes they're hard to keep track of, but one of the key things that we're advocating for now is effective coordination of all of those funds and programs and how to deliver it, and it's complicated because it's different in different areas. So that continues to be a focus. Investing in asset management plans and planning. I know of the town of Renfrew, Bonaire Valley, Township of Greater Madawaska, not to mention the County of Lanark, Carlton Place, just to municipalities in the local area that have been able to access money through FCM's asset management funding. And so recently, I guess you've heard of the doubling of the gas tax, which we were very pleased of, and will continue to advocate that I guess to make it permanent. And even a newer announcement that I mentioned, operating funding for transit systems, but the recognition and all of, I just back up for 1 second. So all of FCM's advocacy and asks towards the federal government, it's asked that all of these programs are looked at with a rural lens, and FCM has defined a rural lens. And I would point out that so the request for continuing operating funds for transit systems and permanent operating funds and expansion of transit systems, if you apply that rural lens to it, it falls into the announcement that we had, the most recent announcement of the first ever rural transportation fund directly financed by the federal government. So FCM is going to continue to work with the federal government and the provinces to roll this plan out. I think, that the program hasn't been designed yet, but, it is funding directly for rural transportation systems. And I think that the idea is, what kind of innovative programs can we come up with to address, some of the public transportation issues that we have, in rural Canada and rural Renfrew County. So I'm going to stop there for now. I think with this being a regular report on County Council agenda, I will I'll pick and choose some things out of our meeting schedules that I think are relevant to Renfrew County. I just point out that just even the meeting summary that I have from our March meetings is 54 pages.
Yeah.
And that's just the summary. That's not the details. I would encourage everybody to go to the FCM website. There's lots of information there. All the things I've talked about, they mean a whole lot more when, and it's similar to a county council report, they mean a whole lot more when you read the background and the detail behind them and why we have these positions on these different interests. So the FCM website is very good. It's new website, so relatively new. And I still find stuff when I go onto it, it just pops up and it's like, oh, there's what that is. But there's a lot of information there. So I will commit to bringing back a few smaller issues at each and every county council meeting. I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Doncaster. Certainly appreciate that. And next month, the agenda will look a little bit different as well, because I will be adding EORN to the report, as well the Ontario Winter Games. It needs its own little spot in the agenda, I think, going forward. So thank you for that. Councillor Murphy, you have a question.
Thank you for that, Warden. Yeah, that's, I love this category. I think it makes it much cleaner, and you know, those that need to give reports can be prepared to give those reports. I really like this, not under new business. I am not officially on the Board of EORN until May, but I am invited as a guest in April. So I would appreciate being on the April agenda, and I'll just bring whatever I can to that particular county council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. And again, it's not pressure that you have to make a report. It's just if there is something that of significance you'd like to share with council in all of these categories, you're more than welcome to do so. Okay, with that, again, thank you very much for the reports. Everyone would have received early. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Emo.
Roma?
Councillor Love is not here today, and she is interested in doing this,
okay.
and she will do it next month.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So under notice of motions, you would have received a motion about a proclamation that will be read shortly. Is there any members' written motions, Mr. Morrow?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the following. Whereas the recognition and awareness of family caregivers and their valuable social and economic contribution to society should be acknowledged and supported. And whereas the Government of Ontario has proclaimed the first Tuesday in each April as Family Caregiver Day. And whereas the goal of Family Caregiver Day is to raise awareness about issues faced by the family caregiver, family member, friend, or person of choice who gives unpaid care to someone who has care needs due to a disability, physical, neurological, or mental condition, a chronic illness, frailty, or age. The day is an opportunity to remind us of the tremendous contribution the caregivers make to the healthcare system. And as such, there is still much work to do to ensure that all caregivers in our community have access to community supports, education and training, financial relief, and access to a collaborative healthcare system. And whereas on Family Caregiver Day, the County of Renfrew recognizes the many caregivers in Renfrew County who provide limitless hours of care, the dedicated local agencies who support these caregivers as well. Now, therefore, Renfrew County Council hereby proclaims April 6, 2021 as Family Caregiver Day in the County of Renfrew. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Peckett. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Sorry, too many pages here. I don't see it, so I'm going to add a lip. I need a mover and a seconder to go into closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, Renfrew County forests, and to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Councillor Bennett. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Sean? Welcome back once again to County Council meeting of March 31st, 2021. Next on the agenda, new business. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Two things. Number one, the province is not making an announcement today. It will in fact be tomorrow. So be ready. Dr. Cushman spoke to us this morning. If they change our color or our phase, there are going to be some pretty upset people tomorrow afternoon coming into the Easter long weekend. So just a heads up on that. I just got the notification. The other thing is, I do note that I asked for any volunteers for my finance committee for the Ontario Winter Games. Are your emails going to my spam filter, or should I go into my junk to see if anybody, no takers? All right, glad I bring it up. Thank you.
Subtle, very subtle. Thank you. Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. If you need some extra cash, our hospital Catch the Aces over $110,000 and the draws next Tuesday at 6 o'clock at night. Thank you.
That's excellent. Catch Ace is really catching on, isn't it? Councillor Emo. Oh, and by the way, Councillor Murphy, I'd be happy to volunteer for your finance committee. I'm kidding. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. At the last Roma board meeting, I was appointed chair of the communication group for Roma, so it will adopt the same benign and very friendly and fluffy style of communication that I use.
It's wonderful. Now, did you want to make a report about the what's happening with Roma?
No, I'm good. Kim will do a much better job than I will.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. I wanted to give you the opportunity. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to attest when finally this devastation that has been wrought, visited upon us by COVID-19 has been banished to the rear view mirror. I look forward to taking up Councillor Sweet on his offer, perhaps of a drive around of the streets of his community, Menin Boulevard, Fast-Joubert Boulevard, that he might show me the streets of Petawawa. I would look very much forward to that, Councillor Sweet.
Come on up anytime you want.
I can take you to the woods, Michael.
I've been there a few times.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, if people have not been to Petawawa Boulevard and to the Garrison just for the drive, you should try it. I don't think you'll find a traffic jam for an hour and a half, as unfortunately Councillor TJ did, but you need to be able to see it for yourself, I think. Anyway, any other further items under new business? Seeing none, I need a mover and a seconder that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on March 31st, 2021. It is still March 31st, right? Okay. Be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. All of Councillor Peckett and Councillor Sweet, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Would anyone like to adjourn this bad boy? Councillor Sweet and Councillor Murphy, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.